to you.
Yeah, I was saying that.
Yo, see, you think you can zoom in on the Indian spacecraft that landed on
Oh,
land in
no.
the sky?
No,
Yeah.
definitely not.
Oh.
I could zoom in on.
Hey, bud.
Hold
Did you
on.
clean your room?
Oh shit!
Yo, clean your room up, bro. You're about to get grounded, dude.
Yo,
You're about to get grounded, bro. You better clean that shit up.
Nathan, clean your room, Nathan.
that was great.
Better get that chocolate.
Listen. We don't run a dirty operation around here. You get that room clean, son. Come back to us when it's finished. You hear me?
You know, your
Yo.
day starts off when you clean your room, you hear?
Make up your
Don't
bed. Yo,
forget, that room is level.
That's going in your file, too.
so he's got a giant telescope, but not a clean room.
No, he has a 5-inch telescope. It's not giant.
Yo, when he says telescope, I imagine literally like a huge telescope.
Dude, I was just curious. I was going to ask him if he could see the man on the moon, but I don't know. I guess not.
Why are you trying to imagine his telescope, dude?
Yeah, man, he's underage. Leave him alone. Quit asking about his telescope and the size of things.
That was hilarious. Though the kid got caught.
Don't worry, everybody. I already did clean my room.
Yo, see, you let her know you are a philosopher speaking about very important matters.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he just told his mom to shut up.
Yeah. Anyway, what I was trying to say is that there really is no difference between the first picture and mine.
So you can't see the man on the moon.
Actually, it looks like a star moved. The galaxy didn't really move, but it looked like a star moved, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I'll share my screen. I'll just blow your mind. Tell me when you're in it. You see my screen?
Yep.
Alright. So you see, basically, I couldn't get it perfectly matched, but like, look at the triangle between these three stars, and then look how it compares, right? Like this star right here definitely moved.
It's hard to say. If you look to the left, you see that the other stuff that is has a higher exposure rate has also moved. Don't only focus on the star, focus on the whole thing. Zoom in more. Zoom in back again. Now focus on the whole thing.
Like, what do you mean focus on the whole thing?
Zoom in again, close, like you were before. Yeah, that position. Keep it like that. Now switch to the bright one, the brighter one. You see how the whole thing is a bit thicker?
Yeah, everything got
And
thicker. Yeah.
yeah, so it's just because it's a different exposure and thickness to it. It makes it seem like as if the star moved.
Well, no, it's like their literal relative positions have shifted.
I wonder if your location, like where you take the photograph through the telescope, I wonder if your geoposition, your position on Earth, would change the way it looks too.
I mean, look at that. Like these stars right here, they stay in the same place, right? So this is, see how they stay in the same place. This
Yeah.
this one's always here. This one's always here. This one's always here. But this one, it shifts.
Mm-hmm.
So that star definitely has moved.
So it's a wandering star.
Well, the planets change position like night to night, where this one has taken. This one, the old picture, the black and white one was taken in like 1886. So it's had plenty. It's had hundreds of years to have moved.
So okay, if it has been so, this is an interesting thing. You're talking about how the star move, right? But what about this whole galaxy that is apparently made out of trillions of rocks?
No, galaxies are made of stars, not rocks.
Okay, yeah. I mean, okay, stars, which are actually also just rocks, right?
No, stars are made of gas.
Yeah, gas rocks. You know.
No, like it's literally stars are literally just made of gas.
Okay. Anyways, it is a spiral that is formed together, moving the whole time, right? Why is it that the whole galaxy that you have right there, since that time, has not moved an inch? It's just like a painting.
Alright, I gotta go.
Okay.
Sorry,
You don't wanna? Don't you think that's interesting?
not like I have a life outside of Discord.
But don't you think that's
Bro, he's got to clean his room, dude. You got to let him go clean. He's trying to do the right thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't
Anyways,
worry, I'll be back.
did I make him sad or something?
No, man, he's got to go clean his room. Seriously.
He sounded sad, man.
No, he's calm. He's calm and cool and collected.
No, he sounded sad when I pointed out that
he's
the
just
whole
got stuff to do.
galaxy. No, he sounded sad when I pointed out that the whole galaxy didn't shift at all over the period of time.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's all good.
Yeah,
He'll be back, he said.
Don't you know this Sensei? Don't you know the CGI images of when they show you galaxies? How it's like a rotating milkshake?
Yeah, I think
Why is it that this milkshake of extreme populative area of stars has not changed over the decade?
How far away is it?
I don't know.
Oh, now this bullshit comes again.
That specific one.
I'm not
Like,
saying
would there be some sort of factor that would influence its changing of position or not? I don't know.
No, why the Earth is like shooting through the galaxy and spinning and hurting and twisting? Nah, man, I'm not gonna go. Like, if you want to believe,
Not going to go into reasons as to why it might not move.
If
sure.
You don't want to go into begging the question fallacies.
If you wanna believe that trash, go on, man. That's not what I believe.
Why did it not move? Oh, you have a reason? I don't want to hear it.
Well, you make the mistake, you make the critical mistake of thinking that you bring to the table an actual reason.
I know why it didn't move.
Maybe God did it. You're right.
I know why the galaxies don't shift or move.
Hold on, Clay. Hey, Clay, let me take 10 seconds for this. What did you just say, sir?
I said maybe God did it.
What's God? Who's God? What is that? Do you worship God? Do you talk to God?
No.
Oh, then why'd you bring him up?
I thought that may have been a more rational reason.
Okay, but it's certainly a belief system to believe in a God, right? Whether or not it's true. Is it not? It's to believe in something. So, your belief in the globe is akin to a belief in God. Did you think you were going to corner me? Do you think I was your typical flat earther, Bible thumping?
Do you have a point somewhere in there, or?
Nice one. No, my point was made for me. No further questions, Your Honor.
I guess we're in a courtroom.
Case dismissed.
Now, I can tell you why the galaxies don't shift or change anything, because they're just it's just it's to the glory of the Most High. It's what He put onto the firmament. That's why everything just seems to be 2D, man. If you're going to actually show me real space photographs of people using the telescopes that don't look 2D, that actually have depth in it, I would be very interested. But it always just seems like, even in time lapses, it just literally looks like a dome. I don't know how people can't oversee that. If I look at time lapses of the night sky spinning, it has no depth to it. It's literally as if someone painted dots on glass. Anyways, but that's just me, you know.
Bottom line is they've replaced logic with consensus and conflate the two. There we go.
Well, for a sophisticated man that wants to have a cool story for everything, everything suddenly becomes relative if everything is just a story.
It all depends on if you want to leave the tribe or not.
Imagine making
yes.
gender relative, so there's actually no man or woman, even though everyone who can think about this and breathe has been conceived through the intercourse of a man and a female. But still, now we have people who came out of that intersection, thinking now that they can be whatever they want to, and there is actually no real female or male, which is it's just unbelievable. It's almost like a science fiction movie. I can't comprehend, and there is Globus only defending this trash of confusion, like not trash. Let's not call it trash. Defending this confusion.
No, it's a good point about that, not wanting to leave the tribe. If it's much easier to live life in society if you go along to get along with the narratives, the current accepted narratives of the time. That's not. Yeah, it's not a question. That's like that's 2 + 2, isn't it? Well, then they'd argue, oh shit, 2 + 2. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, it's at the end of the day, the truth, it comes and goes like breathing. The truth is now on the rise back to being at the forefront, and then it'll be up to everybody to decide to be honest about it or not. We're just kind of on the cutting edge here still. The first decade or so of a true awakening, right? A true revealing. Dare I say, apocalypse.
Any day now.
I agree with Sensei.
No, I don't mean like end of the world. I mean, so apocalypse means great revealing if you've done any modicum of research.
I actually didn't know that. I wasn't agree with the apocalypse part, but I guess I am now.
No, and I wasn't even talking to you. I was being sarcastic to the person asking for it.
Okay, got you.
It is what it is.
Imagine having to defend that the whole fucking Indian moon landing thing.
This is why I don't like to debate anti-flat earthers, you know. I don't want to waste my breath on someone who is lying, either to themselves or to me.
Well, I hear you. I feel like it's a worthy cause, but it is grating. Let's say it's not the most immediately rewarding work. Honest, it is honest work, but it's not immediately rewarding. You know, I mean,
No,
I feel you there. It's fucking. You got to watch your fellow man look like such a fucking tantrum throwing so and so, right? Just because you're trying to let them know a couple things and get them. See, that's the thing. Like, they know what we're saying. They already know it, all of it. We know what they're going to say. The problem is one group is not being honest about reality. That is this bottom line here.
Like, the way I see it is, I'm going to get biblical. Sorry. Noah, for 125 years, God asked him to spread his message, to basically call people to repentance for 125 years. No one repented. Not a single person repented. And the flood came. So he is still blessed because he simply did what God asked. And although none chose to repent, it is still a duty that is highly regarded and highly praised, you know, if that makes sense. So there should be people who are debating these kinds, not for maybe those specific anti-flat earthers, but for the audience's sake, that they may hear these arguments and come to the conclusion to them for themselves.
I get it now what you're trying to say. Yeah, that's true.
Well, the victim of a love potion, when they tell you they love you, are they lying about it?
Yeah, that's very interesting.
Do you guys feel like we should have some evidence of these, cover-up schemes by this point?
Well, I mean, there's NASA, Army, CIA, airplane documents that talk about their math is on a non-rotating flat Earth. I mean, that's evidence.
Well, what is it evidence of, though?
That if you assume something and you test on something that you assume and it works, it may be true.
But how is that evidence of this grand cover-up, though?
He's also misrepresenting it. There's other assumptions they make that demonstrate the very non-real of it, like that the mass doesn't change of the plane.
Your microphone's
I mean, what about NASA? What about all the fakery with NASA and the moon landing that's obvious? I mean, and all the military documents of them trying to, blow up the atmosphere with nukes. I mean, there's tons of documentation and leaked this and that.
Were they trying to kill us all with the nukes in the atmosphere?
Yeah, that, what is it? I even remember the Department of Energy had to put up a public apology on their website for it that, I can't remember the name of it. I'd have read about it like a decade ago, but yeah, I mean,
what are you saying the purpose was? Were they trying to kill us all by blowing up the atmosphere? What were they trying to do?
Oh, well, who cares what they were trying to do? I don't care what
Because
evil
you're making a claim, dude.
We didn't make a claim. I did not make a claim that there's a big cover up. I didn't say that.
You did. You said, well, what about blah, 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 and blowing up nukes in the atmosphere? Yeah, what about it? What are you saying they were trying to do?
I'm saying that it's proof that yeah, you could draw. Is it? Yeah, dude, they're trying to blow up the atmosphere, blow up what they claim was a firmament. From what I understand, or that's what that is what it's inferring. So yeah, like there's tons of. Bro, what has any government agency really even told the truth about? You could literally so much of human existence is just literally been a series of manipulations. Every war. Yeah, go back to the Spanish American War. You had the USS Maine. Oh, it was just some coal dust, and somebody accidentally lit a match, and then what do you know? We're at war with Spain. Like the sinking of the Lusitania, there was literally Germans warning us in newspapers, like, don't board that ship. It's full of ammunition. Go into go into our enemies. We're gonna blow it up. Don't board the ship. Literally everything has been. We've all of society throughout all of history is constantly being manipulated by just a handful of rulers. It's how it is. To try to say it's not been that, I don't know how you could say that.
But
so there's psyops that we know about. We know about red flags that are or false flags. Sorry, we know about false flag attacks. So if there is a history of repeated offenses done by the government, where is your evidence that your government is telling the truth to you? That's what I would say, because all the evidence is in our favor that they're doing these evil acts, going into these wars under false pretenses. We have the evidence for it. It's plain as day, flat Earth or globe Earth, whatever you want to call it. Both sides agree mainly. Yeah, the government does a lot of evil things. So where is your proof that the government is doing good things and telling you the truth? That's what I want to know. I want to see the truth.
But that's not evidence of a cover-up, though. If we had these large cover-ups, right, that affected almost every industry on Earth and millions of people over decades and decades and decades, you'd think we'd have some evidence of it.
Okay, then just go look into the Rockefeller family, how they started the public school system. Just start there.
But I'm talking about specific evidence, right?
That's what I just told you. Go look at the beginning where the Rockefellers funded through the government public school systems, and they started the public school system in America. It starts right there. It starts with the children.
I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm looking for direct evidence, empirical evidence of a cover-up. I'm not wondering who started an educational.
Are you talking about specific evidence of a cover-up?
Well, of what? Can you look up the Gulf of Tonkin? Can you look up the Gulf of Tonkin?
I think I know what he means. For example, let's say you bring up the topic about the Two Towers and what happened in 2001. The cover-up or the mainstream narrative is the planes brought it down. And they're covering up the fact that it wasn't airplanes that brought down the two buildings, it was controlled demolition. The evidence for that is when you see hundreds of hours of civil engineers giving their opinions that airplanes cannot bring down two towers demolition style. Would that count as evidence for a cover-up?
But there's thousands of other engineers who say that.
Bro, it literally sounds like
arguments from authority.
Hey, Jace, fix your mic, man. You're really low.
Yeah, but I don't even know how to say your name.
Paradolio.
Paradolio. Okay, cool name. Does that answer your question? For example of a cover-up in which there's evidence for the cover-up by experts in the field?
I would disagree. Because I could say that I'm a doctor or I'm an expert in the field, and I could
Structural
make
engineer.
I could make a claim like, hey, this is my expert opinion. And I wouldn't say that that's evidence of the cover up, right? Because that'd be my words of what I want to say or
Vice
tell you
versa.
about in the moment.
Vice versa, though. You're getting your evidence from, the main. In terms of the two towers, there was a book written by, I don't know what structural engineers wrote it, and they gave their opinions of how airplane brought the tower down. So I can say that right back to you, basically. What you have to do is look at the two perspectives, and then at this point, you have to decide which one makes more sense to you. And which
Yeah,
clearly,
bro. I really think that for some people, and you might be one of them, it's almost like for you to think a thought, there has to be an authority figure to tell you that's okay. And you just might be that type of person, and that's okay. We just think different than you, And
Well, I mean, like,
can I
The
ask?
irony, right? Because this guy just pointed to authority, literally an argument from authority. These few engineers over the hundreds of thousands of others who say it was a plane.
I'm pointing towards evidence, not forget
Right?
about the
The
number.
irony, it's just staggering.
I don't understand. I think you're misunderstanding what I said. If you were talking to me, I said look at their evidence. Don't look at the number of people supporting it. Look at their evidence.
Well, you just made an argument from authority. You didn't provide any evidence. You just said there's some engineers who wrote a book.
If you want me to
or
break
said
down the evidence that they gave to you,
they don't think plane could have brought down the towers, then this other guy said that it's the guy you're arguing against who's the one who just believes things when they hear it from authority. But you're the one who literally just made that kind of argument.
dude, that's like it's so taken out of context. The context is that there is a historical there is a historical trend, or I'm forgetting, not speaking, but the point is there is a, hey, we see this happening over and over, right? A pattern recognition of being lied to, manipulated for X, anything, right? There's a pattern recognition. And so people go, hey, maybe I'm not just going to believe everything that the government is telling us. In fact, their track record is so bad that I am highly skeptical of anything they say. And I mean,
it's super easy, man. My girlfriend cheats on me every week, but she tells me she loves me, and I believe her. Okay.
Called apophenia.
It's literally like, the beaten wife, like the husband punches you and gives you a black eye every 3 days, but then says they're sorry, they'll never do it again, they love you. I mean, it's just like,
well, I like
bro.
how Paradolia had an immediate response as if he has experience with that. But anyway,
it's called apophenia, the tendency to establish connections between unrelated things.
Yeah, right. So you sound like you have a lot of experience with that.
I was describing the cognitive phenomenon that he's articulating.
See how I switched it right back on you. Now it's yours.
Pattern recognition. Like, okay, like I've been in this movie. I know how this goes. I mean, like, fill in the blank, bro. Like, how about the COVID vaccine? Oh, these are safe and effective. Safe and effective.
Yeah,
I mean,
called
like,
apophenia. This thing right here that he's talking about.
Right. So,
okay.
So what you're saying is
whatever.
The government. So someone like, oh, okay. I'll put it this way. I've never known anyone to lie only about one specific subject. They tend to lie about a lot of subjects. So the U.S. government, as a body, has lied about us getting into wars, right? Would you agree with that, or do you need to see the evidence?
He's gonna need to see.
What's the example?
Pick a war. Pick any war.
Use the war in Iraq. The justification was 9/11 or the Two Towers.
Right.
Or whatever. Pick whatever war you want, man.
Was there weapons of mass destruction? Like, did we have an invasion blooper for Iraq? Oopsies.
Like, I'm just confused on why you would trust. Like, I don't know. Like, if someone lied to me, I wouldn't trust anything they said. Like, I would have to rethink everything that they said to me and be like, dude, did they lie about everything?
Yes, you would investigate a lot of important claims that they have made at that point.
So if they're willing to lie for me to go to war and die over there, and they're completely fine with that, and they're happy about it, they probably cheers over my dead body because their son didn't have to go. Yeah, that it's not that far fetched to think that they're trying to hide the creator.
But I mean, like, in the search for like some of this empirical evidence of these, large cover-ups, right? Like, I think like if the airline industry, for example, was not really going in straight lines, but kind of like going in circles, right? Kind of like whatever is purported. You kind of see some evidence of that, like that would somehow have leaked over the past 75 years with all the different engineers involved in air, or like, let's say, land surveyors, right? At least some land surveyor would have leaked some information, some documents. They would have came forward. They wouldn't have, like, hundreds of thousands of land surveyors wouldn't have taken this all to their grave, right? Or like, let's say, some
what was that
tectonic.
about? What were you saying about lines and circles? What?
Like for airplanes, right? Like the whole flat earth thing is like they're not actually going in straight lines. Like their airplanes turn.
That's not the argument. They do go in straight lines.
Oh.
They fly point A to point B in a straight line. That's why on a flat Earth map, when you look at their emergency routes and any flight path, it works perfectly fine on a flat Earth map. It doesn't work on a globe. That's literally like our point, is that they do make straight lines, and it makes no sense on a globe. But anyway,
So do the flight exist between Australia and South America?
Sorry, a flight from Australia to South America?
Yeah.
What about it?
Like, do they exist, or
do flights exist from Australia to? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
Kind of changing topic a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, if they didn't, right? And that's
I wasn't trying to go really in depth in this, but like you were misrepresenting the flat Earth. I just want to correct that one thing. But and then you started talking about land surveyors. Why would a land surveyor really think about all these things like on a day-to-day basis? Like pilots.
Land surveyors like, oh yeah, boss. Today I just want to let you know I think the Earth is flat. Like that's gonna help his career or be advantageous in any way.
Or for example, any of the people that manufacture the antennas for like any of the satellites, or that manufacture your GPS receivers in your cell phone.
Are those
like
people who are
Qualcomm
manufacturing? Yeah, right. Are those people who are manufacturing those parts? Are they putting the satellite on a rocket and sending it up, or are they in the factory just making parts?
Well, it involves engineers that design the parts, right?
Is it compartmentalized where you have some people make these items, and then those items get somewhere else, and they do something there, and then they get somewhere else, and they do something there, and none of them are working together necessarily, like in person. They're all like doing a separate thing on this item, and God knows where it goes.
We have a number of engineers that work on these parts because they're ever advancing, right?
Sure.
And you have work on thousands of companies that make them, right?
But do those engineers, or no, do those factory workers who work on them, do they go to the launch site and send up these satellites? No.
No, but it's that analogous though, like, because we're not talking about the people on the factory floor. We're talking about the developers.
Yeah. What about the people who write like the code?
right? These aren't open access codes. So your idea that there's somebody tricking them with the data, it doesn't add up. Like that, the person doing the tricking would have to have that code, know how to operate it, and be able to trick the person who developed it, right? The whole premise doesn't make any sense.
If I gave you
organization and a coding team, though, I don't know why he's saying it's soft. Go ahead, Grisk. I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
if I gave you a formula and I say these are the parameters, this is like how these things work. Here's the formula. Here's the math that you need, programmer, to do this, and then you do all your work based on this formula. It doesn't have to match reality. It just has to match what I give you. It's that simple.
What do you mean? There's people writing, like there's a team that'll develop a part, let's say spaceship, some part that needs to like turn the spaceship or do something to the spaceship. But then there's a team that develops the code to analyze that data, and they're not like publicly sharing that with everyone, right? So when the spaceship goes up, that team that developed the data is there to analyze the data to make sure that it's true and that their equipment is working properly. This idea that somebody is tricking them would require the person doing the tricking to have known what their code is, known how to operate it, and known how to simulate real data in a better way to fool the people that developed the program. Like it's so unrealistic with how things actually work.
Yes, but here's the problem in what you're saying is you're taking a lot of leaps and you're making a lot of assumptions.
Well,
Exactly.
simplifying, but go ahead, tell me what.
He's trying
Right.
to say. Go ahead, Grisk.
Like, I understand that you are simplifying it. I get that, but that in and of itself is the problem. Like, you don't actually have the record of handoffs, right? So, like, starting from 0 to completion, you don't have the record of like who did what, when, where, and how. Like, we don't know. Like, no one knows that, and no
People
one
have
can give you the
published these
information.
codes in scientific journals.
And what does that prove? That is like, you can write a code for anything and then
They're just
attach it to
process.
anything.
It's usage in the mission or whatever. And you see that they were there, they were part of the mission, right? You're the one making the leaps.
And those are the people sitting in the room looking at animations and simulations and saying, yeah, that simulation worked.
Yeah, but in order for that
Like,
to be
what?
true, right, there would have to be someone who somehow the person who developed the code, there'd have to be somebody who knows that code better and can trick them with a simulation into thinking that it's real data that they're seeing that they're going to publish
Jay,
about. That's not how it works. It's just not real.
It happens every single day, man.
Chris, let
Like,
me address that because I'm in the software development field. I don't know why he's saying that. He's saying like the entire coding team has to be in on the deception, and that's not true. When you're a
exactly.
developer, you're doing your one little piece of the puzzle for the development. Now you have a overview of what application is, but it's not like you know what all the blocks of coding are. There's hundreds and thousands of lines of coding for applications. What the entire team does not know all of the coding. It's a few developers on top that actually have the bigger picture. So it's actually, I will say, it is a handful of developers who are actually in on the deception. Just a handful. It's not like an entire team is in on the deception.
So you are saying that you're. Do you know that some of them actually publish those program codes?
Oh no, they
Engineering
publish them.
pieces,
So
We're done
what?
here.
right?
Pack it
So
up.
that other people can check it, right? So now you're saying the community at large is just that they're not good enough to tell that it was all fake, but somehow like none of this.
So the whole scientific community let the paper get published, or again, just a handful of individuals?
So now you're saying the peer reviewers were also.
So you can't answer the question.
they
Okay.
allowed-
No problem. He can't answer the
That's what
question,
you're
folks.
saying,
Go ahead.
right?
Nope.
So
No,
the
I didn't say those words.
The peer reviewers let it get published because they're.
I didn't say that. You did. But thanks.
Okay, then go ahead. Describe how it would get through the peer review process.
Man, this is your train wreck. I'm just watching.
Right, like when I write programs for the biological stuff I do, right? No one else really knows about those codes. Maybe some people on my team or my group may know a little bit about it, right? So how am I going to be fooled by the program that I wrote? Someone else would have to have more knowledge of the program, the data collecting process that I'm doing, and be sending data that simulated but somehow super realistic that I can't tell that it's a simulation. Develop guards in there for those kinds of things. Like none of this is all reality.
Well, the question is, how do you test your program?
Exactly. I was about to say that. I was literally about to say that. Like you test it against something. So once again, like I said before, I gave you a formula and you're testing it against my formula and it works because I gave you the formula. That's the whole point. It's like, see, it works. Works based off of what? The formula. Not reality, the formula that I gave you. It's that easy.
What if the code isn't?
It's also interesting, like
coding is more than just a formula.
I'm simplifying it.
Like Qualcomm, for example, they manufacture GPS receivers and cell phones. They have over 10,000 engineers that they employ. Like, I don't feel like all those engineers are left in the dark onto how what they're working on operates that they're currently developing. Like, how are you simultaneously in the dark of what you're developing and how it works? And you're able to develop it. I just don't how does that work?
Because there are many developers developing small pieces for the coding. They know what their piece's functionality is, whatever features assigned to them to develop. It's not like they're developing the entire GPS application.
Like, do they think that they're developing something, but it's actually not being developed? And then, like, the real secret developers come in?
Well, there
and
might
doing
be,
the real
there might be
code, or-
redundancies. There might be things that don't get used. Oh, hey, your shit worked. And then, and this is just me speculating, right? Again, just me speculating. I'm just trying to, use my critical thinking skills and not just believe what I'm told. But yeah, there could be any number of instances where somebody did some shit. This happens in business all the time. Somebody did some shit work and somebody else comes in and fixes it. You know what I'm saying?
And that's
Go
that's
ahead.
just Qualcomm. 10,000 years just at Qualcomm. That's just one of the companies that manufactures just GPS chips, and that's 10,000 people. Like, R&D involved in this stuff. Like, the numbers just don't make sense in this like large scale cover up. Like, we would have thought we'd have seen like some hard concrete evidence by now.
What do you mean by concrete evidence? What's your favorite piece of concrete evidence that say GPS does work globally with global presumption?
Hang on, isn't there like a
oh god,
an amateur GPS receiver? Like you can build a GPS receiver without having to download.
I don't know, man. I don't know
Yeah,
like
like there's enough
anything about
information.
that.
There's
All I
enough
know
information.
Listen,
there's enough information out there that you can build your own GPS receiver, and then you don't have to trust other people's code.
Okay, here's what I'll do. I'll go. Hold on, for the sake of this conversation, I'll real quick go grab mine because I already got one, and then I'll be back so that we can finish this. Oh wait, no one's doing that. So Pick something else. That's not evidence of anything. You can check on your own. It's not evidence of anything.
Well, he was asking for the evidence of this cover up on a large scale. But even on the, it falls apart on the
You're quite
small
low,
scale.
Jace. Your volume is quite low, Jace.
What's up? Is it any better?
Still low.
Has anybody heard of the Volkswagen scandal? I know
Yes.
Bacon, you spoke about it, remember? What was the
I
conclusion
do.
of that, Bacon? You remember in the end we concluded that it's very possible a small group of engineers on the top, software developers, deceived literally millions of buyers and also deceived the entire United States. You remember that whole convo we had?
Yes, I remember that convo. I remember what the situation was.
Yes.
So
yes.
that's yeah.
That is clear-cut evidence of compartmentalization and how very few can deceive quite literally millions. Just please apply that to NASA and other aspects.
Yeah, but I can't just ignore the difference in the situations. So like
I get it.
the one I just mentioned, if you can build your own GPS receiver without having to trust anyone else's code.
Okay,
then,
but that's the GPS receiver. It's nothing. It's not the receiver that's the issue. It's the transmitter.
Wait, no. Of course not.
What do you mean, no?
Let me ask you something, guys, about GPS, right? So I just took off my Wi-Fi and my internet for my cell phone, right? I have no internet at all. If I go to Google Maps, it doesn't work because I don't have internet, correct? I can't even use my GPS right now without internet, correct?
No, it does. It does work. Mine does. Mine works at least. Like if you have the maps downloaded, the GPS still works even if you don't have internet.
It depends on the phone. Some are strictly GPS. Some are integrated GPS and cell tower. It depends on the model you have.
Yeah, but I can put my phone on airplane mode and the GPS still works.
It's airplane mode though. You still have your Wi-Fi and or your internet, cell phone internet service on, like the top one.
No, that's what
I can
airplane
put.
mode
I can
does.
put it. I can put it on airplane mode and turn off the Wi-Fi, and it still works. Because when I put on airplane mode, the Wi-Fi
doesn't work actually. Mine's
Sorry?
when I take for my phone and I take off everything, no GPS works. Not Google Maps, not Waze, not any GPS.
Oh, of course. I mean, there's extra data than just your location that those apps use. For example, the information of the mapping of your of your surroundings, that might come from the internet. So if you don't have access to internet, then that won't work. But if you have the cached or downloaded, then you can still get where you are. The map might be out. The maps might be outdated. There might not be information about the traffic. Go ahead.
Satellite can't catch my location.
The satellite doesn't catch your location. GPS is passive.
That makes no sense, bro.
Yeah, GPS is passive. The satellites don't know where you are. It just sends information to everyone, and you use that information to figure out where you are. The satellite doesn't know that. That's why the fact that you can build your own receiver, that's really something. Because you're not communicating with the satellite; you're just listening. It's a passive. It's a passive action.
Which phones would this work on? Because what you mentioned that it doesn't work for certain phones.
Well, you have to determine what. So different phones have different GPS receiver chips, different models. You'd have to Google your phone, and then you'd have to find out what chipset the receiver is, and what it was designed to do.
Get that? I have an app on my phone that gives me access to almost all the sensors that it has. And one of those is the GPS receiver. So if I can turn off everything, because the app isn't showing me any maps or anything that requires the internet, it just showing me the data of the sensors. I can turn off every connection, Bluetooth, the the tower ship and the Wi-Fi, all that, and I can still get my location, my speed, and my direction, and I even managed to do that in an airplane.
Yeah, you can even buy a USB dongle for like $10 and download a GPS program, and you can view the raw satellite data coming in your computer. You can unplug the internet from your computer and view the raw satellite data coming in.
Kind of got diverted from talking about whether there's conspiracies to this GPS, and we whistled past one important conspiracy, and that was WMDs in Iraq.
Yeah, but that's like boring. So what? There were no WMDs in Iraq. What does that have to do with like geologists and astrophysicists? And
Well, it's evidence that the government does, quote unquote, what we call cover-ups. I think that's what Parr's original point was. Like, where's evidence of any cover-up? And that's exactly what we were trying to provide.
yeah, I agree with you. The government does a bunch of shady, sketchy shit, and you should be skeptical of them. I don't see the relevance that has with like physicists and chemists and biologists and geologists, etc. The people actually making the claims about these things.
Okay, I'm just going to give you one topic, CV19.
CD, you talking about COVID?
Correct, in which many experts in the field were wrong about something.
Okay, well, I don't know how much we're able to
I'm just
go
giving you an
into this,
example.
but what were they wrong about? Because right, I'm one of those people who works in that field. It would be news to me that we were wrong about something.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Do you know the death ticker that was broadcasted on the television, the infected numbers? Was that accurate in your opinion? Like, or, yeah, what's your opinion? Was it 99% accurate? Because my evidence that it's extremely inaccurate would be that anybody that tested positive with it, if they die, it's counted as a COVID death. But that is my evidence of inflation, for example, the numbers being inflated, in which most doctors didn't even know that. What do you think about that?
Well, I was more referring to like the actual literature, right? Like, yeah, those trackers of how many people died and stuff, right? They're estimates. There's different ways to do those estimates, and there's like confidence intervals that should be reported with that, but the media likely doesn't do that kind of thing. As far as like different people dying of different causes and being considered COVID deaths, I mean, I've seen some things on that. I don't think it was like as widespread as maybe you think it was, but
how many flu deaths that year?
It's not what I think it was. Is if they are claiming, like, I'll drop the video for you in the chat of she works for the healthcare field. I'm not saying she's specifically a doctor. She might represent like some hospital or something. She clearly stated, if you test positive with CV19 and you die of anything, you are labeled as a CV death. So it's not like it's a conspiracy. It's real. That's exactly what happened, and that's clear evidence of numbers being inflated. And I guess leads to my point of fucking cover-ups.
yeah, but
They're
the thing is,
deceitful
right?
numbers presented on the screen.
Yeah,
Deceitful.
but the thing is, it wasn't as widespread widespread as you're trying to make it seem. Like different, at least here in America, different states had different criteria for like what they, and this was at first, right, when they're still trying to figure things out. And this is more of the medical side rather than the like biologist, biochemist side. But they're still trying to develop criteria for how to report these things. And in my state specifically, they only reported COVID deaths if you died from the symptoms of the virus.
Yo, stop
Like if you
saying the
died, if you
C. Stop
tested
saying the C
positive.
word, the V word. Hold on, Jace. Stop. You just said two keywords back to back. Can we just switch topics, please?
Never mind. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry for
Or
even bringing.
you're just saying. I mean, you can do it, but not when Jace is just dropping all the words. Like we can't do that.
No, Jeremy, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. It's just like if you don't realize that whole medical BS that happened to us was really deceitful, then I don't think anything I'll say
It
will make sense.
wasn't as deceitful as you're making it out to be, which is what my point was. It was the states were developing different criteria. It was primarily at first, and in the state I was in, there was a set criteria that was not deceitful in any kind of way for how those things were reported. So this claim that it was this large scale
That's just one
deception
point of
just
mine.
it's
Yeah,
not right.
I got one point. I got one point. Zombies are dangerous, guys. Look out for zombies.
They are.
Made the statement, Jace, that wasn't as deceitful as you say it is deceitful. Kind of doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you're trying to make it out as this large scale deceit, and it wasn't. Right, like I said, there were some states in the beginning when they were just learning things about this, were trying to develop criteria. They may have had bad criteria at first, but it was a small amount of states. At least here in America, the state I was in had from the beginning had a very spot on criteria for how the deaths would be reported, and there was no deceit in any way, shape, or form on what they were reporting. So trying to say it was this large scale deception, that's not just my state. There were multiple other states that were the same thing. There were some that had kind of iffy criterias at first, like but I don't think they were trying purposely to deceive people. They were just trying to figure things out at first.
So making people and having mandates, depending on state. Yeah, I agree with you. Depending on state, is not deceitful. Trying to get people to take this medical device, in which we now know doesn't work. There's like no deception there, in your opinion.
You don't know that, man. That's a
Ew.
claim. You don't know that it doesn't work. The evidence is strongly against you on that point.
Okay, from my personal, I will admit I haven't read anybody. Just from my personal life, anybody I ask it who took it, if you got sick again, the answer is yes. Like literally 99% of people in my life. So I'm not. That's my personal evidence, my personal actual experience. If I go to everybody in my gym who took it and ask them,
Yeah,
everybody in
but
my workplace, and I have actually, and they all said yes. So
yeah, but you gotta those are anecdotes. So you have to look at large quantities of
of course, I
evidence.
get it. Yeah, I know. That's why I said from my personal experience, if 99% of everybody I know who took it got sick, I can logically conclude it could be the same everywhere else. Matter of fact, it pretty much
No,
was.
you
What
can't.
about
That's
anybody here who
because
took
you're
it? Have you
relying
gotten
on
sick?
anecdote. That's what I'm saying.
Seems pretty logical for me to draw that conclusion. If everybody in New York who took it got it, what conclusion do you want me to draw from that? It only happened in New York? Come on. Anyways, let's stop
We
talking about it
actually,
because we're gonna get Jeremy flagged there or whatever. Like, it's
I
fucked
don't know.
up.
I just took a phone call. Did anyone just say the C or the V word?
No.
All right.
I believe sometimes we say it, we don't even realize it. But I didn't.
I know.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
Well, it's not illegal to say those words. It's against Discord's terms of service to spread false or misinformation about it, but just saying the words are not a crime.
Yeah, but even when you say the stuff that the mainstream is saying about it, they still will fuck you up. So let's not even talk about it. Let's move on. How about that?
No, Jeremy's right. If I post an article that says the word in it, the article isn't posted on this chat on this server just because it says the word. Even if it's an article supporting, your guy's side, can't even post an article on this server.
Well, I've posted articles about it, and they post, someone will go and delete them, one of the mods, afterwards. But in order to get in trouble, someone would have to report the server, the post, or the person, whatever, and then Discord would look into it at that point. And I hear
Not
their
my
looking
experience.
into process is pretty shitty.
Well, like in the regards of like determining what's effective and what's not, because there's going to be plenty of things in our lives that we're not going to know if they're effective or not, and we have to be able to discern that. We're going to receive a lot of conflicting information, and so a good way to do that is like a meta-analysis or a systematic review. Determining what the conclusions of those two things are is a great way of determining like what the truth of something is because they analyze, dozens, hundreds of studies at one time, and they eliminate things based on bias or poor study design. And they're at our fingertips. All of us in this room right now have access to like essentially the conclusions of all meta-analysis and systematic reviews that have ever been done. And like, let's say you just go onto Google Bard and you're like, hey, can you tell me like the systematic reviews and meta-analysis for aspirin and like its effectiveness, and it'll tell you how many there were, what the results were. It can give you the study link. You can go look it up yourself, go on Sci-Hub. So that's a great way to determine like what the truth is if like you're receiving conflicting information.
Yeah, exactly. We also do like post rollout surveillance, which is like basically it's like a phase 4 trial of like the whole population that the thing is rolled out to, right? And though it's good to look at those reports as well, because that's, accounting for a much larger population.
Well, on paper, it sounds like you guys got your ducks in a row. So I guess it's up to the layman to really check into it, huh?
Remember when Biden was saying if you're on V, you're gonna die? Pretty much literally said that in 2021. That's exactly what they were broadcasting all over the news. If you're on V, you're gonna die. It's gonna be the death of the un-Vs. I don't know if y'all recall that, but I just laughed at it.
Yeah, but Biden isn't like a biochemist.
I know, bro. I know.
Biologist.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. This feels like I'm not getting any budge of any deception from you, even though I provided real evidence for it.
Oh, I agree with you. The media is often wrong. Even the president of the United States says wrong things all the time. That's why when it comes to scientific matters, you should be going to the primary scientific literature to make your judgments.
I mean, that's a place to go. You got to remember, you got to get all the information. So that's a place to go.
Yeah.
But
yeah, is that put forth by Big Pharma? That medical information you just said, Jay? Just yes or no, please. Have a follow-up question. Don't go on a big monologue.
Some of it is, but a lot of it is independent academics as well.
All right. Do you think it's good? Do you think Big Pharma is trustworthy? Trustworthy source? No bias or anything there.
Well, that's why these safeguards are in place, right? Like we don't just take Big Pharma's word. We have academics at institutions and universities check what Big Pharma is saying.
So you're saying Big Pharma can't get over on us then? They're totally trustworthy because we got people checking them and everything's legit. That's
No,
fucking
I think the
stupid.
past dictates that there can be some loopholes that they exploit, but it's not a common thing. And the reason why we know about these things is because we have these other universities and institutions that check Big Pharma and are like, hey, what is this shenanigans that's going on? And then they report it, and there's processes, right? Because we check.
Jace, you don't think there was any deception involved in that whole thing?
About reporting the deaths.
The whole thing, the putting on the things on our faces and deaths, and you don't think that there was any kind of cover up or deception involved in any of that? I think it was
No,
all on the up and up.
no.
Okay.
Like what's the molecular biologist at Caltech, right? What are they going to benefit from telling you to put a mask on your face? Like, what benefit do they get from that? From deceiving you?
I never said that some guy from Caltech, was telling me that. I'm just saying that he told us to put something on our faces, and then later learned that was according to people that were high up in the whole thing, that was totally ineffective.
I mean, masks are
I mean, there's
very
conflict of interest.
demonstrated.
Sorry, there's conflict of interest everywhere. I mean, how do we know the guy at Caltech didn't have money in the manufacturing stock of a Chinese place that manufactured masks? I mean, you don't fucking know. What
Exactly.
benefit would he have? Are you divining his fucking thoughts, or do you know his whole life story?
It's not just one person.
Do you want us to guess? Do you want us to guess?
That's
It's
the
not just
beauty.
one person.
That's the beauty of being able to analyze large amounts of research from various different biases. Like someone they may have wanted a study to say X. Another guy might have wanted a study to say something entirely different. But if you analyze large quantities of studies, it removes that bias of, like, let's say I have stock in whatever company.
Yep.
Yep. So no bias. Everything's legit. Big Pharma's all legit. Everything's on the up and up. We would know if something was fucked up. That sounds legit.
Yeah, when things are fucked up, it's not people on Discord. It's not people on Discord who discover it. It's the scientists in the field, the other people in the field that discover these things.
I hear you. They would have found out if Big Pharma was fucking us over, and everything's legit. Big Pharma's totally legit. I hear you. That's fucking stupid as fuck, but I hear what you're saying.
Ace, do you work for Big Pharma?
Silly.
I'm not being silly. It's dumb as fuck. Thinking Big Pharma's legit and they're all on up and up, and nothing shady's going on because there's other independent people that would have taught it.
Well, those are two different claims, like Big Pharma being legit in general, right? Or like a specific.
They have to be legit. We would have caught them.
Being deceptive.
We would have caught them if they weren't.
Because, like, they've sold, like, opiates to, like, the general public for a long period of time. Like, that fucked over a lot of people.
Ace, do you work for Big Pharma?
I work at a university, but I work in my research is in the pharmaceutical industry, and I do like consultant work sometimes for some of the companies.
So do they give you grants, or how does that work? How do they pay for all that?
Sometimes if I'm doing something directly for them, then they're gonna pay for it. but right when I say independent people in the field, right at that point, I'm no longer an independent person in the field if I'm doing work for them and they're paying for it. But if I'm just doing my regular research, that will usually come from a grant. It's a standard grant, or I could look for a private investor, which is rare, but you can look for them. And the grant doesn't come from the company. There's different kinds of grants, but some of them are like government funded, some of them are like public funds.
Yo, what do you think about the CDC's investigation in relation to myocarditis and this, the C blah blah blah?
You're talking in relation to
Getting
I
the B,
can't
yeah,
say the word.
yeah,
Yeah, I
getting the
think
V, getting the
it
V.
was yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I think
they're
it
currently
was
investigating this. Yeah, yeah, kind of.
yeah, I definitely think that you should be looking into the different kind of side effects that can be reported.
Was that reported in the trials? Do you know as possible myocarditis happening, or is that something that we're now investigating about 2 years later?
Well, right, when I originally looked into the myocarditis things, this was quite a bit of time ago. Some
2021, yeah, they said there was no relation, but 2 years later, now they're saying they're actually looking into it. Fortunately,
yeah, right. When I was reading studies about it, some of them were looking into it wasn't just myocarditis. They're looking into ranges of side effects, both during the trials and during the surveillance periods as well.
so if let's say they confirm, I'm being hypothetical. Let's say the CDC actually comes out and confirms there is a relationship between it, then would you say those trials were not accurate at that point? I would say yes. At that point, those trials.
I turned it back. I just turned the live stream back on. So I don't know.
I know it's tough to like.
Yeah,
Really
I mean, if
got to
you guys
watch
want to
what
use
we're saying with that
yeah.
topic.
I mean, technically, if you use code words, it should be all right. But I don't know. I just came back. You guys, it just sounded like you were right in the heat of it. So I just wanted to make sure. But we're back live now. So, but yeah, just wanted to check on that.
I told them to stop saying the words. I came into it and they were reckless with it. I know. Let's just change it up and talk about something else.
Jace, is it possible for for scientists to make water using the H2O and blending them?
What do you mean?
Create water using those elements that water is supposedly made up of.
Yeah, you want to make water. They're like organic chemistry, right? A lot of the side products of hydrolysis reactions is two hydrogens and an oxygen get removed from the molecules reacting and they form into water.
So it's been done and we can produce it, we can make water, yeah? If we join these elements, is it possible to join them together without an explosion?
Yes, if you do like an amino acid synthesis or coupling, where you couple two amino acids together, your reaction products will be the formation of a di amino acid and the formation of water without an explosion.
Because you're essentially creating a water molecule, aren't you, out of those elements? Because the next stage down below that are the atoms, right?
Yeah, originally one of the hydrogens and one hydrogen is attached to each amino acid, one on the amine, one on the carboxylic acid, and then the oxygen is attached to the carboxylic acid on one of the amino acids. And when you string them together, that oxygen will fall off and the two hydrogens will fall off and they'll form into water.
Wow. It sounds like a life-saving invention, as if anyone could produce a device that could just do that. Like, you could
What do you mean?
save a lot of lives.
But I have like a sink that I could just go get water from. I don't need to rely on organic synthesis to get water.
Yeah, but you might have to do that if you're on Mars, though, right?
Yeah, I guess in certain circumstances you may need to synthesize your own water, but I feel like they'd be very limited. Right, one of James Tour's favorite arguments is how do you make proteins in water, because one of the products of stringing amino acids together is the formation of water, the synthesis of water. So how do you synthesize water in water, right? So I mean, he would say that you can certainly synthesize water. But yeah, for the purposes of going to Mars, I mean that's probably not the way you would want to be making water. If you had to like chemically synthesize it, you probably wouldn't want to have to do organic reactions to do that. But there's other ways with like electricity and stuff to do it as well.
Yeah, we've like never had greater power than we do now to determine if like something is bullshit or not. Like you can just talk to an AI chatbot and ask for like the available evidence on like pH water. If it's like beneficial for you, you can like instantly find out.
Wait, you're serious? You just said that?
Yeah.
Sorry. So you're going to ask artificial intelligence for something about the real world?
Well, kind of. It's like it's providing you with all the available research on the subject in an instantaneously, essentially.
And there's no way that it could be biased. It's all above board.
Well, I mean, you can check it. Like you can go to Sci-Hub, and it'll give you the document identifying number, and you don't have to trust. You can verify it, and then you can go to Sci-Hub, look it up yourself, and verify the conclusion.
Oh, well, that settles it for me then. I'm going to go to AI for everything I'll ever need for the rest of my life. Thank you, sir. Gosh, that's easy. Fucking A.
Can I ask it, did we go to the moon? And if it says yes, it gives me the video footage, then we went to the moon.
Do you guys know what an argument ad absurdum is?
No,
Right.
but I'm sure you're going to say that I
wasn't.
just made one. Yeah. Go ahead. Say that
Yes,
what I did
you did.
was go off into the weeds instead of provide evidence that AI is not biased, which is now my claim that AI is biased.
But he's not. He didn't say anything about the AI and its bias. What he said is it can provide you a starting point for researching a topic. Now, if it was me personally doing the research, like, yeah, sure, that's a fine place to start with an AI thing, but I would definitely be, looking through university libraries and Google Scholar and things like that to try to find a more broad, if you think the you're looking at a bias, more broad scale.
Right. So you don't think that the AI would try to find information that more went along the lines of what's usually said to be true, right? So, like
I
for
have
instance,
no idea.
for instance, if I
Personally,
have, hold on, for instance, if I have 74 published papers on something that's complete nonsense, but I have 2 papers published that refute that nonsense, which do you think is going to get more hits? Which topic?
but his argument was not that you should go with the one that gets more hits and just, end there, conclude that that's correct and move on. I don't think that's what he was saying.
Okay, that's good. Paradolia, I hope that's not what you were saying. I just wanted to make sure that we're all, got our thinking caps on. Appreciate it.
All right. What else we got, guys? Do we ever get any of that real footage from India, or we just got the cartoon? They just landed some shit on the moon, right? This should be the biggest video going out right now. No? And does anyone have it? No one's got it? Really? Did they put it out? Did they not put it out? All right, good talk, guys.
Like, what do you guys think the different industries would be required for, like, keeping a secret?
Compartmentalization. What else do you need? What do you mean, what industries?
Yeah, like,
You need shit to be compartmentalized and only on a need-to-know basis. Like, we're going to let every guy that makes a screw for a rocket know that the rockets aren't really going into space. We're trashing them in the ocean or something. Like, I don't think that's necessary.
No, I'm just talking about the industry. Like, so like you'd have like satellite, right? You'd have potentially, arguably, airline. Like what else? Like what other industry could be like potentially impacted? Like, would it be like oil and gas? Would that be like? I'm just trying to think of all the different.
I don't even know what the question is now. What's the question?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out like what industries would need to like be involved in essentially like deceiving or lying, if it wasn't
About what?
like the nature of the Earth, if it wasn't as what we're told, I guess.
Oh, if we were in a globe, how many people would need to be on it? You're asking?
Well, just like what different industries, I guess, would.
I wouldn't count industries. I would just count people, because industries, like, there could be a whole industry that's in on it where there's only 2 people now.
Yeah, but how do you know how many people if you don't know the specific industries or like what people they are? You know what I mean?
Let's go over the list. How many people need to know that they're fake in a globe? Go ahead. Who's your number one giraffe pick?
I would say millions.
No, give me a specific. I don't do ambiguity here. I don't personally. Some people may do.
You just
but
said a few people, though.
Let's be specific. Who do you think needs to be in on it? Who are those millions of people? Specifically, who?
Like engineers that develop a technology that would be involved in the deception, I guess.
So guys that are building or designing what? What engineers? Bro, can you be specific? Or if not, it's cool. I don't have to do this, but if you can,
Okay,
can you be
yeah. So
specific?
like in the oil and gas industry, for example, like the gravimeters, where they detect pockets of gases, like they would have to be on it, right? Because those wouldn't work essentially the way they say they work, or the manufacturers of the gravimeters, right? They wouldn't
Just
work
one
the
at a
same way.
time, bro. One at a time. Guys that check for oil and gas with gravimeters have to be in on it. If the Earth's not a globe, they would have to be in on it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Why? The effect is the effect. Why would they have to be in on it?
Well, they would have to know where these pockets were, what caused the instrument to determine these pockets where were they that they were, what
Yeah,
phenomenon
they get a
was the
different reading
result.
on the They get a different reading on the gravimeter, and they say, "Oh, this might be a good spot to dig," and then they dig there. How do they have to be in on it if it's a globe or not? It doesn't even make sense. That's not.
Well, they'd have to be aware of the
It's not even
phenomena
realistic.
that impacts the machine, right?
They get a reading on their machine. They're like, oh, it's different here. This might be a good spot to dig. Maybe they look at some other information on why that might be a good spot to dig, and then they either do or don't dig there. I don't know why they would have to be in on the deception. It doesn't even make sense. Do you have a group of people that actually makes sense for them to be in on it?
Yeah, like who makes GPS components?
So the guy at the factory drilling in screws, soldering wires, he needs to be in on the fact that it's not a globe.
Well, like the engineers, the R&D department, the people that design it.
So the guys that design GPS devices, they make a little box and put some and decide where to put all the screws and the stuff. They're just putting a blueprint out, if you will, or a spec, and then you think they have to be in on it?
Well, yeah, because they would be designing like the antennas, like the specifics of what radio signals the antennas receive, the orientation of said radio antennas, the mathematics behind it. They're developing.
Yeah,
they're also competing with other companies who do the same thing around the globe to put it in like smartphones and all other applications, trying to reduce their costs and increase their effectiveness.
Yeah.
They would definitely
design them. No, they would definitely not have to be on it. These guys design a box or a device to get a signal. They definitely don't have to be in on it, and definitely would not be in on it.
So if the satellite didn't exist up there, right? Let me just make sure we're on the same page. Like the flat.
Oh, we're on the same page. We're on the same page, bro. Satellite GPS receivers get a signal. Guys that design the GPS devices don't need to be in on it. They make a device that gets a signal. That's all they do.
Yeah, but where's the signal coming from?
Who cares, bro? Do you realize that the guys designing the GPS devices don't have to be in on it?
Who cares?
Where's the signal? Where the signal's coming from is a whole different argument as to who needs to be in on it argument.
That's the core of the argument. Like
That's not the core of the argument. The core of the argument is who needs to be in on it. Guys that design things, that boxes, that devices that get a signal, they don't need to be in on it, dude. Not even close. You have a group of people that need to be in on it that actually makes sense or not?
I'm telling you about it.
Do you want me to help you?
You're telling me that all that engineers do is design boxes where screws go. That's your extent of the knowledge of how engineers design GPS systems.
There's a signal coming. They design a box or a device to get the signal. They don't have to be in on if the Earth is a globe or not. They're just designing a box that gets a signal. That's the extent of what they do. Yeah, a signal's coming. Would be where from where is irrelevant.
It would be different.
That's not even an argument of where.
Communicate.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, Jeremy, they would have to have two-way communication to actually need to know where the signal's coming from.
No, they don't.
It doesn't matter where the signal's coming from. It's absolutely irrelevant to the topic.
It's entirely relevant.
Who would need to be in on it?
They're designing the parameters of where the signal is coming from. How would they even know what size antenna to get? How would they know where to orient it? How would they know what to power it with? Would they know any of this stuff if they didn't have an understanding of where the signal was coming from or the parameters of the signal or signals?
There's a signal. It has a strength. They know how big the strength is for how big of an antenna they need. They don't need to be in on it, dude. This is just not even coherent. I mean, I'm just going to back up. Unless you have an actual real group of people that would absolutely need to be in on it. Do you want my help? I could give you a group of people that would have to be in on it.
Well, here's the thing. You could compare notes, right? Jeremy could send his list of people who would have to be in on it, and then Paradoli could send his list, and y'all could, compare and contrast about who would really have to be in on it to pull this off.
Well, I mean, so far his list, they don't really have to be in on it. Everything he's given so far.
No,
I mean,
but that's what you're saying, though.
No, but that's just a fact. Like, they wouldn't have to be in on it. There's a signal coming. It doesn't matter where it's from. It has a strength. They know how big the antenna needs to be to pick up that strength of a signal. They design a device to get that signal, and voila, they're all done. They're not. You think there's guys coming to them like, "Hey, it's not a globe. Keep it on the low."
Do they have to know if they've made any changes, like as far as like hardware or software on these signal propagation stations?
I'm sorry. Repeat it.
Like, what if they changed the GPS satellite software or hardware? Would the people that design these receivers need to know about that?
Dude, what are you saying? They changed the GPS signal to hardware or software? What the fuck does that even mean, dude? It's a signal coming from the sky. Bro, do you have something? Okay, I'm just gonna back out. Go ahead, guys.
Test one. Test 1 2.
Yeah, we hear you, Zanuck.
Zanuck, you're interrupting, Zanuck. Oh, he left. Oh, he dropped out. Even when nobody's talking, Zanuck has got to still be interrupting, probably somewhere. He's interrupting the silence.
Yeah, he didn't even attempt to answer that. Who is that guy? Yeah, there's no claim there at all for who would have to be in on it at all so far.
What are you talking about? There would need to be so many people in on it.
You can't
name one. Name one person.
You can't name one?
The engineers just of one company.
That's another lie.
Qualcomm.
Nope.
Just one chip manufacturer. There's over 10,000.
No,
just
all engineering has to do with something that's presupposed. So engineering's presupposed, zero conspiracy. Next.
They just say the words presuppose and everything's
You don't
good.
even have a
Just
claim.
make money.
You don't even have a claim. You can't tell us one thing they have to do. It's that
Do they
easy.
take like the word on a piece of paper
don't have a-
presupposed
no,
to
you
the
don't even
bank
have a claim.
and then they just like get money?
It's called blueprints. Have you ever heard of them? It's called schematics. It's called technology. Have you ever heard of it?
Who gives them those schematics?
And guess
the CIA?
what? You don't
Like, how
have
does
a
that work?
claim. Exactly. You don't have
That's
a
the
claim.
word I was looking for earlier.
Next one.
Schematics. I couldn't think of it.
So there's
I'll
just a
give you
bunch of
10
engineers that don't
They admit
engineer
it.
things.
You don't have a
and-
claim. They admit it. So there's no claim from you. They admit that it's based off
Oh wait,
of
you're
technology.
the
You won't let me talk. It's
Relax,
okay.
XO.
He won't let me
Just
talk.
relax.
It's okay. You continue, Jeremy. He's scared to death. That's fine.
You're all fired up, XO. Just relax a little bit. We can
Yeah.
go over this calmly.
Jeremy, I used to work for the Department of Defense. He plays with Legos. Thanks. Have a good one.
How do you know he plays with Legos?
Infantry
I can tell by the way he sounds.
in the
if
army.
lucky, he probably doesn't eat them. If he has any answer at all for anything, Jeremy, just let me know. Thanks.
Army infantry technically work for the Department of Defense, so.
Oh, what
there's
is
that.
infantry? What does infantry have to do with me? That was easy.
I mean, saying
You're
that
just
you
making
work
stuff
for the
up?
Department of Defense is like.
Right.
saying
What
that
does
you're
that have to do?
there.
What does that have to do with me? Yeah, you're just making stuff up and babbling. You're nowhere even capable of even trying to give an answer, Jeremy. He has to make it about me now. He'll never even attempt to answer you with any relevance. No claim.
Bro, do you want help on the list of people that would need to be in on it? Like, seriously, I will help you because I feel bad at this point.
Do you
that
need
your
help
list
in
is so bad.
understanding how they would need to be in on it? Because I feel like you
No,
don't
I just-
understand at this point.
The last thing we said was, what if they changed the GPS signal from hardware to software? You want to elaborate on that, or do you want help with your list? Because your list
Yeah, like
sucks.
what if they change the code in the propagation? Like, would engineers need to be aware of that somehow? Like, who's developing that? Is it all the CIA that's developing it? And there's handing the schematic to engineers. Engineers are completely in the dark into what they're developing. Apparently, I guess they don't understand what they're developing.
So you want to change your thing from what if they change from what if they change it from hardware to software to what if they change the code? Because
Yeah, like,
that
what
does
if they
make more
change
sense.
any of the parameters of the entire system, they would need to be in on it. Like it's not they're
Nope,
not just
they
like
would-
getting a schematic on building a box with screws. They're
No,
developing.
there would just be a change. There would just be a change in the code, and the software developers or whoever's designing the software for the GPS devices would have to know the code, and they would just be given the code. No one's still in on it. Still, no one's in on it. Do you want help, bro? I feel bad, honestly. Do you want me to just tell you who would have to be in on it?
Tell me.
Well, I'll give you one. Let's do one more shot. We'll do baseball. 3 strikes and you're out. Do you have another one that would actually have to be in on it for sure?
I mean, there's endless quantities.
Give me your best one. What is your best one who would absolutely have to be in on it if Earth wasn't a globe?
Endless.
Let's try airline.
Oh God, bro! I can give you a reason why airlines don't know what the fuck's going on, but you clearly haven't heard my leading the target Coriolis argument. But I'll play along. How do the airlines have to be in on it?
They have to know where to go, where they can't go, right?
Okay, so they plot a heading and they go there. What do you mean they have to know where to go? Of course they have to know where to go.
Well, I mean, they're in danger of like flying into like bad areas, right? You can't go to Antarctica. You can't fly over it. Apparently, can't like. Are they in danger of like flying off the side of the Earth?
Bro, seriously?
Are you
Yeah,
all right?
they're in total danger. All the pilots have to be in on it because they're in total danger of flying off the edge of flat Earth. Yep, that's it. You got us.
No, the airlines. Airlines are different than all the pilots.
The airlines, they'd absolutely have to be in on it to make sure they don't fly off the edge of flat Earth. Yeah.
CEO
Are you trolling us?
the CEO of Delta. Yeah, CEO of Delta knows all about it, man.
I mean, bro, are you serious? Listen, have you heard my leading the target argument for the Coriolis effect?
No.
I don't know. Do you guys want to hear it? There's not really a lot going on. So unless anyone has anything else, I haven't done this in a while. So, all right. You got a few minutes? This might take a couple minutes, especially because you're going to be fighting me the whole way.
Can you make it like really like I'm a 5-year-old real quick?
I mean, this is the Coriolis effect. I don't know if 5-year-olds are going to know what inertial and non-inertial frames are. So. I can't do it for a 5-year-old now.
Okay, maybe we just skip it.
Okay. That's fine. I could do it for like a 15-year-old, maybe. I don't know. You have to know what inertial and non-inertial frames are.
Paradolia, are you roasting yourself right now? If it can't be.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Well, I'm not trying to spend 5 minutes on a point that doesn't demonstrate what we're talking about.
It does. It demonstrates. It demonstrates the fact that not only are the airlines not in. I don't know. It's definitely it demonstrates a point about the way the planes fly to show that it's not a spinning globe.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I heard a guy got fired for questioning the whether or not the Earth's a globe. The bag checker, man, it's all over the place. Everybody's in on it.
The bag checkers, the CEO, the stewardesses.
Right. That's right.
Millions, billions, and zillions of people got to be in on this. I mean, bro, dude. Do you want? I don't know. I can't do it for a 5-year-old. Do you want help on your list? I can help your list. Like I could tell you people who would have to be in on it.
Okay, who's in on it?
Well, probably like I don't know, astronauts. Maybe that would be like the top of my list of who would have to be in on it. Astronauts.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, they need to know. I mean, yeah.
They probably need to know maybe at least the guys that went to the moon. Like some astronauts would probably have to be on it in my opinion.
Who else?
The ones that show on the screen, right, Jeremy? Those ones for sure know. Or unless they tell them, well, we're gonna film this because for some reason we cannot be sending people up there willy nilly or whatever, you know.
Well, I'm just saying, Buzz knows if he went to the moon or not. Maybe not because he's wasted, but Neil and them, they knew if they went to the moon or not, most likely, unless they were in some kind of, unless they fucked with their mind or some shit. But
like all you gotta do is think about the dynamics of knowledge on any company that you have worked in your life, right? You don't know anything from the person who is above you knows more than you, and that person that his superior knows more, right? And there's always just one guy at the top who knows absolutely everything. Right? And if
let
you
me
have
just
two managers, one doesn't know what the other manager knows. Like, it's really simple to compartmentalize. Go ahead.
real quick, does anyone disagree with my opinion that the astronauts would have to be in on this whole globe deception thing? At least some of the astronauts. Like, is there any one of the flat earthers that disagrees with that? See how easy that was, Paradolia? That's a good start right there. Now we're fucking cooking.
Yeah, we are.
Right?
We got one.
We're cooking. We got one. We have a group of people that probably have to be in on it now. Not the guy that makes the screws for the GPS devices.
Yeah, we've established astronauts. Who else?
The reason that I come here and defend the not globe Earth paradigm is because I'm paid shill from NASA. Okay, this is how this works. I'm so adamant about defending the truth that but I'm controlled op. That's what it is. Easy peasy. That's all of us, right? That's why we stayed silent.
No, it's because I gave a realistic answer. It's because I gave a realistic answer on a group of people that would actually have to be in on it. That's why, not this.
At first glance, Jeremy, but they don't know.
Wait a minute. Does your list end at astronauts? Is that what we're?
Not at all.
It hasn't started
No.
yet.
That's the first. That's the most likely. That's the most reasonable. Like, you're not going to get a lot of people that would disagree to that. That's what I'm saying.
Except for me, Jeremy, which we'll get to when you're ready.
He's an imposter.
So what happened, Jeremy?
There's a chance. Hold on,
Jeremy. I mean, we can talk about it. Go ahead.
Wait. I want to hear why he disagreed with you, Jeremy. I want to hear his point.
Okay. Yeah,
right,
no,
so they
fine.
don't have.
I would just. Go ahead, XL. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, they would not have to be in on it because just like the people that you talk to, right, Jeremy, when you're speaking to them, they'll say, "Oh no, that's really not true. We can't trust our eyes." So it's very hot. It's very easy at the upper echelon of, government employees. They only pick the most loyal people, Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, you've been in the Air Force now for 11 years. I'm Colonel Most. I need you to come in this room because we're recruiting special people for our special ops, really super awesome underground, whatever they call it. We don't know. And then they're going to bring you in and say, yeah, we've been making contact with aliens, and this is a secret we haven't been able to tell anybody for obvious reasons. And the planet is much bigger than we thought, blah, 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 whatever lie they need. And they go along with it and say, oh, yeah, I'm a hero. And then they get paid extra money and they think they're heroes. And they go along with the conspiracy, having no idea the lie they're living, because they're not going to go to space anyway. They're not going to go to space and turn around and look at Earth and go, oh yeah, it's not what they told us. They're still being lied to, and they're still helping them lie. It's not about evidence. It's about the thoughts.
Hold on. Hold on.
All right.
That's not even close to the list of talking points.
Yeah, for people that live on the cartoon world.
I think you misunderstood Jeremy, though. He was referring to as the subject of going into space, right? Astronauts, they're presenting themselves as if they were in space. So they have to know if they're acting behind a screen or they are actually
that wasn't the question. That is not the question. That's not what he posed. That is not the question.
That's what I took.
No, let me finish. I didn't say we're not talking about if they're faking space. We're using the F word. Almost none of them are flat earthers at all, period. No, it's a different deception. Go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. We're talking about who would have to be in. hold on, man. We're talking about who would have to be in on it. It would be hard to make Buzz, Neil, and them think they landed on the moon without them being in on it, right? Like, you have a way for that to happen, or because the way you said they were in on it, they pulled their Patriot card. All right, that's a good way to get someone in on it. You pull the Patriot card, give them a few bucks, maybe threaten their family, fine, but they're in on it at that point. Like, do you have a way for Buzz and them to go to the moon? Do you have a way for Buzz and them to say they went to the moon, and for NASA to like have trick them that they went to the moon, so that they're not in on it?
They're not tricked. They're just paid actors.
Different argument.
Well,
That's
the same
correct. Some of
argument.
them are
That's what we're talking
right.
about. We're talking about who has to be in on it, guys. It's the same argument. Who
Right.
said
So what level?
They're-
In on what? Are we claiming that there's people in the military that call themselves flat earthers? I doubt. Like, what do you mean in on what? What are they claiming?
They're not in on anything.
In order for Buzz and Neil and all them to not be in on it, they would have to have been tricked to making them think they went to the moon, jumped around, and then came back. If they know they didn't go to the moon, and they told people, "Yo, we went to the moon," I don't care what the reasons are, whatever, they're in on it.
That's right. Now you got that one right, Jeremy. So take this one on the board. They are in on it. You finally have a group of people, but that has nothing to do with the flat Earth topic. Go ahead.
Well, you're arguing. Okay, let's just move on.
Well, why would
Go
you
ahead.
have to fake the moon, though? Why would you have to fake the moon landing? Makes no sense. What is the purpose of that shit?
Exactly. Good
Like,
point.
the most important thing about the moon landing is that they took the picture of the whole Earth.
I thought it was money, man. I thought it was money.
Who said
Not
money?
to me,
I've never
though.
heard that. Who said money? I'd love to hear that, Flurf.
The reason why they're faking this shit is because they want to keep their money.
Oh, that's what you think? Wow. Okay. Congratulations. Okay. Welcome to being born yesterday.
They're paying these people off. They're putting all this money into NASA so that they can do whatever.
That's a statement. I guess you might believe that.
To keep
So,
you.
is there anyone? Hold on, just to finish off me and Paradolia's thing. We'll just end it right here, though. Is there anyone that thinks there's any way that could have happened where they could have tricked Buzz? I'm not saying it's impossible. It might maybe possible with MK Ultra and shit like that. But is there any way you could have got Buzz and them to think they landed on the moon?
They don't have
and didn't really land on them.
They don't have to trick them. Listen, it's easy, man. You don't have to trick them. All you have to do is right from the beginning say we're doing this thing, and hire them as paid actors.
He doesn't understand.
It's not.
He doesn't understand what we're talking about.
Yes, that would mean they're in on it. Yes, if they're paid actors, Jeremy's right.
Right, exactly. But they don't.
And I'm not saying it's
this guy's black. That's what I said.
I'm not saying it's impossible. They could have done some MK Ultra hypnotic, fucking mind control, whatever thing on them to make them think. You put them in a thing that rumbles, whatever. Who knows? It may be possible to trick someone into thinking they land on the moon. It may not be. I don't know. It doesn't seem likely.
I mean, you think the
people who
conspiracy and they
go ahead
get people in on it? I mean, do you think they would do this shit and not know what they're doing? It's easy, man.
They are.
You're
It's
missing the
by
whole
basic
point.
psychiatry, Jeremy. Yes, they are hiding something. That the point is not the entire military is not. 99.9% have no idea. The compartmentalization is tiny.
Well, the people who are filming, the people who are editing the videos, they need to know. Oh no, I mean they make.
That's right.
No, that's not true. That's not true because they may get raw footage of something else and they just tell them to edit it. Whatever. I don't know.
So who else would need to be on it, Jeremy?
So far,
I can't
that's a
believe you all went
fraction. We
this
don't even
far.
have 1% though. Go ahead.
I'm surprised you guys went this far since I left. Man, we're like getting really deep.
Yeah, well, the point came out because the other person was saying that a lot of people need to be on it to fake it, and that's not true. That's what Jeremy was trying to
Have you guys
tell
ever
the
heard
other
of
guy.
pyramid scheme? You guys hear about pyramid scheme? You know what those are?
Yeah.
Yes,
we heard of it.
Do you think that the people at the bottom of the pyramid scheme know what the person on top knows?
No, because they're ignorant. They don't. That's why they're in the pyramid scheme.
Yeah, if
Like
they did, they wouldn't be on the bottom of the pyramid.
that is just think about that and attach that to basically any alphabet letter, agency, country, even businesses. It's this idea that it just trickles down to the people that they choose. So if I am the leader, I'm going to disseminate information to whom I choose, and I will add some kind of security access or need to know basis, and I won't let you talk to this other person, and that's how it works. It's very simple.
Yeah, it's like if you're an engineer, right, and then NASA hires you to do whatever, a piece of glass or something, and they tell you, "Oh, we're gonna put this on this rocket," and then they show a fucking rocket going to the sky. I mean, you as an engineer, you have in your head that you put your, you work for that, so there's no way that cannot be real for this kind of people. When in reality, they don't actually know if you give the parts to NASA or whatever, and they throw it to the garbage, right? I don't give a shit.
Not to mention, like, you only need this to like get a foothold, right? Like, once the globe conspiracy is like got a foothold, right? Like, all you have to do is like kind of like how they do the UFO sighting. Just make everybody be like that's talking about the flat Earth and shit, and that this is a hoax. Just make it be crazy people. They're just crazy. They're just conspiracy.
Who else would need to be on it besides the astronauts?
Dude, all you need is the media.
Yeah.
Honestly, like even if
the media would not be in on it. The media would not be in on it. No fucking way. Who said that? That's going in your file.
No. Listen, I didn't say the media
Going
has
in
to
the
be
file.
in on it. I said you need the media. You don't need the media to be in on it. You just need the media to parrot whatever you want them to say.
You need the media not to know anything about it, so that it makes it believable to other
Jeremy,
people, right?
you were going to tell me the list of people that needed to be in on it. And here we are, like 20 minutes later, we got astronauts.
Okay, it's better than what you had. You had nothing. I have more people that have to be in on it.
Did I literally mention nothing for that quantity of time? That's what you're saying?
The things you mentioned were not even realistic. It was incoherent. The groups you were saying. You said, what if they turn the GPS signal from hardware to software? That's not even a coherent statement.
You don't think the developers who developed the hardware and the software that goes in your phone and in the satellite would need to understand how they operate? Like, do you think they're all just oblivious?
I'm just saying your list sucked, bro. That's all. No offense. With all due respect, your list sucked.
Okay, great. I can respect that. Now, who controls these supposed satellites?
Who controls satellites?
Yeah, like would the people that really know the true nature of the satellites need to be in on it?
Yeah, that sounds like a really.
Well, satellites aren't a thing, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but he's asking would the people that control the satellites have to be in on it? There would have to be somebody in on it. Whoever puts the satellites in where they say they are, they would have to be in on it.
Who was in on the Gulf of Tonkin?
And then how many of those people would there be?
Not even, Jeremy. Not even, because they can tell. Like, if I'm the boss of those people. Can you guys hear me?
No,
we hear you. Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah. I say not even, because if you're the boss of those people, you're gonna say, "Well, we're gonna use these satellites only for these areas, right? It's for a special program that we're coming up to test whatever." When in reality, those satellites have all the information to propagate, GPS and all whatever systems that we have. So the people which are putting the satellites on globes, they may still believe that we have the other satellites that are orbiting the Earth, right? You see, you can trick them.
I'm just saying, somebody's going to get handed. They're going to make a satellite. Somebody's going to get handed the satellite, and then there's going to be a guy or a group of people that take that satellite and do something with it. Basically, there's going to have to be a guy that knows that the satellite's not going into the sky, or I don't know, maybe it does go into the sky. I don't know.
It's only one guy. Look, do
Can we
if I
not
don't
have
want people
satellites
to
in the
know.
sky? My bad, silent.
No, I was gonna say I'm the boss, and I don't want nobody to know, but me, the boss, right? I can hire a bunch of groups of people, programmers and stuff. Each programmer, I put a task for them to do, right? Some's to create algorithms about measuring distances and stuff, and they don't need to talk to each other, right? At the end, you put the whole thing. You need you and another group, and that's it.
I don't know. I don't think
you don't need them to know.
Satellites even prove. I don't think satellites even prove if it's a globe or not. Like, okay, there's a signal coming from the sky. So what? Like, I don't know if that.
Do you understand the argument why?
Could they be putting satellites in the sky? They could actually be doing that. I don't know if anyone even needs to be in on that argument.
But I mean, you understand the argument why, like, it would be impossible for it to be a flat Earth if satellites are in orbit.
Not at all. It's still possible to have those things in the sky.
Absolutely not. You could have. There's. All right, go ahead.
No, Jeremy, you go. I was saying it's satellites can still be in the sky on a flat Earth.
Why do they always point to everything else but the Earth to show that the Earth is a globe? Why is it always the sun, the moon, the stars, satellites, eclipses? How come you guys don't ever show like the Earth curving as proof of the
Why
Earth
is that a
curving?
flat Earth talking point? I wonder.
Why do you think
First of all, we were talking about who would have to be in on it. We were talking about who would have to be in on it, and just seeing Earth curving doesn't mean that it's a globe. You would see a circle of vision curving as you got higher up off it. So that wouldn't even really do anything either, I don't think.
But it'd be impossible for satellites to behave in the way that we see them behave if the Earth was flat.
What does that mean?
So, like,
what's that mean?
We observe satellites to be like at 22,000 kilometers, traveling at like 4 miles a second, right? Like, that's unexplainable on a flat Earth.
Said who? No, it's not. Yeah, it's not unexplainable on a flat Earth. The sky, there could be something going up in the sky that we don't know about, that only they're privy to, that could make that happen. So I don't know why it's not impossible.
But it's rotating around.
Nothing's what's rotating?
Well, it's traveling in a straight line, right? How could it travel in a straight line and not rotate?
Straight line. Does it go in a straight line or does it circle around Earth? What do satellites do?
It does both.
Both straight lines and circles at the same time. All right, let's fucking go.
Well, I mean, you can't argue that if you're headed in one direction and one direction only around the surface of a sphere, that you're not traveling in a straight line. Is that what you're trying to argue?
I don't know. You said they go in straight line circles. I don't know.
I'm traveling around the sphere. Traveling around.
Yeah, so you'd be simultaneously traveling in a straight line. You're not deviating in any way. You're just going in one direction only. And you are traveling also in another axis, a circle.
And how do you know it's going around a spherical Earth?
But that's, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, like,
your argument is they have to, hold on, your argument is they have to be acting like we see them in order, and you're saying we see them go around a spherical Earth, right?
I'm saying that it would be impossible for them to exist on a flat Earth in doing the things that we see them doing, like traveling at their altitude, traveling in their paths and at the speed they are.
What path? No, the altitude's not impossible. No one says you can't go up 22,000 feet or miles or whatever. Flat Earth. I don't know who told you that, but they're not your friend. And as far as the path, where are you getting this path from?
Well, they travel on a straight path, right? They have a fixed orientation. It could either be geostationary, or they could be orbiting in whichever altitude orbit, right? And they're traveling in a straight line, right? And so, if you're in Colorado,
No, hold on.
your boys,
Hold on. No, I don't think there's. All right, my bad. Go ahead. I'll
I'm
address
just saying,
it
like,
after.
you're in, let's say you got
Shit.
you got your buddies all on the equator, right? And you got them evenly spaced out, like in every country around the supposed globe, right? And you detect a satellite passing overhead. Then your buddy sees the same one. Then your buddy sees the next, and you see it travel in a quote unquote circle in a straight line. Like that's.
Okay, so this is your argument. We're pointing to objects we see a long distance and doing geometry and saying that's their position. Is that what we're doing? Because I like that. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, if you could detect a satellite passing overhead, and then your buddy does the same thing a little while later at a known location.
Yeah, no, man, that's awesome. We could do that. We could draw a straight
You're roboting,
line thing. And we'll do straight geometry on them.
Jeremy, you're roboting, buddy.
Good. Are you sure that's what you want to do? Bonk the globe like a million times over. Okay, how about now, guys?
Better.
Sounds good.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good.
All right. So we're drawing straight lines to objects we see in the distance, and then we're just going to do geometry on them. Are you sure that's what you want to do?
No, I'm not saying that. If they're traveling overhead and you can detect them traveling overhead, and then your buddy at another location, let's say on the equator, does the same thing. He sees it pass by them. Then another buddy does the same thing. Then it travels around the Earth, right? You can only infer.
Do we have any measurements? Do you have measurements of that?
We're talking about the how satellites currently act, right, and how it's impossible to exist like that on a flat Earth.
Yeah, and in order to say how they act, you would have to have a measurement of how they act, right? Do you have a measurement of that or no?
I mean,
I don't
there's
know, is that unreasonable?
I think there's like you can measure a GPS.
I think
satellite in its
dope
position.
That's dope. Break us off with some measurements. Let's go. Post them in Livestream 1.
I think that was the best part of the answer.
Post them in Livestream 1. Let's see it.
Well, that's never going to happen, Jeremy. We know that. However, if we had satellites, maybe the military might know about it, Jeremy. You think we might use them once in a while? Yeah.
I'm just saying, let me know when you post the things. Otherwise, we can move on. And I find it weird that you don't want to spend 5 minutes going over this Coriolis argument that debunks the notion that. What's up?
You ever seen those big aircraft with the large radar discs on their back? They're called a air warning and control system, like an AWACS.
I've seen planes with satellite dishes on them. Yes.
Oh, right, giant, actually radars, right? So you've already put the pieces together. There are absolutely zero communications going above 70,000 feet, period, at all. Anywhere, period, end of story. There's nothing out there. We have to use these AWACS planes and these J-STARS planes, and they actually need thousands of support vehicles on the ground, in the air, blah, 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 because there are no other ways to transfer signals. They have to have $1 billion air warning and control system because there are no other systems. So these people just live in a fantasy.
Can I also add Google uses aircraft for mapping out Google Maps as well. It's done with aircraft.
And I'm not a flatter.
Their own aircraft, actually.
IXO.
Baruch Hashem Adonai Elohim Elion El Shaddai Olam. Thanks.
What, yo? What did you just say? Don't say it in that. Say it in English.
Blessed be the name of the Lord God Almighty forever in the heavens above. Forever. Thanks. But yeah,
Oh,
this
all right.
radar plane's a big deal. The radar plane. I can't believe none of you guys ever talk about these radar planes. If we had satellites, why would we need these? It's just crazy.
Did they do the same thing?
No, they actually do everything. Satellites don't do anything. That's why we're waiting for a claim for anybody that's ever used a satellite for anything. We can't find one.
In their defense, they're going to divert to GPS. And that's honestly the only talking point they have is satellite. The only functionality they have is GPS.
How are you able to be observed by 6 GPS satellites at any given time if they're not at the altitude that they say they are?
Yeah, how do
So
you,
you
what
are
do you like blue?
trying to draw straight lines. Hold on, guys. Hold on, please. So you are trying to draw straight lines and do geometry. Because you told me we weren't doing that a minute ago, so I was ready to move on. But that is what we're doing though? We're drawing straight lines to objects and doing geometry?
I don't know what we're doing. I'm just saying, how can you be in line of sight of 6 GPS satellites of 24 if they're not at the height they say they are?
I don't know. Don't know. Do you want to start drawing straight lines and shit though?
I don't know what this fixation is with straight
Do you think that that's what's going on? Is that they're seeing it and that's where it is? That's its actual position?
Yeah.
I love straight lines, bro. I mean, you don't like straight lines?
I mean, it's not like a hobby or anything. I don't like eat them or collect them.
Everyone else knows where this goes. You start drawing straight lines and shit, it's a wrap.
Is that a pun?
I'm just saying, we got 6 people, they can all see this, or what are we doing? I don't know.
Oh,
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. We got 6 people, they can see a GPS satellite. Now what? What does that mean?
One GPS receiver is in constant communication with 6 GPS satellites at any given time.
Okay, what does that mean, bro?
There's
Can you be
24
specific?
There's 24 GPS satellites in the constellation. If they were not at the specific altitude that they say they are, like let's say they were closer, right? You wouldn't be able to see that many because they'd be obstructed. They have to.
I feel like you're trying to do geometry. I feel like you're trying to do geometry by drawing straight lines to the satellite. The signal's going in a straight line. That's what you think? Because we can send signals in straight lines, and that's not going to end well either. So, what are we doing?
I guess.
Bro, what's your argument? Just lay your argument down with specificity, please.
Why can't you have a straight line signal?
I don't know. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, I would say that we are in a straight line of sight with the satellite. The signal is sent to us in what I understand to be a straight line.
GPS signals go in straight lines. I mean, you did just tell me what if they changed the GPS signal from software to hardware earlier, so I don't know. I don't really know what to think of this, but
He doesn't know.
bro, what is your argument? Please just lay it out for us, nice and simple and clear and precise, please.
If you couldn't have 6 of the 24 satellites in view at any given time if they were not at the altitude that they are purported to be at. If they are lower, you wouldn't be in line of sight. They'd be obstructed. They wouldn't be high
Okay.
enough to be in line of sight.
Okay, I got it. I finally got your argument, and I addressed this earlier. No one's saying you can't go up 2,000 miles or 22,000 miles on flat Earth. I don't know who told you that. They're not your friend.
Okay, great. So how do we get?
So that's that argument. Do you have another argument?
Yeah, how do we get a satellite up that high on the flat Earth?
I don't know, aeronautics or something, some rocketry. I don't know how you get something up that high. Maybe NASA has some technology you don't know about. Do you know all the technology that the government has?
No, I don't.
Are you one of those guys? What's up?
I said no, I don't.
Okay, so what's the argument again? I might have missed it.
How
they get it up
are,
there?
How are satellites at 22,000 kilometers?
Dude, we just went through that. Yeah, I don't know the technology NASA has. Maybe it's aeronautics, rocketry, some shit me and you don't know about. But do you have an argument though? I thought we're in the middle of this argument thing. Do you have an actual argument? Was that a question argument?
Kinda, yeah. I was just trying to figure out how they could work out on a flat Earth. Because the whole thing was that satellites, as they're purported to be, as we observe them, could not work on flat Earth. I'm just trying to go through.
Why?
I don't see
why can't they work?
Right.
Well, I mean, like, what objects? Like, how could you have an object that travels 4 miles a second be in like an atmosphere? So, like the Satelloon argument, right, requires atmosphere to be lighter than the atmosphere to pull it up. But what balloons do you know that can travel 100 miles an hour sideways, let alone 4 miles a second, faster than bullets? You know, that doesn't make sense.
You threw in all of us.
It may not be.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead. Somebody else can take this over. Go ahead. You got a better answer? Go ahead.
No, I was just addressing his Satelloon. Don't throw all of us under saying Satelloons.
Yeah, but okay, let me address the point though. How are they going that fast? Okay, they may be in an environment that's a super fluid. They may be in an environment has very little gas. They may be in some environment we don't even fucking know about because we're not privy to what's going on up there. Does that answer the second argument question you had?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an actual argument for this satellite? Like, we got lost in the weeds on this one.
No,
I don't know where we
This
started.
is the actual argument. You're saying there's a special.
All right. What is the argument? Break me off with it.
No, how it's impossible for them to exist on a flat Earth, and your answers thus far have been secret technology and a superfluid.
That's not all I said, dude. Don't try to whatever just happened. That's not everything that got said. So, do you have an actual argument though? I thought we were cool with everything that got said up until just now, and then you try to like say that you're not cool with it. What's the problem with what got said thus far? I told you things can be at any height on a flat Earth. I didn't give you a height limit for flat Earth, and as far as how they're moving that fast and how they got them up there, yeah, it could have just been a plane. Maybe they stuck something to a dome that's moving. Maybe they have there's a superfluid up there, and they put them in the superfluid, and the superfluid's rotating, or they put them in a rotating medium, or maybe there's not a lot of gas up there. I broke you off with a whole list of shit, bro. You don't know what's up there, and neither do I.
I mean, I know it's up there.
You don't? You been there?
I don't need to be up there to know what's there.
Somebody told you what's there?
Yes.
I mean, men lie, right?
Yeah, but all or nothing
Yeah,
fallacy.
but
Not all men lie all the time.
I'm not saying they
You
do.
know
I'm just
that
saying
that's a
men
fallacy,
lie.
right?
I'm just saying men lie, and these men told you something. They could be lying. Maybe they're not. Maybe they are. Who knows? The point is, you don't know. You only think you know because they told you.
Well, no, not only, right? You can use other methods to determine if it's
Okay,
true or
how'd you
not.
do it? How'd you do it?
We're going over it right now. The existence of satellites.
Bro, there's nothing to this argument that's you don't have. That's all questions. Do you have an actual argument for it, or
You keep saying that. Do you have an actual argument? Like I'm not.
Yeah.
We're not arguing it.
I mean, I feel like I've addressed everything pretty good so far, and you're just asking questions. Do you have an actual argument? Though?
Here's another.
That's pretty much. You're
impossibility.
using circular logic, bro. That's all you're using.
Here's another impossibility. How do we account for the satellites going from one area of Earth and then around and then back again? Like how do you account for that on a flat Earth?
Bro, I just told you. Do you have a measurement of that happening? I was waiting for one to be posted in Livestream 1. I didn't see it. Did you post it and I didn't see it? The measurement of the path it takes?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
That's
all
my
right.
fault.
Okay, post.
I didn't. So your rebuttal is, I don't believe it until I see evidence of it. Okay, that's fair.
No, my rebuttal is you're saying you have a path of this thing, and I'm saying where's the measurement of the path? That's all.
Well, I could say like, all right, you can observe, like let's say you have a GPS receiver. You could see the signature of each satellite and what that satellite's name is. If they rotate twice a day, you could see it go out of sight. You could have a friend in China. You could see it come into sight, and you could play that tag game as it goes around the Earth and comes back into sight.
Dude, do you have any measurements of the path? I mean, now your argument is the path of the satellite. That's now the argument?
Yeah, how would you justify a circular path around the globe?
Okay, do you have a measurement of it doing? I don't know. There could be ways where it could go in a straight line and come back on itself. I wouldn't absolutely rule that out. But do you have a measurement of if that's what's actually happening? I'm not gonna just take your word for it. I mean, sorry.
I don't have a measurement.
There is ways where that could happen, like something could go in a straight line and come back on itself. I really don't want to go there, but it is possible. I mean,
It wouldn't be straight if it curves back on itself.
no, I'm saying there is a way for something to go straight and then come back on itself. Have you ever played Pac-Man?
Yeah, I've played Pac-Man, but I don't
You
think the world is Pac-Man.
I'm just saying it's not impossible that that's not a thing going on. I mean, is the sun going in a straight line on an equinox? Meaning not deviating left or right? Does the sun deviate left or right if you're on the equator on an equinox?
I don't know. I've never been on the equinox.
I'd like to see a measurement of that too. You got a measurement of that, Paradolia? That'd be something. That'd be better than a satellite. At least the sun, we know this fucking sun. You know what I'm saying?
The sun's technically a satellite.
Well, yeah, it's the best satellite that's out there, though.
Funny
That
thing
would be a
about
good
the word
measurement.
satellite. Hey, Jeremy, the funny thing about the word satellite is you could have a box up on a pole, and the electric and the telecommunications companies call those satellites too.
Yeah,
It's funny.
no.
I just.
I mean,
don't understand-
Paradolia.
Sorry, I just don't understand how this guy keeps making knowledge claims about how high satellites are, when obviously he has no first-hand primary knowledge.
I mean, I'll give it to him. I know I'm giving him shit. Like, whatever. You can have the height. I'm not saying that there's a height cap on a flat Earth. So whatever. That argument really does. I mean, you can argue about the height of the satellites if you want.
Well said, Jeremy. Yeah, really doesn't
How do you
matter.
get the height? Oh, let's go down that road. How do you get the height of the satellite, Paradolia?
Well,
We'll
hold
play.
on.
I'll bite Larry.
Hold on. You're saying that it doesn't matter the height because your answer for the height is some magical superfluid. That's how you get away with it.
No, the answer for the height is I don't have a cap on how high you can go on flat Earth. That's the answer for the height.
Yeah, because your way out of justifying how it could be there is we don't know.
How it could be there? They could have used a plane, some kind of aeronautics, rocketry, something like that. That's how it could have got. I've answered this question already. Now, do you know how high it is? We can go over how you know how high it is. Let's see how you got the height.
The delay in the signal.
The delay in the signal. So the signal takes time from the satellite. From when it leaves the satellite, it takes time to get from the satellite to you. And that's how you know how high it is?
Yes.
This is an electromagnetic
You're roboting.
frequency traveling through a medium, right? I said this is an electromagnetic frequency traveling through a medium, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh my God, hold on. Am I good now?
Yeah,
okay, this is an electromagnetic frequency traveling through a medium, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the time that it takes for the signal to go from the satellite to you is going to be dependent on the medium, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so now how do we know what medium the signal is traveling through? You'd have to know what the medium is. How high is it again?
22,000 kilometers.
Okay, how do you know what the medium is 22,000 kilometers above Earth?
Because they've tested it.
Who tested it?
Aeronautics companies.
Aeronautics companies? Which one?
Also the U.S. government, the Russian government, NASA.
So not aeronautics companies, governments.
Well, also
That was sneaky that you tried to put that in there. That was actually cute.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that multiple agencies have tested the properties of vacuums and the upper layers of the atmosphere.
Yeah, who's been up 22,000 kilometers? Who has actually even been that high? You have to go that high to see what's there, right? So
Like
who's been that high?
You have to physically be there and like stick your tongue out, or well,
people's
You'd have to get a sample. You'd have to get a sample of the medium or test the medium somehow, and in order to do that, you'd have to be in
like
the
with a
medium
ladle or something,
or next to it. However, how they do their test. With a
Are these
ladle.
repeatable
Dude, that's got to
tests?
be some kind of fallacy. That's got to be some kind of fallacy. With a ladle, really?
I'm just trying to kind of poke fun at the preposterous nature of what you're saying right now.
Well, you're making absurd arguments to make us look crazy, right? But what we're saying actually isn't crazy at all, right? Because what we're saying is you keep making these knowledge claims, but how do you know what's going on 22,000 kilometers away? You heard like a story on TV, and that is an absurd argument to say that you know something like that.
But that's not the only way you know it. Anyway,
You want to go over the height, Larry? Larry, you want to go over the height?
No, bro. I just like to comment every now and then. You're doing great, Jeremy. Please continue.
I almost wouldn't mind going over the height. Let's go over how do we know they're 22? Yeah, that's a good point. How do we even know they're 22,000 miles high, 22,000 kilometers?
Again, it's the signal delay.
Okay. Oh, that's right. So that would depend on the medium the signal is traveling through. Do we know who knows the medium 22,000 kilometers up?
People that studied it.
How'd you study it? How'd they study it?
Probably observing the properties.
Observing the
Stop being
properties?
so vague.
I know, it's ambiguity central over here. You heard of V for Vendetta? You're V for vague.
Yeah, I don't know how they determine the properties of space.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. You've never been there. You don't know.
But now what?
How do we know it's 22,000 kilometers high? Now what? That's what.
We know the properties of space.
Are you kidding? How?
They studied it.
How?
I don't know.
You have no
How do you
idea. I
know?
know exactly.
So does that
how do
mean
you
they
know they
didn't do
studied
it? If I don't know how?
Yes. How do you know they studied it and not just a story?
Yeah. How do you even know they studied it? Good question. How do you even know that? I didn't know you knew all that.
I don't know that.
Bro, what are we doing here, Paradolia? Please,
I
man.
have no idea. I have no idea.
You're killing me.
Can I just make one statement about satellites? Internet, cell phone service, television service are all land based. So I usually say satellites can disappear and all of our communication and television, cell phone service will work perfectly fine.
Just by saying if they disappear?
Well, yeah, since I know 99% of our internet is from the cables, our cell phone service is from cell towers, and television service is from TV and is from like television antennas. There's actually a TV antenna map and signal information you can look up. Like Channel Master has it. Each state has their own TV antenna map and signal.
What about Dish TV?
I believe that works actually with the television antenna map.
Based on satellite.
No, it's gotta come from a satellite. No Dish TV.
So 1% maybe, or do they probably bounce a signal off of the scene?
Apocryphon went into how he used to adjust the positioning of geostationary satellite TV communications with his uncle, and how he would adjust for positive or lesser gain with an oscilloscope based on minute adjustments.
Apocryphon's not here and he's drunk, so I mean, what are you saying with the satellites?
He's basically saying that satellite TV doesn't exist from satellites, so I'm just trying to demonstrate it's not true.
Is that your argument?
From the ground. It could be a dish from the ground that bounces up in the ionosphere and then comes back down. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they bounce signals off the ionosphere. Yeah, they do that, right? Don't they? That isn't impossible.
Yeah, it's the thing. That's the thing. That's what they claim to be doing. I don't know if that's what's actually happening, but that's what they claim. Yeah. Paradolia, let me ask you this. You know what a roundabout is? I don't know if you want. Do you guys have anything you wanted to discuss?
You know, there's a saying that says if you can't explain it to a 5-year-old or a grandma easily, you don't really know what you're talking about.
Well, I'll quiz you and we'll see if you're smarter than a 5th grader. How's that?
No, it's in the describer's ability.
I know. I'll quiz you and I'll see if you're smarter than a 5th grader and you can actually understand this concept. You want to do that or no?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know what a roundabout is?
Yeah.
Okay, it spins, right? Well, let me ask you this. If I have a drone, let's say the whole roundabout, the diameter is 1 meter. 1 meter diameter for the roundabout. And we're spinning it. And I fly the drone from the edge to the middle. right? And nothing's spinning yet. Nothing's spinning. I just fly the drone from the edge of the roundabout with the circumference to the middle. It flew 1/2 meter, right?
Yeah.
That's the shortest possible path it could have taken. It flew in a direct straight line, shortest possible path to get to the center, right?
Yep.
There's no shorter path. Okay. I start spinning the roundabout now, and I do the same thing. I fly the drone from the center, from the circumference to the center. That's still the shortest path, right?
Yeah.
There's no shorter distance I could have flown the drone to get to the center of the merry-go-round. Right? Is that all good so far?
Yeah.
All right. So, do you know what kind of line that would trace out? If I were to trace the path of the drone on the surface of the merry-go-round, you know what that line would look like? While it's spinning.
Curve.
It would curve left to right, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, okay, let's put that in our back pocket. We're gonna pull that out later. Maybe. If we needed to. But let's say you're on the North Pole and you're flying to the equator. Right? You want to fly in that straight line, essentially, meaning the thing's gonna just go. You're not gonna make any adjustments. You're just gonna fly straight, meaning not curving left to right, straight to the equator. That's the shortest path you can get to the equator, right?
Yep.
Do you know what path that traces out on the ground?
I don't.
Well, it would curve left to right, just like the roundabout, right?
Okay.
Well, I mean, you're just gonna take my word for it?
I'm following you so far. It makes sense.
All right. Now, this was actually pretty easy. Now, there's a claim on the table that planes are flying in the shortest path possible. Okay, that is an actual claim on the table. Planes are flying in the shortest path possible. Do you know what path they say they're taking?
I don't.
They say they're taking great circle routes. Does a great circle route curve left to right? Oh, hold on. Were you confused? What's your question?
No, I said okay. So I have no idea what a great circle route is.
You don't know what a great circle route is?
I don't.
Shortest path between 2 points over a surface here.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a line that doesn't curve left to right. You just go in a straight line, basically. Like it doesn't turn left to right. Do you see the conundrum, or did it not click?
Yes, I see the conundrum. You would expect them to take that curved path, but they say they don't.
Exactly.
Am I understanding it correctly? Okay.
Yes, if they were really flying the shortest path, the line on the ground would be curving left to right. Obviously, from the roundabout, we know that it would be curving left to right for the shortest path, but it's not doing that on the globe. They say they're flying great circle routes, which would be the shortest path on a sphere. But when you have Coriolis involved, it adds there's a whole different element to it. So do you see the problem here with them claiming that they're flying the shortest path?
Yeah, I can see your point, the point that you're making. And I can see how that would be a problem, and I can see how that would be not very logical from what they're claiming. Now, what is their? Do you know what their explanation is?
I haven't confronted the airlines with it. No, I've heard a whole bunch of nonsense about. Well, it depends on which frame you're measuring it from, and blah blah, and a whole bunch of like, just confusing conversations about how it measures a shorter path from the non-inertial frame, meaning the ground. The great circle route is the shortest path in that frame, but we know that frame really doesn't matter because even with the roundabout, even when we started spinning it, the path of the plane didn't change. The shortest path is the shortest path. So Not really any good
So basically, you're saying they have an explanation which you disagree with.
But they have an explanation that doesn't make sense. It's not that I disagree with it. It doesn't make sense because we just went through the roundabout thing where we know the shortest path is to fly it in that straight line, even before you start spinning the roundabout. The shortest path doesn't change just because the roundabout spins. They're saying, oh, the shortest path does change because the roundabout's now spinning. That's what they're saying. Does that make sense to you?
I'd have to look at their argument. I can't really visualize or understand that aspect of it.
Okay, let's run it back to the roundabout. We're on a roundabout. We got the roundabout and a drone. It's nothing spinning. We fly from the circumference to the center of the roundabout. We flew 1/2 meter in a straight line path. That's the shortest distance, right?
Yeah.
To get to the center. Okay. Now I start spinning the roundabout.
Yeah, I get all this part. But what I'm saying is I don't understand what they're saying.
They're saying that because the roundabout starts spinning, that any path they want could be the shortest distance now because they're measuring it from a different frame.
I can try to say what we were saying.
Okay, go ahead. What are you saying?
Right. So the response that Jeremy is saying is confusing is that the shortest path is frame dependent because the length of a path, the distance of a traveled path, is also frame dependent. For example.
Yeah, I just thought that's exactly what. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. That's exactly what I said. They're saying that. Oh, go ahead, Bacon.
No, go ahead.
Well, that's exactly what I said. Now they're saying once you start spinning the roundabout, it depends on which frame you're in and where you want to measure it from. So they think that because you're measuring it from the surface to the roundabout now, that the shortest path somehow changes.
Yeah, if you measure the distance traveled from inertial frame reference, that distance is not going to be the same as a distance measured in the rotating frame. Those are going to be different distances, even though point A and point B are as far as away from each other in both frames. The traveled path is not don't have the same length, so the length of the traveled path changes based on the frame. Just like if I'm on a train.
No, hold on. Don't go to a train. We got a merry-go-round and a roundabout. No need to take it to a train. When we have the merry-go-round still. No, this doesn't get simpler than the merry-go-round example. If we're on the circumference of a merry-go-round, we have a drone. Nothing spinning. We fly the drone to the center. We flew 1/2 meter in a straight line path. You think because we start spinning the roundabout that there's somehow a shorter path for the thing to take?
It's not whether or not there's a shorter path. Is that
this is all it's about. It's all about whether there's a shorter path or not.
Well, I'm saying that wasn't exactly what I was saying.
The whole argument is about that. The whole argument is about what the shortest path is. Sorry, go ahead, babe.
Yeah, I agree. The conversation about what the shortest path is, but the way you phrase it isn't how I was saying. I was trying to clarify that. You said that because it's rotating, now there's a shorter path. That wasn't what I was saying. You can say that that's what it is about, but that's not what it was. What I was saying. It's not that a shorter path is going to rise because you're rotating. Is that the longer paths are going to appear from different frames. Then if all frames are inertial, you have the same distance. But if one frame is rotating, for example, then you get longer paths than you only had before in that frame.
Yeah. Very confusing. See, this is what comes up, Paradolia. You end up with very confusing conversations about reference frames and whatnot. However, me and you both know that just because you start spinning the roundabout, it doesn't mean there's a shorter path.
Which is also not what I said.
The plane. Okay, then we agree. Then that's the shortest path, and you're on my side.
That's the shortest path in that frame. In another frame, you had different paths.
No, there's no. It doesn't. Just because you start spinning the roundabout, there's no shorter distance the plane can travel.
Yeah, but if you're measuring from a rotating frame, the one that used to be the shorter path is longer now from that frame.
No, it's not. So you're saying when we start rotating, Okay, so you're saying when we start rotating the roundabout, the shortest path can change. Now there's a shorter path.
No, you have two frames. If you have an observer in the roundabout and an observer outside of the roundabout, and you move the drone from the edge to the center, that distance is going to be agreed from both observers as the shortest path. If you do that while rotating the roundabout, only one's going to agree that that's the shorter path. The other is going to say that the drone just make an insanely large spiral that was much longer than it had to be. So for the shortest path was for one observer, is much larger path for the other observer.
You see what happens though, Paradolia? We start getting in these confusing reference frames conversations
be
when
confusing.
it doesn't even need to go there. I'm not confused. I'm just saying it gets people confused when it really is very simple. You have the drone on the circumference of the roundabout. You want to fly to the center. Nothing spinning. You fly in a straight line, half-meter path to the center of the roundabout. Just because you start spinning a roundabout, there's no shorter path the drone can take. That's still the shortest path that the drone can fly to get to the center.
Not for the rotating frame, no. That path is much larger now for the rotating frame.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, well, for the rotating frame, the drone did a spiral path, didn't it?
Yeah, it did a spiral path, yes, but we know the shortest path the plane can take in reality, in actuality, is that half-meter straight line path before anything was even spinning. Just because you start spinning the thing, it doesn't change the fact that that is the shortest path that it can take to get to the center.
Well, since you agreed that from the rotating frame, the path was a spiral path, that's a longer path than a straight line from that frame. So from that frame, hang on, please. From that frame, that wasn't the shortest path, and you already just agreed with that. And that's all my point.
Okay, your point is it looks like it's a shorter path, but we know in actuality there is no shorter path than the plane flying in a straight line path to the center before anything's even spinning. We know that, right?
Now that's a different point, because you're saying that the non-inertial is just something that looks like, while the inertial is something that it actually is, which wasn't the point.
Bacon. That is the point. Bacon, listen to me. We have a 1 meter roundabout. Nothing spinning. We have a 1 meter roundabout. We have a drone on the edge, and then we fly a half a meter.
I understand the scenario. Don't have to repeat all
Okay,
that.
and then we fly a half a meter to the center. That's the shortest path it can take, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, the shortest path is always going to be half a meter.
Yes, where the plane flies 1/2 meter in that direct straight line path to the center. Just because you start spinning the roundabout, that doesn't change. That doesn't mean there's a shorter path the drone can take. There is no shorter path.
I didn't say there was, but that's no longer the
so
path.
we agree, so we're on the same side.
No, because that's no longer the path for the non-inertial frame. The non-inertial frame doesn't see a straight line from the edge to the center anymore. So for that observer, that's no longer the path. The path you described is only being observed by the inertial frame.
Okay, but there's no shorter path that the drone can take to get from the edge to the center, right?
For the inertial there is, because for the non-inertial there is, because that path that he just described for him is a spiral, and he can clearly see a way that is shorter for the drone.
Okay, well let's pretend this drone only has enough electricity or gas or whatever it's powered by. Let's pretend this drone only has enough electricity to fly the half a meter to the center of the drone to the center of the roundabout, and then it falls and dies because it can't fly any farther. It only has enough juice to fly that 1/2 meter, the shortest path, right? You with me?
Kinda. How does he use the energy to fly?
In a straight line path to the center of the roundabout.
No, but how does he use that? How does he turn that energy into travel distance?
The blade spin.
So he's using the atmosphere. Is
Bro,
the atmosphere rotating with the roundabout or not? Well, because if I want to travel 1 meter against the wind and 1 meter with the wind, the amount of energy is going to be different, right?
That's another thing we get, Paradolia. We get a whole bunch of wind, talk about wind.
Because that's
not relevant shit.
And that is relevant. And that is definitely relevant. it's not relevant if you want to avoid that, because that goes against your point. Because here's the thing.
It doesn't go against my point.
Let me show why. Let me explain why.
The point is this drone only has enough energy to fly 1/2 meter, and then it falls to the ground. That's all it can fly, is this 1/2 meter straight line path, right?
Yeah, but that makes no sense.
Why does that not make sense? Can we not do that with a drone? Can I not give it enough juice to only fly 1/2 meter?
For the reason I just gave you, the amount of energy doesn't tell you how.
Is in the atmosphere.
Yes, because the energy alone.
I'm getting hot. I gotta back off. I know. I'm just gonna back up because you're making it. You're doing this nonsense thing that I was telling Paradoli about, how we get lost in wind and non-inertial and inertial reference.
If you don't see how that's relevant, it's
not relevant.
Exactly. If you don't see how that's relevant, doesn't mean I'm just trying to make this confusing, right? It might be the case that this isn't relevant, but you can't just dismiss it saying that's not relevant without me pointing out why that's relevant first. So if you don't think they're relevant, you gotta give me space to explain why that's relevant, because it might be, and it might be the problem of your argument.
Yeah.
So if you're open-minded, you should allow me to get there.
Okay, the thing is, we have enough energy on this drone to fly at that 1/2 meter from the edge to the center. That's all the energy the drone has. Now, if there was a shorter path, we'd be able to go from the circumference to the center and be able to hover it for a little while longer. However, if you want to use the spiral path of the on the non-inertial frame, you're not even going to make it if you try to fly in a great circle route, a straight line, meaning not curving left or right to the center, you're not even going to make it to the center because it's going to end up being a longer distance. That's the point.
Yeah, but for that observer that sees the
spiral, you agree. So you agree. You said I'm just seeing if you agree.
Yeah, because I understand the point you're trying to make, and I'm explaining
why. Do you agree with it or no?
I'm not sure what the claim is. I understood what it tried to describe there. I understand that that if the air isn't rotating with the roundabout, then what you're saying would happen. But from the frame, from the rotating frame, the drone just flew inside of a hurricane, right? That's from the point of view of the non-inertial frame. Sorry, from the non-inertial frame. The air was spinning with the drone, and that's what you would allow in that frame, the drone from make that spiral path with the same amount of energy that it would make a straight line with no wind.
Well, that's what happens, Paradoli. We're trying to talk about the Coriolis effect.
You can't understand what I pointed out.
Non-inertial frames. The wind's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter about wind.
It is.
We're not talking about wind. We're talking about We're talking about the Coriolis effect and what's the. You're saying because the atmosphere is not rotating with a roundabout, that I don't know. It's going to use more energy or something.
Exactly.
I don't know what you're saying.
Exactly. My point is that you're not paying attention. You're not trying to understand what my point is. You heard wind. You don't think it's relevant. You wait until I'm finished, so you dismiss it.
Okay, let's hear your point again. Let's hear your point about the wind that's not relevant to the Coriolis effect. Let's hear it.
Right. So from the non-inertial frame, the wind is rotating with the roundabout. Right? Sorry, against the roundabout. Do you understand that?
There's no wind. Can we do this on a windless day? There's no wind.
Yeah, but you can't have no wind for both. Either is no wind for one or is no wind for the other. If there's no wind for the inertial, then there's
we're inside a room. Hold on. Just hold on, Bacon. We're inside a room. Okay, there's a room. There's no wind in the room, and there's a 1 meter roundabout. Okay, there's no wind.
Yeah, that's for the inertial. If there's no wind for the inertial,
then there's any of the frames. There's no wind in any of the frames. We're in a windless environment.
That's not possible.
It is possible. I put a roundabout inside a building. There's no wind.
Okay, you're saying you can have no wind in both a rotating frame and a stationary frame. Is that what you're saying? Don't you see the contradiction there?
I'm saying there is no wind. There is no wind in this room. There's still air. We're inside of a building.
Yeah, which means there is wind for the non-inertial one. If the air is still inside of the room, which is the inertial frame, then there is wind for the non-inertial. Because if the air isn't moving for the inertial, then it is moving from the non-inertial. It can't not be moving in both at the same time, because one frame is moving, the other is not.
All right. Listen, the bottom
Did that make
pareidolia,
sense
the
now?
bottom line is it's yeah, it made sense. Fine, good. I'm talking to pareidolia now. Okay, Bacon, thanks. So pareidolia, we both know that there's no shorter distance to fly than that straight line 1/2 meter path from the edge to the center. Even if you start spinning the roundabout, that doesn't mean there's a shorter path. That's still the same. He's going to take the same. If he wants to fly the shortest path, he's still going to fly the same path to get to the center. Do you understand that, Paradolia?
I agreed with your analogy that the shortest path when it's rotating would be a curve. I don't understand all this reference frame stuff. I'd have to visualize it. And
There's no need for the reference frames or the wind. It's not necessary. They do this on purpose to bog people down, try to confuse the situation. It's not even necessary though.
Now that's not right. Now you're claiming that I'm being dishonest here. When you can't steal man my point, you say I'm trying to be confusing on purpose.
Yeah, you're talking
That's
about
pretty
wind. It's not,
dishonest from
it's
you.
not necessary to talk about wind because
That's
the
what
wind's
you
not
think.
relevant. We're talking about the Coriolis effect and what the shortest path is. The wind's not relevant.
It is in this scenario, and you didn't get why, and you're assuming there is no why, and that I'm trying to be confusing on purpose. Just because you didn't understand my point, you assume I don't have a point. I'm just trying to be confusing. Don't do that. If you don't get my point, then you say you don't get my point. Don't
Okay.
assume I'm making a
Tell me-
point out.
Okay, Bacon. Tell me where the wind comes into play. Run a roundabout inside a room. There's no all the air is still inside the room. The roundabout's not spinning. We have a drone on the edge of the thing. Okay, just interrupt me and tell me where the wind comes in.
Okay.
Nothing's rotating. I'm flying the
Right.
drone from the edge to the center. That's the shortest path, the straight line path, right?
Yep.
The 1/2 meter straight line path. Okay. We start spinning the roundabout now.
Now we
start
have
spinning
wind.
the roundabout. Okay, fine. Okay, now there's wind. Okay. Tell me when we have to take this into consideration. We're spinning the roundabout now. There's wind on the roundabout. Okay. Is there a shorter path for the plane to take?
Yes, but it takes more energy.
There's a shorter path, but it takes more energy.
Yes, because it goes against the wind.
The drone has no wind. There's no wind affecting the drone.
From the non-inertial, there is, yeah.
There's no wind affecting the drone. The drone's in the air. There's no wind. Remember, this was all still. There's no wind on the drone.
Yeah, but as soon as you introduce a rotation, that frame of reference sees wind everywhere. Because if the
I
air
don't
is
care.
still in the
There's no
room,
wind on the drone. There's no wind on the drone.
Hey, when you're done, Jeremy, I want to speak with you, but not till you're done.
yeah, relative to the drone, what before the drone moves, there's no wind relative to the drone, right? Or from the drone's frame, there's no wind, right there too, if that's what you mean. Because remember, wind is air in movement, and movement is frame dependent.
There's no wind on the drone, right?
Okay.
You said Bacon. If you responded, I didn't hear you. Do you want to repeat it? Because I had to take a phone call for work.
Okay. From the drone's perspective, before it takes off, there's no wind.
Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right. I didn't hear anything you said just now to either. My Bluetooth wasn't connected. Can you just start over, please?
Right.
There's no wind on the
when
drone. Here. Just so we're
Yeah.
clear, there's no wind on the drone, right?
Well, from the rotating frame, there is.
No, you're in the drone and you can measure wind, and we don't measure any wind on the drone, right?
Oh, so you're saying like relative to the drone? Then no.
Yeah, the drone's not being affected by wind at all, right?
No.
Yeah, then how the fuck? I'm sorry. How is wind affecting this at all? It doesn't make sense. It's not relevant, Bacon.
Because there is on the non-inertial frame. Here's the thing. let me try to explain. I mean, instead of you asking questions and trying to figure out where I'm contradicting myself, why don't you let me explain why there's a shorter path, but it takes more energy? So I'll start from scratch, and then you stop me as soon as you think I'm saying something wrong there.
Okay, you're on the edge of a roundabout. You want to fly to the center.
No.
Let's hear your shorter path than my path.
Okay. Okay, so no rotation in the roundabout. I just have a drone on the edge, and it flies to the center, and it takes us a certain amount of energy, and that's all the energy has. It's to get from the edge to the center of the roundabout.
Okay.
Now.
And it flies in a straight line, half-meter path.
Yeah, half-meter path, straight line. Okay.
Okay, let's say it uses 5 units of energy, whatever that may be. We'll say 5 energy.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, 5 energy.
A fixed amount of energy. Yeah. So.
Okay, 5.
Yeah. So now we rotate the roundabout, and there's an observer there.
Okay.
So if we look from the perspective of the inertial frame, the one outside of the roundabout, they're just looking at the drone. The drone did the same thing, just travel half a meter, the same amount of energy from the edge to the center, and that's it. Same time, same amount of energy, same everything. Now, for the rotating frame,
that's a spiral on the rotating frame. That would trace out a spiral, left to right curvature.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Before the drone started moving, it was just hovering at the edge. For the rotating frame, the drone was making the circular path, right, non-stop before it started. Yeah. So if the air was still with the drone, so the air isn't moving, it's just still, from that rotating frame, the air is rotating with the drone, making that same circular path, right?
Okay.
Right. So for the non-rotating, for the rotating frame, the air is pretty much rotating around.
Hold on. Sorry. Did you say if the air was rotating with the roundabout?
No, the air is still in the room. It's not rotating with the roundabout.
Okay, and the roundabout's just hovering there, and we're spinning the roundabout now, and it looks like the drone's doing circles, but it's really just stationary. Okay.
Yeah. So from the rotating frame, the drone is making a circular path, and also from that same observer, the air is just still the air is still with the drone in the room. So if the drone is making a circular path, so is the air, right?
Okay. Yep. There's wind. If you're on the roundabout, there would be some wind. Yep.
No, I'm saying if let's say the air is completely still, there's from the inside of the room, there's no wind at all, even with the drone hovering there. From the rotating frame, the guy is rotating. There is a constant wind. Yeah, there's like a hurricane centered at the center of the roundabout. You follow that?
Okay. Okay.
Right. So that spiral path that the drone is taking is being carried with that hurricane, with that circular wind path. So even though that spiral path...
Hold on. The spiral path the drone takes when it flies that shortest distance, you're saying... Say that again?
Right.
It's being carried by the hurricane?
Yeah, from the rotating frame. Now I'm strictly talking about the rotating frame. So from the rotating frame, there's this hurricane. And also from the rotating frame, the drone makes this spiraling path. And that spiraling path follows the hurricane from the rotating frame.
Okay, so what?
Right. So if the rotating frame sees this spiral path and say, well, why didn't the drone make a straight path? If the drone tried to make a straight path, it would go against the hurricane because it would go against their wind. And it would take more energy than to go with the hurricane. So that spiral path was actually the one with less energy because it was being carried with the hurricane.
No, negative. There's no wind affecting the drone at all. You think for some reason because you start spinning you start spinning. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you're looking at it from. No wind affects the drone.
Well, it does in the.
There's no wind on the drone, bro.
In the rotating frame.
There's no wind on the drone.
Well, in the rotating frame, there is.
There's no wind on the drone.
In the rotating frame, there is. In the rotating frame, there is. The wind has the same speed as the drone before it starts to move. So in the rotating frame, the drone is making the circular path, but so is the wind. So the wind is pretty much carrying the drone from that frame. They're both at the same speed in the
No,
same
that's not
direction.
what's happening.
From
That's
the
not what's
rotating
happening.
frame,
There's
it
no
is.
wind affecting the. There's no wind affecting the drone, no matter where you look at the drone from. There's no wind affecting the drone. We know that because you can put wind detectors on the drone, and there would be no wind affecting the drone.
Yeah, there's no wind relative to the drone because the wind and the wind of the drone had the same direction, the same speed. So yeah, you wouldn't detect it. Like what you're saying is still compatible with what I'm describing.
Okay, there's no. So we're spinning this thing. There's no wind affecting the drone. Now what?
Okay, do you understand when you say the wind isn't affecting the drone? That just means that the wind and the drone has the same velocity, the same direction all the time?
Whatever, fine. There's no wind affecting the drone. Now what?
Now, if the drone try to make a straight path from the rotating frame, it will go against that circular path of the wind. So the wind would affect the drone and it would take more energy.
Holy shit, bro. There is no wind affecting the drone ever in this scenario.
But there is wind.
I'm gonna back out.
But you agree there's wind.
I wanted to talk to you, Jeremy.
No wind affects the drone when it's stationary. I don't agree there's wind affecting the drone. No, Bacon. There's no wind affecting the drone. I don't agree to that at all.
I'm saying there would be if from the rotating frame, the drone tried to make a straight path for the rotating frame. There would be.
No, I don't agree at all. There's no wind ever affecting the drone, no matter if it's hovering there or moving or what, because
I'm not
the
saying
room
there
in
is.
there
I'm
is
saying there
still
would be.
in the inertial frame where the drone is. No,
Okay,
there would not be any wind
put it-
affecting the drone. I don't
Let
agree.
me put it in a different way. Let's say the drone is gonna now try to make a straight path for the rotating frame. So he's gonna try to make a straight path for the rotating frame. How is that gonna look like? From
Why?
the
That's not the
inertial
shortest
frame?
path. That's not the shortest. That's not the shortest path. Why would he try to do that? Doesn't he want to try fly the shortest path?
For the rotating frame, there is.
Doesn't the drone? Doesn't the drone? Hold on. Doesn't the guy in the drone want to fly the shortest path for him?
That was the premise, yeah. But I'm trying to explain something else now.
Yeah, the guy in the
changing
drone
the
wants
scenarios.
to fly the shortest path for the drone. Why else would they? You think he wants to fly a longer path for himself or a shorter path?
A shorter. But
I'm
let's say
just-
the guy who
Okay.
let's say the guy who controls the drone is in the roundabout. And he's gonna try to make the drone make a straight path from his frame. What happens now? How is that gonna look like from the guy outside of the roundabout?
I'm gonna just back out of this because there's not even a. I don't know. Whatever. Go ahead if anyone wants to carry on.
Jeremy, I wanted to talk to
you. There you go.
Yeah. So, Jeremy, I keep noticing the same tactic over and over again, and just play along with me real fast. Make a statement like the sky is blue. Go ahead, Jeremy. Just say that real
The
fast.
sky is blue, Larry.
Yeah, but sometimes the sky, right? You see what I did there? Everything before "but" is bullshit. Because anytime someone says "but," like everything after that is double speaking, right? So we have to nail these people down when they say "yeah, but." It's like, which one is it? You're double speaking. It can't be "yeah, but." So the sky is blue sometimes is a true statement. Now, sometimes in a conversation, that's a legitimate thing, right? Like the sky is blue all the time. Now, if I say "yeah, but," sometimes it's cloudy, that's a legitimate "yeah, but." But if
But you wouldn't have said yeah to that. You wouldn't, Larry. You wouldn't have said yeah to the first part. You would have been like, no, the sky's not always blue. You wouldn't have said yeah, but you would have said no.
So what I'm trying to say is sometimes when it's a little more subjective, or if there's something you don't know, yeah, but there's a little nuance that we need to go into. So but most of the time when we're dealing with these people, they're double speaking every time they say
Are you
yeah,
referring
but.
to me when you say these people?
No, bro. It's not all
Alright.
about you.
Oh, I didn't think it was about
I
me,
mean,
but
I think
the previous conversation was with me. Jerry was agreeing with me. I said yes, lots of yes, but, and just because I asked the question doesn't mean I think everything's about me. I mean, obviously that could fit into our last conversation. So
Well,
that could be
this
an
conversation is 8 years old,
Exactly,
so
Barry.
it's not really about
Oh,
you.
I just heard it starting a couple seconds ago. But you could have just said no. You didn't have to try to provoke me with that. It's not everything about you. But never mind. I understand. I understand
Okay,
what kind of
it's not
motivation you have here.
it's not about you, but sometimes you do that tactic quite a bit, where you're double speaking. See what I did there? Everything I said before but was bullshit, right?
Pull the butt. Yeah, pull the butt maneuver.
Bacon, I don't agree with you on this. There's no wind affecting the drone at any point in the drone's flight, no matter what it looks like, where you look at it
Bacon's
from.
gone, Jeremy.
There's no.
Bacon dropped out.
He'll be back.
I mean, the wind's not really relevant. There was no wind ever acting on the drone. Whenever you look at it from, you can measure to see if the drone's being affected by wind. It never gets affected by wind because there's no wind in the room. It's never going to look like it's being affected by wind. Maybe if you think the Coriolis effect looks like wind blowing it out of the way, then maybe it will look like that. But we know that's not the case.
Hey, I wanted to test out a live stream, but I didn't want to leave the server. Is it okay if some of the audio from the server goes out on my channel live?
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I'll just getting ready for Starfield to come out, and I'll probably live stream it.
Like that Coriolis argument that I just tried presenting to Paradolia. I mean, bro, it's fucking rock solid. You got to come up with crazy shit like wind, and maybe it looks like it's a shorter path because now we're spinning on this thing underneath it or something. Like before you even spin it and after you spin it, it doesn't change the sort of. Just because you start spinning something underneath an object, that doesn't change the shortest path that the thing takes. That doesn't even make sense. It may look like there's a shorter path from if you're in the non-inertial frame. If you're on the roundabout, it may look like there's a shorter path, but we know in reality there's not, because we had the shortest. We already know the shortest path from before the roundabout was even spinning. You can literally have a meter stick in the air, two poles with a meter stick on it, and follow the drone along the meter stick. Like we know it's going in a straight line. We know it's actually going in a straight line because the meter stick is straight. And if you keep the drone with the meter stick, you know it's straight because you kept the drone with the meter stick. We know it flew a half a meter, and that's the shortest path because the shortest path is a straight line between 2 points. And we measure those 2 points. It's a half a meter.
What are you talking about?
Just because you start
from above a roundabout, though. So, but the shortest distance would be to just wait in the same spot and then wait for the position to come back to you.
Yeah, but we're talking about actually going from the center to the edge. Just to make it analogous to like a globe.
For that, from the center to the edge.
Yeah, like if you want to go from the edge to the center or the center to the edge or something like that. Just to make it like analogous
But what
to
the hell
like
was
the
he
North Pole.
Yeah, I don't know why he was
talking about wind.
Yeah.
Wind. Even though there was no wind being affected by my drone.
He wanted that wind, baby.
It's just that's what you get when you start making these arguments. I don't know. I'm not saying they're doing it on purpose or whatever, but it just that's just what happens. Whatever the reasoning is, I don't care, but it just happens every time you get bogged down in inertial reference frames and what it looks like from this position, or a lot of times you get wind coming up on it. Just a lot of like not really relevant things, like what something looks like from some. Who cares what it looks like? We know what it actually is. Like I don't know. They don't think there's like an actual frame or a reality, any kind of like reality or I don't know.
Yeah, from the non-reality frame, it wouldn't not look like it wasn't looking like it was. Therefore, Bacon was right. That's it. Kind of.
I mean, dude, if you're on the if you're on the roundabout, it looks like that is a longer path because it makes a spiral. on the thing, and it does look like there's a short. It looks like there's a shorter path from the non-inertial reference frame, but we know that's not true. We know that's not the shortest path. We know what the actual shortest path is. It's that straight line where it follows the meter stick. That's the shortest path. It has to be, because we know meter sticks are straight lines. And if you make the drone fly a straight line, there's no path that can be shorter. I forgot how annoying it was to have this argument.
I guess I was confusing this with lead the target, so that was part of my mistake.
No, this was leading the target. That was it.
No.
That was it. This time instead I went from the circumference to the center. I don't know why I did that. I should have went from the center to the circumference. It doesn't really matter. It's still the same thing, kind of. Like if you have a physical meter stick suspended in the air with poles or strings or whatever you want to do, and you fly the drone right on top of the meter stick, like there can't be a shorter path than that. It's a straight line. If the drone, I don't know. It does. Their arguments like don't really make sense when it comes to this. I mean, the points that they do make about, well, it looks like there's a shorter. It doesn't matter what something looks like. It matters what it is. What's actually happening. What's actually happening.
Right.
In the meantime, Paige wants to see the math for my drone and merry-go-round example. I mean, the math's not really necessary. We have a meter stick in the air. The drone travels a straight line along the meter stick. That's the shortest path. What math do you need for that? It travels 1/2 meter in a straight line, not curving in any axis. What math do you need? He thinks you need to have some kind of math with this argument, but it's not really necessary. It's not necessary at all. Bro, don't tell people to eat crayons. What are you doing? Yeah, I have the math. We're following a meter stick, 1/2 a meter. What more math do you need than that to know that that's a straight line? If I move something parallel to a meter stick, what math? The distance it traveled, not curving in any axis? Anyways, what else we got, guys? Did anyone get any real footage from this Indian spacecraft that landed on the moon that looks like Galaga? Anyone?
So you're like in the camp, like says it doesn't look real. That's where you're at. Looks like a video game or whatever.
I think they admitted it was CGI or something. I don't know how you can not admit it, but I mean, where's the real footage then? I'm just wondering if anyone's seen like the real footage. Like, if you even bring up wind for that Coriolis argument, it's over. There's no point in even talking about it anymore because the wind doesn't have shit to do with it. It's all about the Coriolis effect. It's not about wind. In my example, the drone wasn't even being affected by any wind. It doesn't matter if you're looking at it from any angle, anywhere on the roundabout, not on the roundabout. You can have sensors on the drone and you can see that there's no wind. Doesn't matter what something looks like. Who cares what something looks like? We're trying to figure out about reality. You know, from enough distance away, Snacks looks like a handsome man. We're not worried about what it looks like though. Just kidding, Snacks.
Snacks is single because ain't no honey fly enough for that. Y'all hear me? Hey, y'all hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, okay. Hey, Snacks. Yeah, speak up for yourself, man. You's a dope individual.
I know. I'm trying to set a mouse trap right now, man. I'm sorry.
A real one, or?
Yeah, like an actual one.
That sucks.
I'm like, I just don't want to like fucking snap it on my hand.
Yeah, man, focus. Come back to us when you've set that mouse trap. We'll set some more for these Globers up in this piece.
Also, on a side note, I would just like to say I'm probably the best Snack 4 player in the world. I absolutely destroyed my wife. We were in Poconos last weekend. She didn't even have a chance. Every time I won.
Okay.
Connect 4.
Oh, yeah. That shit's fire. Yeah, okay.
Like, every time I won against her, I was like, it doesn't even matter what we do. Because I had it set up like that.
Well, okay, so you're like my wife in Scrabble. Like, ain't nobody beating my wife in Scrabble.
You guys have Boggle? That's really my forte right there.
Yet.
Boggle.
Yeah, haven't done it.
I play it at work sometimes. There's an app on your phone. You don't need the actual board and shit. You can just download a word scramble or I don't know what the name of it. It's on my old phone, but it's like a couple of Boggle apps.
So
and it just
my wife and I started flirting with Scrabble, but she kept beating me, and then I was a dickhead, and I started taking it personally, like actually getting mad when she just beat the living shit out of me, no matter what. so we're never gonna play Scrabble again, because I'm a little baby. I just can't stand to lose, and that bad. Oy oy oy, she's so good at it, you guys.
I know.
You have no idea.
I'm so competitive. I know.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah.
I started the one of my coworkers I play Boggle with all the time. she's like, "How are you so good?" So I showed her what I do. I'm like, "Well, I work off each letter and see what words are there." And then she started like, sometimes she can beat me now. Before it was never even close, but she can beat me now sometimes. So I just stopped playing with her. I'm like, "Yo, I'm not teaching you no more."
Yeah, and she would. So we'd play 20, 25 games. I might win one. I'm not kidding. It's nuts. But hey, those games, I don't know. It's just like there's games that everybody, I think, has at least one game out there, like a board game or something, card game or something that they could just excel at better than 95% of people around them.
What's your game? Go Fish? War?
Be fair. No,
Is your game your
he say go fish, this guy. No, what is my shit? Hang on. You know what?
You don't even have one,
I'm
see?
fucking ridiculous at tic-tac-toe. Ridiculous.
Really though?
Okay, checkers. How about checkers? I can't play chess for shit. Never tried, but checkers, I got him.
Chess is tough, man. There's so
I
many
love
moves
playing
and shit.
chess.
I'm alright.
Oh man.
See, Larry, that's how I know you're a badass, because you can play and like to play chess. That's double badass. At least to me.
Appreciate that.
I actually follow chess people on TikTok. They'll do like setups and openings and shit.
Oh man. See, I just don't know if I have the minerals for trying to understand some shit like learn a brand new game, one of the most challenging and intricate games in the world. I don't know.
No, it's awesome. My dad taught me to play when I was like 7, 8, 9, 10, maybe.
You know what would be cool is
And,
if my daughter and I both learned together how to play chess. That'd be cool.
That is actually good. You should do that.
Yep.
And
Well,
whoever
also
you
her-
play like this, whoever loses.
No, go ahead.
Well, whenever you capture somebody else's piece, they got to take a shot.
A shot? Oh.
Hell yes.
My honey baby darling will probably not drink much in her life. We're setting her up pretty good here.
I know most of my kids don't drink like that.
Well, I'll just say her mom's super young. She doesn't have any of the dirty V's going on. Never had one in her life, right? Never had a shot of anything. And we're going to make sure the baby's the same way. So, there you go.
Where is everyone? It's Friday night.
They'll be here. They're, like you said, shots.
Dude, no one here is out doing shots. They're all nerds.
I know, man could dream though, eh?
I mean, let's face it.
Go ahead.
God. Well, everyone here is a nerd, right? I mean, what are we doing here? Who's not a nerd here right now?
It's funny, yeah, because when I quit drinking is when I really dug deep. So.
Yeah, if they keep you busy with circus and bread and booze and and sports and shit, then yeah, you're not paying attention to what's going on.
Yep. I told a grown man to stop speaking poop mouth in the chat. Like you said, it's Friday night. Let's go.
Hey, NASA Shill said, "Stop eating crayons. All the adults are talking," or something. What did he say? Oh, he said, "Eat a crayon. The adults are talking." That's cute.
It depends on how fast he typed that, whether or not it lands, in my opinion. And he had to edit it, so it makes me think he kind of stumbled. He I'm going to say this, and the faster I say it, the more impact it's going to have. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh yeah, those quick comebacks. I got Bob real good one night. He's like, Jeremy, pull out your crayons and draw this down. I was like, Bob, I can't because you ate all the crayons. It was
You
quick.
ate them all. I think I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was quick.
Yep. Right. It was right away. Yep. I'm just winding down, man. I had a long day, so I'm just chilling out with y'all.
I hear you, man. That was a long fucking week right there.
Oh yeah,
Long fucking week.
Friday. I keep like when you said Friday, it's like my mind automatically went to party mode. Like I do so much stuff to like so many part-time things in my life that like weekdays right now don't mean shit. But you work at a school, right? So do you keep with hours too, or do you go in and fix shit while no one's there?
Yeah, during the summers we work days, but that's over now, and I'm back to my second shift, like 2:30 to 11.
Okay, you like that one better?
Yeah, summers fucking blow, bro. We have to fucking we have to clean entire rooms, then move all the furniture out of the room, then strip and wax the floors and move all the furniture back in the floor in every room in the whole school, bro. It's a nightmare.
Jeez.
Absolute nightmare. All while it's 110 degrees because they won't turn the AC on so they can save a few bucks.
Dude, what? Okay, that's bullshit.
They will have some of the rooms AC'd wherever there's teachers, because they'll still have kids. They have summer school, so some of the rooms will be AC'd, but none of the ones we're in.
Of course not.
Yeah, it's like 127 degrees and shit inside here. It's hot, bro. It's hot. It's hot right now in here, and it's not even that hot out. It's like humid, mad humid in New York.
Well, it's because of all those non-wildfires sprouting up, you know, making the winds blow and the seasons do stuff.
Bro, Canada had it so bad here at one point, you could barely like see shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, what the fuck? They had like advisories, like.
See, listen, I hope people understand that this is all pretty much unprecedented. And it's all happening.
The West Coast Canada wasn't that bad this year.
Like,
speaking of the
Hawaii,
last
we got Hawaii.
year, the
Check it
year
out. Check it
before,
out. Hawaii,
it was
bro.
so bad,
When was the last
you could
time Hawaii
stare
suffered any kind of fucking fire damage, especially like the level that they just did?
What's up? We didn't hear any of that. You guys were talking at the same time. Go ahead. What were you saying, Rob?
No, I just said they weren't that bad this year. Like last year and the year before, you could go outside and smell the smoke. But this year it hasn't been that bad.
That's how it was here. That's how it was here on the East Coast. I could go outside. I mean, I'm in fucking New York, upstate New York, but still, I could go outside and smell the smoke. But have you guys seen the things where they'll show these pictures of where fires have went through, and there'll be shit that's blue that didn't get burnt?
Oh
There'd be,
yeah,
like,
they were
trash
talking about
cans
that.
or umbrellas.
Yeah, they were talking about how like something in the blue doesn't burn.
You know what else I seen after they showed that? This was a TikTok. After they showed that, they showed a guy with a laser, and he had a bunch of colors in front of him. He was shooting the laser, and it was burning all the colors, and then he hit the blue one, and it didn't do anything to it. Fucking sharks with laser beams.
Dude, straight up. Oh man, that's crazy. What a movie we're living in. This is sweet.
So, also, some celebrities started painting the roofs of their houses this color.
Sure.
I heard. I don't know how true that is.
Well, listen, if it's got to be a certain material, right? It can't just be a certain hue, a certain color.
I don't. No, I think it's just the color.
It can't be.
I don't know, bro. I'm telling you, he had the same.
Is it just like okay? So check it out. So like the same frequency that blue resonates at this same device, on the spectrum, it burns everything else, but just for whatever fucking reason it can't burn that blue or something.
Yeah, I mean, the TikTok I saw where the guy was actually burning stuff with a laser, I don't know if it was the same material, but it looked like it was the same fucking material.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what those materials are.
And like I said, the blue shit that wasn't burning, it was a car. One of them was a car. Another one was beach umbrellas. Another one was like a garbage can. So, like, I don't think it has to do with the material. I don't know, though. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think it's the material.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to the guy who did the laser thing and see if that's cotton that he was using or cardboard.
If he had like metal, yeah. If the blue thing was a different material, that would be good to know. Absolutely, yeah.
Still, it's interesting.
Yeah, it was neat. I was just wondering if anyone else saw that. What else? How's shit going, Rob? You good?
Fuck yeah, I'm always good.
Paradolia, you there? Oh.
Yo, I love you guys. I'll talk to you later. Have a great night.
He was on the moon.
That was
Somebody should
horrible.
hit him with the moon bleep. You should have hit him with the moon bleeps next. Is that you that has the beep? Who's got the moon beep? Beep. Paradolia. Do you see what happened there with that whole argument? How it went off the rails in the wind?
I do.
Do you think is the drone affected by wind no matter where you look at it from?
I don't know.
There's no wind in the room. We can put sensors on the drone. It's not being affected by wind at all. Bacon said it looks like it's being affected by wind. Anyways, that's what happens when you get down these crazy conversations.
But you said it. Your explanation of it debunks them, right? Essentially.
It debunked well, it's not my explanation. The way Coriolis effect works debunks the fact that they claim that they're flying on the shortest path possible, given what those paths trace out to be, which is great circle routes. Like, I'm not using anything against any kind of physics, or this is all mainstream shit, all within the globe paradigm. It just doesn't work for you guys. That's all there is to it.
But can you explain how what they say is happening? Can you logically break down how that doesn't work?
Yes, they say that they're flying in the shortest path possible, and that path traces out to be a great circle route, which doesn't curve left to right. But we know the shortest path possible has to curve left or right.
Yeah, I know. But what's their explanation of it?
They don't have an explanation. What happens every time is the thing that happened with Bacon just now. We start talking about non-inertial and inertial reference frames and what it looks like, or wind, or something that's just not relevant. That's their whole argument against it.
But can you articulate why what they say is incorrect?
They're not saying anything coherent. It's off the rails. Wind has nothing to do with it. What something looks like has nothing to do with what it actually is. Like, they don't have any real comeback for this. There's nothing real with any substance that relates to reality when I start talking about this. You heard what happened with Bacon. Stick around. I'll go through it with Zanuck or somebody else. You could see how it goes. It goes like that every time, dude. Zanuck will start talking about It looks like it's a shorter path from this frame, or wind, or something, some other non sequitur just thing that doesn't have anything to do with it.
But like I mean, to say that your argument is correct, you'd have to be able to deconstruct why their argument is wrong.
They don't have an argument. They don't have one. I don't know. Did you hear what just happened with Bacon? They don't. What was Bacon's argument just now?
He said it was dependent on a reference frame.
Yeah, it looks like it's a shorter path if you're on the non-inertial frame. Yeah, but we know that's not true because there is no shorter path than the half-meter distance to the center. There's no shorter path than that, no matter no matter what it looks like. In reality, if you fly the drone parallel to the meter stick and it goes in a straight line, there is no shorter path in a straight line, right?
Yeah, in that scenario, I mean, I totally get what you're saying. I agree with you. In that sense, totally agree with you. On the same page.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that they have another explanation. I don't know what their explanation is, right? And they don't.
I don't know what it is either.
They probably don't arrive at it for like an illogical reason, right? And so I would say, in order to say that your argument is correct, you'd have to be able to articulate their argument and then find the flaws in it.
They don't have an argument. You heard what just happened with Bacon. They don't have an argument.
I mean, he thinks he does.
Do you know what it is? Because I don't know if you heard the same thing I heard. I didn't hear any argument coming from. I heard wind, which it was totally irrelevant. He tried to make it relevant, but it wasn't relevant because the drone wasn't being affected by wind at any point. There's no wind in the room. Maybe I missed something. Did you catch something Bacon said, like some kind of coherent argument against it, or I don't know?
Oh, I'm not necessarily saying Bacon's argument, and I'm kind of just like, because you're saying like, hey, this doesn't work, and so the people that say that it's a great circle, right? That's the people that would be confused or lying or wrong or whatever, but they have a reason for saying it's a great circle, right? So I would say that would be the argument that you'd have to demonstrate, why it's, and their reasoning for saying why a great circle is in fact the shortest path. I think you'd have to demonstrate why they are incorrect and break it down.
I told you why they're incorrect, because it's not the shortest path. I don't know why they came up with that. That would be the shortest path if Earth was a stationary sphere. A great circle route would be the shortest path. Remember before we spun the roundabout?
Did they give an explanation of why they came up with the great circle?
I don't know why they came up with that. I don't run around divining people's thoughts. I have no idea why they came up with that. I just know it's wrong. It's demonstrably wrong.
Would you say that it would be advantageous to determine how they came up with it, to determine if it is in fact wrong?
No, it's demonstrably wrong. Not if it's wrong. We know it's wrong. Remember, before we started spinning the roundabout, the shortest path doesn't change just because you start spinning the roundabout underneath the drone, right? It's still the shortest path to get to the center. It's demonstrably wrong, bro. It's not like if it's wrong, it's wrong. It's not the shortest path.
Yeah, I agree.
Circle route. It can't be.
understand that. I understand what you're saying, but clearly they have another opinion, right?
Yeah, they think it's the shortest path because a great circle route is the shortest path you can travel on a sphere. But it's not but that would be a stationary sphere, not one where there's Coriolis involved. When there's Coriolis involved, that's no longer the shortest path. Like, I don't know why they came up with that, why they're saying that. It's not true. Not for the globe model. Like unicorns are the most majestic creatures on Earth. Now, in order to debunk that, you have to know why I came up with that argument. Like it's not really relevant why they came up with it, or I don't know why they did that, but it's not.
Yeah, but that's not really analogous, though. I mean, we can both agree that because they're trying to produce a practical claim, right?
Yeah, that's the claim. The Great Circle Route is the shortest path you can fly in a plane over the rotating, spinning Earth. That's their claim. That's not true, though, because we just went through it with the roundabout. We know that the shortest path is in the inertial frame, or the drone's frame, where it flies in that 1 meter straight line path, like a ballistic bullet on Earth. You shoot a bullet, you can't shoot where the target is. If you're far enough away, like if you're trying to do one of those mile or mile and a half shots according to the globe, you can't shoot where the target's going to be. You can't shoot where the target is. You need to shoot where the target's going to be. Do you know why they adjust for Coriolis like that in the globe? Because the bullet actually travels in a straight line path, and the Earth rotates under the bullet, and the target goes to meet the bullet. That's the shortest path the bullet can take.
Yeah, but it's a straight path in reality, but in, space time, it's a curved path.
Well, that's a whole nother ball of wax. Is that the saying, ball of wax?
That's a different ball of wax.
I'm just saying, Paradolia, think about it. And realistically, we know that's not the shortest path, this Great Circle Route thing, because in order for it to be the shortest path, it would have to curve left or right on the ground. But their Great Circle Route doesn't curve left or right. I haven't not heard a coherent response for this argument.
But you're saying you're not aware of how they obtained their, that conclusion.
Dude, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how they came to that conclusion. I don't know why they would even say that when it's not true. They're just saying not true things.
But
I don't know why they're saying not true things.
That doesn't wouldn't you want to know their methodology for coming to that conclusion?
Why would they lie?
No. You're starting off with they are lying. I'm saying they've come to a conclusion. You're saying I don't know how they came to it. They say these things that don't make sense. But in order to determine what is true, you should be able to articulate their stance, how they came to it, and how it is in error.
Well, I told you how it's an error because we know it's not the shortest path. As to why they came to that conclusion, I don't know why they're not telling the truth. Whether it's a lie or not, it's not the truth. So whatever. I don't know why they're not telling the truth. I don't know. We know that's not the shortest path, though. So whatever. I mean, why are they not telling the truth? That's a good question. Let's try to figure it out.
But earlier you said, when I asked what's their explanation for why they chose that, and you said, well, I mean, they just said a bunch of stuff that doesn't make sense, right?
Yes, the Globers in here, when I bring this argument to the Globers, they say a whole bunch of stuff that's like red herrings and doesn't really make sense or it's not relatable. They say a whole bunch of stuff. As to why the people that actually made this claim are making this claim, I don't know why they're not telling the truth, that's not the shortest path to fly. I don't know why. That is a good question. We should find out why they're lying to us or why they're not telling the truth.
Do you think it would be beneficial to determine how they came to that conclusion?
Sure. I mean, we could do that. We could figure out why they're not telling the truth. That'd be a good thing to do. Absolutely.
Is there a slight chance that you might be ever so slightly in error in your conclusion?
There's 0% chance I'm wrong.
0. Okay.
Yes. I mean, is there a chance that there? Let me ask you this: is there a chance that there's a shorter path than a straight line when we follow the meter stick with the drone above the thing? Is there a shorter path than that?
Not in that scenario that you outlined. I would say there is no
Okay.
shorter path.
Exactly, which tells us that the shortest path is in the inertial frame. Just like when they fire a bullet or a ballistic on Earth, it goes in a straight line. That's the shortest path it can take. There's 0% chance I'm wrong on this. It's just a basic physics. It's Coriolis. It's the Coriolis effect. I know the Coriolis effect. There's no chance I'm wrong. Not when it comes to the path, how the distance for the paths. There's no chance I'm wrong, bro.
Would it be worth investigating?
Investigating what?
Like how they came to their conclusions?
Sure. Let's call an air. You want to call an airline up with me? We'll do it on like a conference call thing. We'll call an airline up and say, hey, why are you guys claiming that you fly the shortest path when it's not the shortest path, or how did you come to that conclusion? I don't know what good that would do, but we know it's not the truth though. We know it's not the shortest path. So however they came to that conclusion, I mean, it's kind of meaningless. We could just get to the right conclusion that it's not the shortest path.
Well, I mean,
and they can just admit they were wrong.
In your demonstration, it was very clear how you presented it. So forgive me. I feel like it would be a very rudimentary mistake for them to make in something that is so blatantly clear as you outlined for them to make. So they would have to have a very, would you agree, a pretty strong reason to deviate from such a blatantly obvious answer.
Yeah, I don't know how they missed this one, but they fucked up. Whoever's making that claim, they fucked up for sure. It's always a shorter distance to lead the target when something's moving laterally, perpendicular in front of you. It's always the shortest path to lead the target. That's what's happening when you're shooting a bullet or a ballistic. They have to lead the path. They have to lead the target because there's no other option, because the bullet only goes in a straight line, which is the shortest path. So they have to lead the target. They can't shoot where the target's going to be. It'd be a longer path. Bullets don't curve. They have to adjust and lead the target and shoot to where the target's going to be, because it's the shortest path. Now, when they fly in an airplane, they don't fly to where. Well, hold on. When they fly in an airplane, they don't fly to where the airport's going to be. They fly to where the airport is nonstop and take a curving path, because they're adjusting for Coriolis. That Coriolis adjustment is a left to right curve. Can't be the shortest path if you're curving left to right, my man. This is legit the best Coriolis argument anyone's ever come up with. I'm not mad people aren't using it. I'm just disappointed. Steel City's he's a good Glover. What do you think, Steel? He might not be good on a Coriolis effect. It's kind of. It's not even that intricate. It's almost simple. You've seen how simple that merry-go-round example was, right? That's not complicated.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're not able to like demonstrate how they reach their conclusion, articulate the counter argument, show why it's false, then you really don't have anything to stand on. No offense.
Well, they don't have a counter argument that's coherent. We just saw that from Bacon, and this is not my first rodeo. I've been through that dozens of times with these guys. And as to how they came to that claim, it's not really relevant, because if I tell you unicorn poop floats in air, you don't have to know how did you come to that? Who cares? It's not true.
Yeah, but that's not analogous.
It doesn't matter how people come to false claims. That's not really even relevant.
Yeah, but you're
It's more
assuming it's a false claim, and then you're saying it doesn't matter how people come to false claims. That's a circular
It is a
argument.
It's a demonstrably false claim. That's not a circular, dude. I don't have a circular argument. It's not a false claim. It's demonstrable, it's demonstrable that it is a false claim. And as to how they came to make this false claim, I have no idea. It's not really relevant.
But how
You
do you
should
know
try
if
to
it's a
find
false
out.
claim if you cannot demonstrate the errors in their reasoning? You can't demonstrate it.
It's demonstrably. It's demonstrable. It's provably false that is the shortest path. The bullets, the ballistics, the drone on the merry-go-round, it's provably not the shortest path.
So what you're saying is you found the new way to navigate the Earth that, like, the people that have billions of dollars in fuel costs to win or lose haven't determined.
You would think they would want to fly the shortest path, wouldn't you? Which is why this makes this even that much more interesting.
So what's more probable?
I don't know. What's more probable? There's a shorter distance in the straight line, 1 meter path following parallel to the meter stick. Is that probable? Is there a shorter path than that?
Is it more probable that you have found a new way to navigate that is shorter, while simultaneously being unable to articulate how they determined their conclusion, or that people with billions of dollars to gain or lose are correct?
All right, I'm just going to back off of this because I don't care how people come to false claims. That's not really relevant to the claim being false. So I'm just going to back off. This is what I get. I get wind. I get it looks like from non-inertial reference frames. It looks like I get how did they come to this claim? Just a whole bunch of stuff that's just, it doesn't address the point that it's not the shortest path. Who cares how they came to the claim? Anyways, what else you got? Let's just put all this behind us.
Yeah, I got something. Did Whitsitt and Brian have their thing, or did that happen?
I think they had it. I heard it was an absolute shit show, which wasn't a shocker because the moderation is fucking straight trash, and I know how Brian's logic is.
Oh, I don't even know that guy. If somebody can show me a link, I can't find it anywhere. I just got off work, so
I'll DM it to you. Hold on.
I appreciate it.
Was it a busy night at the Glory Hole, or?
Oh yeah, your mom was all making me a lot of money.
Nice.
Oh man.
Touche. Touche. That was good.
Got him.
It was like almost a fumble, and then you just right in the mother. Got him. Guys, can we just get a big round of applause for India? They went to the fucking moon.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
Somebody's got to go take a dump up there. Does the moon smell like curry now, or what? Oh. I'm just kidding.
Yo, no joke. No joke. There's these Yo, come on, you ready? There's these apartment buildings near me, and a lot of Indian people. A lot of Indian people live in this certain set of apartments, and it just the instant you walk into the hallway, just you get hit with that smell. Yeah.
Dude, some Indians own a liquor store on the corner of my block, and they when they close up the liquor store at like 10 p.m., they all start cooking. It smells amazing. I'm not gonna lie, it smells great, but it's just super funny.
Thanks, Jeremy. Oh wait, did you call me? Dude, Jeremy called me instead of sending me a link. Oh boy, he'll be back. Welcome back, Jeremy.
What's up? I sent it to you, Riggs. I called you on accident.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Oh, it was 3.5 hours. Holy shit. Didn't expect that.
Yo, if there's a part that's not a shit show in it, send me a DM later.
Well, I mean, I imagine it is. I can't stand most of this shit anyway. I just wanted to scroll through it, I guess.
Flat Earthing is getting kind of weird. Like, what's up with everybody doing these funky debates where it just turns into something like that I wouldn't want to like show to somebody who I'm trying to have a real conversation with? Like, why is that happening?
Yeah.
Explain the funky debates. What are you talking about?
How about like all of Nathan Oakley's material, like all of it, and then a lot of the shit that happens at Asylum and Fight the Flat Earth, my tune, like all those motherfuckers. Like we shouldn't even be engaging with them. How about that?
If there isn't a dialogue, then how are you?
No, we should be engaging. We should be engaging with the Glovers.
I mean, no, we should be engaging with people who come in good faith and are willing to talk about these ideas, not people who are just, professional YouTube debunkers, that want to like call the cops on people just because like somebody trolled somebody online. Actually, people who do that should be banned constantly.
People that don't want to be trolled be banned?
People who troll by talking shit and calling the cops live on stream, yeah, I think that should be qualification for banning. Don't you think?
Banning from where?
Well, I mean, like, if like what they're calling the cops for is like not an offense, right? Then the individual that they're calling them on shouldn't have anything to worry about. Therefore, no reason to ban, right?
No, that's just senseless drama, dude. That has nothing to do with a fucking scientific debate. What are you, fucking high?
Just take it easy.
How would
with
you get your
Paragolia. He's
information
not-
in the first place, man? That's what's weird.
Just take it easy on Paragolia. I think he's new.
My bad. I don't know if anything. I have no idea what this is about.
You talking about when Fight the Flat Earther McToon? Who was it called? The cops?
Yeah, yeah, it was something like that. Yeah, but I'm just like pointing at the character of these folks, right? Like if you're here in good faith and you're actually interested in the topic, you're not going to bait someone into your stream
who has made negative comments about someone else and then said that you have to report them to the police, doxing them live on stream for entertainment purposes. So let's not bring that up because that's a distraction, and people who do shit like that should be banned, which is my point. And we can leave it at that. It's just my opinion.
I mean, everybody's free to do whatever the heck they want, and it's on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, if people want to engage with McToon and fight the flat earth, and make them hundreds and thousands of dollars, go ahead. That's your prerogative. Go for it.
Like I said, man, it's everybody else's issues. I mean, like, how is it that someone gonna try to tell another person what not to do? That for me is just stupid. I'm an adult, dude. I'm fucking 40 years old.
Look, you just don't do that, okay?
Yeah, ain't no man gonna tell me who
Stop
I
it.
can and cannot speak to. No, you shut up, Rhett.
No more.
Stop talking to me.
Dang it. Fine. Do what
Yeah,
you
like real
want.
talk, man. Like who's anyone gonna tell anybody, any other adult, hey, dude, you can't talk to that guy, man, dude.
Don't you stream on Twitch?
I do.
Stop doing it. No, I need to catch you one time, brother. For me, summertime is busy, but I'm gonna catch you one day. You do Fortnite, don't you?
Yeah, mostly Fortnite.
Do you do anything else? Like,
I dabble in other means, Call of Duty and everything. Is just too. It's always the same thing over and over again, man. It's like
What about
yeah, it
Overwatch 2?
definitely is.
I've played
2 is-
Overwatch 2. It's actually pretty fun.
Dude,
But
I just
again,
started playing it.
it gets a bit repetitive.
Oh, everything does so.
Yeah.
I'm streaming
Yeah, you're
live
gonna have to
right
give
now on
me a.
YouTube. It's for
I'm
You're gonna have
Apex.
to hit me an invite on that. I got Overwatch.
Bruh,
Larry, I saw
I
you
gotta
playing.
add you now. Hold on.
Yeah, we'll
Where
have to
you?
get in. I'll tear some people up.
I don't know who you are. I'm talking to the frog.
Stormfire, which is also my name on Overwatch. Add me.
Hold on, I'm gonna add you too. What's your name? Stormfire. I got you, bro. Add friend, because I mean, like, dude, I'm normally a gamer. Like, my name used to be Red Gamer, but I don't know. Just
Unfortunately, there's numbers on the end of Stormfire, and I don't know what those are. So kind of
no. At least I can text you on
I'll get the
here, but
invite
like,
out.
hey, what's your crap? Yeah. Man, Frog, didn't you have another name? Like, I don't recognize this name, and you're all the way at the bottom where I can't highlight you on my phone. Can you add me as a friend there, buddy? The dude was just not talking. Why is he not talking?
Probably got in the game.
You.
Oh, you're asking me. My bad. I said you.
It's all good.
I thought you were talking to him.
No, I got him. I can't scroll down to you because then I would either, like back out or go to home or check out my apps that are open right now and close them. Like you're
Well,
under
his
that.
name is the elbow.
It used to be the elbow, but now it's
We're
the
gonna
hook.
add you as a
The
friend.
hook thing.
So hard.
I'm
Come on.
gonna send you a
Add me.
message because I tried adding you and it says you failed to it.
That's because I used to be a Twitch streamer and I had to do all that crap because little young y'alls.
All right, I got the add a friend
All right, let
tag.
me see it.
I need y'all's BattleNet
I
account or
got
whatever.
you. That's so annoying. Discord.
Crazy because I got 2 games running at the same time. I wonder what my computer's doing right now.
Should I say hey back? Like,
Computer's having a fit.
how do I add you?
Every computer's having a fit. Running 2 games at the same time right now.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So if you go to the message, it should have a little icon with a plus on top of it, like a profile picture with a plus.
There we go. There we go. There we go. I tried to join your stream. Actually, dude, I can't even add you. You're trying to get me to curse? I'm not doing it. All right, it's pending.
There you go.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, like I was big into Apex, Gears of War, and all that crap. Back when I streamed, I was at like, I don't know, 2 to 3 grand followers Twitch. Now I do a 24/7 flat Earth stream. Actually, let me go into the. Well, nobody cares. At least not in here because everybody's educated. Let's see. Live stream text. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in here just to do it, but like I said, nobody cares.
Right, I just posted my BattleNet account.
Like I said, nobody cares. I'm picking, by the way. I love you. I think that did it. I'm not sure. It probably didn't know. I don't know. Whatever. Dude, y'all know this Discord chat's under contention, I guess, or whatever, because of the whole QE what's it, debacle?
Said this server?
Yeah, I know it's retarded. But I was in 24/7 Flat Earth because I've been drinking and I figured like I go talk smack in there. And yeah, like they're acting like this place is under contention because of the whole ether thing. It's like, that's just an idea, right? It's not proven, it's just an idea. Oh, what is ether? Fuck, I don't know. You tell me, like you're asking.
Dude, just tell them that they're government. Just tell them that they're all a bunch of government agents, and they'll ban you immediately because
look, dude, I don't care enough for all that.
They'll
Like
ban
that's the
you
reason why I'm
immediately
in
because it's
here
true.
more. Okay, possibly, but like the thing is, I'm in here because
Call me
it's
a government agent.
more. You're a government agent.
No, I'm not, and you're not banned, or there will be no repercussions.
Okay, I don't care. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter enough to me. But like the whole thing is, it's like y'all are really like vibing that hard on QE's crap. Like, dude, it's just an idea that we can progress on and see if it works or not. Who cares? Like right now, you can't just be like, no, it ain't real, and then that's it. Like, and that's what they're trying to act like. It's like, dude, like let go a little. I
Quantum
don't know.
eraser. I hardly know her.
Well, look, man,
Yeah,
it sounds like
it
sounds like you figured out that place is controlled, right? That's kind of what it sounds like.
It's been ghetto. Like, so here's my thing. Like, I've been a flat earther for a good long time, solo, and then I learned about 24/7 flat Earth. Oh wow, I can talk to other people that are flat earthers, and then like then it kind of got old because it's just all about newbie stuff. Like like just bringing people into flat Earth. It's like, oh, okay. Then I'll learn about this channel, and now there's intelligent conversations that are happening so many times, like throughout the week.
Talk to them. Talk to them. Be the best, DJ Khaled.
So yeah, I mean, like it's just profound, and then they want to go and just crush it so hard. Like, dude, we're in speculation world right now. It's like it's okay. Like it's okay. You don't have to rule it out. Like, why would you? To follow mainstream science? Like, is that really what we're doing here? It's like, I don't know. I think it's retarded.
Dude, they
But
should
anyways,
rename their server to
now y'all see me in
24/7.
here all the time, dude. Because I mean, I'm HVAC, just like Tora. Crap, I forget his name, but like we're both in HVAC, so we have the understanding of pressurized system, vacuum systems, yada yada yada. Another interesting side note, actually, is that fire contains electricity in it. That's how your furnaces are able to ignite and have a flame without a pilot light. Is because there's DC millivolts actually, or yeah, DC millivolts in the actual flame. So I mean, I don't know. It's just it's all retarded whenever they want to go into denouncing something that's speculation without any proof otherwise. I'm good. That's my spill. Eat my little taco.
Were you interviewed when you went in there, like for the VC check-in?
In 24/7,
Yeah, yeah.
dude. Yeah, like I first no, like that was the first Discord I was in, and then I slowly kind of migrated around.
Do you remember the questions that they asked you or the things that they told you when you joined?
Not really, because I had
remember.
Helio interview me, and me and him hit it off really good. So we just bullshitted most of the time.
Did he
You know
ask
who did
you
my
about
interview? Yeah, you know who did my interview? It was hard as fuck. What's that guy's name? Begins with a P. Real Irish or Scottish or something. Planko or something. What's his name?
PMAC.
No, not PMAC. Not he's fucking drunk. The Irish or
Panto.
Panto.
Dude, like I heard today, I went because I mean, y'all know I
That
normally
guy
don't talk,
loses
but
a cell phone like twice a week.
well, anyways, y'all know I don't normally talk in here, right? So I mean, I went in there like I came in here first because I was kind of drinking and just like this whenever I kind of feel like I can talk. Um, y'all were talking about Jeremy. You were actually talking to somebody about something like, I ain't about to jump in. And so I went in there, and QE went in there talking smack to somebody that started an R. I'm like, wait, I'm the only R in here. And so I started talking smack back to him, and then he left or whatever. So I mean, obviously he wasn't talking to me, but then they brought up Ether and everything. And then somehow, one way or the other, they brought up Earth Awakenings as if that's the channel that's in contention. I'm like, whoa, wait, what? Like that's the advanced side of 24/7. Like 24/7 is for newbie Globers that are just now coming into this realm. Like you go to Earth Awakenings to actually get some real stuff, like real content, real learning. And crap, I forgot the point. But yeah,
We ain't.
like
The point is, we ain't fucking around in here. We're the real deal.
yeah,
Holy
yeah,
shit. If we
exactly.
get
Like
down to the
there ain't
dictatic
no
patty whack, give a
bullcrap.
dog a bone.
Wait,
Yeah.
and did you get banned
Man,
for
I was
saying
gonna
that?
have a big.
No, I'm not gonna get banned in there. Like, no, I'm
But
not worried
did
like
you say
that.
that out loud, or were you just thinking it?
No, I said it out loud. Like, I'm not getting banned in there. Like, the person that said it was just a QE like follower, basically.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering,
But
like, because
but
QE
you
came in there
said
talking smack.
out loud that that place is for newbies and the advanced shit's over here. You said that, right?
Yeah, like,
And you didn't
they're
get
not getting
banned.
banned. No, not gonna get banned over there though. Like, I was there for a little while. Like, like in the beginning, like over a year ago. No, I'm not going to get banned over there. I already know too many high ups, Miggy and Helio and everybody else. Like, no, there's no worries like that.
Hey,
But
Rec is old school, man. He's like
yeah, but it's
number one.
interesting. Like, yeah, I'm an old school listener, basically. But no, but it's so interesting that they want to knock the whole reason why is just because of the ether idea. It's like y'all know it's just an idea and we're exploring it. Period. Right? Like that what other thing that you can put on it as a label besides that? It's like who cares? But you want to have contention and argue over it like there's some reality to it, like it's already proven either which way. It's like, no, it's neither. Let it go. Like, period. I don't know. But yeah. Anyways. So how about them wildfires in Louisiana, huh? Rakia, I just saw you popped in.
Larry, what's your
French
YouTube channel?
settlement's getting lit up, dude.
What?
What's your YouTube channel?
I had to send it to
My
you. It's
YouTube
hard to
channel's
find.
non-existent. Like I used to do Twitch. Like Rex Gamer was my Twitch handle. Now is I guess technically now it's Flat Earth channel on Twitch. It's 24/7. But it's just videos.
You kept the same name, Rick?
That's what like Rex Gamer, yeah. But I haven't streamed on that. Like me and my wife used to stream on there all the time, but we stopped that just because it took over. God, it takes over, don't it?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So like what I do is now is
I found
I
you.
have my streaming PC. It does Flat Earth channel and it just streams 24/7, trying to kind of wake up the Twitch community a little bit. I think right now it's under science and technology, which is nice. Rakia Live, are you live? Hello.
He's probably on an island.
An island? Why would he be on an island? That dude pretty much lives where I live.
Where are you at, Louisiana?
Yeah. I'm like 30 minutes away from him. But there's a place
We
that's
need.
go ahead.
Are you near Ligo?
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. But now like, there's some wildfires going on around our area. Like French settlement, it's supposed to be like lit up right now, which is really close to my place, kinda close to his place. But you can look that up on TikTok and then see some crazy stuff. But yeah, dude. What's it? Bookfin? Elbow? We're gonna have to do some gaming, brother. Haven't done that in a minute. Oh, kind of itching. Do you ever do League of Legends or no?
No, I don't. I'm not really into that type
Mm.
of games. Yeah.
I got more into it as I got older. Sad enough. I'm 38. I'm not terribly old, but it's just like I listen to elevator music now. Like I don't know, it's kind of retarded, but I like it. So
Hey, if you like elevator music, check out Richard Cheese.
dude, I like what do I listen on Spotify? It's lo-fi sleeping or some crap like that, dude. It's so chill. I love it. Yeah. Well, wait, what do you say?
Richard Cheese. I think he
Richard Cheese.
yeah, he does some pretty good covers.
It
I haven't listened to him in like 10 years, but
sounds so goofy. All right, hold on. I'm gonna YouTube it.
yeah.
Don't worry, I'm on Bluetooth, so it shouldn't affect you. Wait. I forgot already.
Richard Cheese.
Richard Cheese. You sound like Larry.
I am Larry.
It is
I
Larry.
love you, Larry.
I love you
All
too,
right.
bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, dude, I've been listening to y'all for a long time. I figured I'm gonna start talking to y'all this winter, but I'm lazy. I say that every winter. Richard Cheese. Sounds great. The first song is just terrible.
Oh, is it?
Oh, wait. I spoke too soon.
Radiohead, Creep. I think he did that one. I remember that one being pretty good.
Oh, he did Chop Suey. Okay. All right. Hold on, Larry. I'm sorry.
Don't judge too quickly, man.
Yeah. That's exactly what I did. Okay. All right. I am Spotifying that crap real fast tomorrow.
I'm curious
Thank you,
now.
Larry.
You're welcome.
No. It's
I
like
haven't checked
some
it out in like 10 years.
Beethoven.
Oh, I can't check it out because I'm streaming. I'd have to do it on my phone. I'll get popped.
Dude, I'm selling a AC while we're talking. I love it, dude. Like we just moved down to Prairieville / like Baton Rouge area from Shreveport Bossier, and this is all Louisiana. But dude, like I've been making so much freaking money there. Like, and it's not like I've been, charging over or anything like that. I've been coming under the normal market, and dude, the price is just retarded there. Like I'll be coming in under half, and I'm like, my price margin increased. Okay.
Yeah, Richard Cheese is good, just like I remember.
I'm digging it,
This
dude.
is really good.
I am definitely digging it. I hope he has a Spotify channel because I'm typing it in tomorrow while I'm working. I just bought like the new Samsung headset, and it's actually pretty incredible for like noise cancellation and all that crap. Like it scared me because I got a little P tag unit in this hotel room I'm at right now, and that thing went away. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? So, yeah, I don't know. But I am pretty amazed that there's still some stupid drama going on between them two. The whole Witsit, Nathan / QE camp. Like, and it's over the same thing that was over a year ago. It's like, y'all are bringing it up now. Why? As for on their side. So y'all should have squashed this a long time ago if y'all had some substance, but I don't know. What's Enigma? Is that Killer Clown or Kiwi?
Enigma just sits in here, and I haven't heard him talk in like a year.
So that's not Kiwi?
That's very questionable, in my opinion.
All
That's
right.
actually a good observation on your part.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like it is. Like he did a presentation. Is what? When did I do that job? Because there was a job I did. Like this entire summer, I've been doing installs or whatever, anything. I've been solo this entire summer doing AC, and there was a change out I did, and he did that presentation about Jesus Christ and dying and how did he die? Was it heartbreak? Blaze actually called it out, but I'm so busy. Like it's not like I'm looking at my phone because I got so much crap to do. Next year I'm getting a helper. Promise you. I just didn't want to put a helper like this year through winter time, which is slow. Like It's just I might as well do the hard work myself and save up for it. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. It was rough. It was a rough summer. But financially good summer for sure, dude. I can't believe Tora. It seems like Tora doesn't make as much as he should in Florida doing AC, which is interesting. That should not be making more than him profit wise per job. Is all. Because Florida's oof. That's a place where he should be making top dollar. Does anybody else do AC in here or no? All right, fine. Fair enough. Sorry. Y'all can bring up a topic, please.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
just
dying
curious.
out here.
Enigma. Hey, you used to mic up, bro. How come you don't mic up anymore? Enigma's one of the most reasonable globers I've ever met. Believe he was either a psychologist or going to be a psychologist.
So it's definitely not Killer Clown or Kiwi or whatever the heck, right?
No, Enigma's a guy who lives in New York. I believe he's from like Eastern Europe.
Wait. Is Platypus from 24/7 or no?
No, it's two different people.
Okay, sorry. All right, cool.
I can't remember if he said psychologist or I think it was psychologist.
I can see a psychologist being here, like trying to understand us as if we're got some kind of mental deficiency.
Dude from a psychoanalytical, bullshit.
Larry,
Psychobabble. Hold on. From a
go ahead.
psychobabble bullshit perspective, like the interesting case study really is the Glober. Like they're the interesting ones. We're not that interesting.
Yeah,
But the mental
100%.
gymnastics that they go through to keep their religion, it's very
All those
interesting to
strings,
watch
yeah.
them avoid the cognitive dissonance at any fucking cost.
But I mean, Larry,
I have
like,
come to a different conclusion. There's another conclusion. Are you trying to say as the people that think reality is real and it's okay to go by all the sane people?
all right. So, anyways, Larry, like, what do you do and where are you from? Because I met you in Flat Earth Discord 24/7.
Yeah, I deliver pizza for a living, and I'm from East Texas. But I'm starting to see
East
that.
Texas. Where in East? Like, can you give me a town that's not too crazy?
Nope. I like to keep it pretty vague.
Yeah. All right. Is it close to Louisiana?
Yeah.
Is it Marshall?
I've lived in Marshall.
Oh, nice. Marshall had a badass little skating ring. I remember one Christmas.
Yeah, the ice ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, dude, that's a crazy little spot.
Yeah.
They don't have much rules there. No, that's cool. That's all I needed. I love people close to home. Like I really do. I do. So
What do they
that's
call
cool.
that thing when you get a patent and you don't plan on doing anything with it except for suing people that try to use your patent? What's that called? Patent trolling?
Laughter?
No.
What?
Patent trolling, I think is what it's called. That's what Marshall, Texas is known for. Patent trolling.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of the patent trolling cases are done there where they
Have you ever? Okay, let me ask you this. I think it was in Marshall, but I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure that Marshall had this like for Christmas they had this like lights in the forest or some crap where like there's this little park and they had a big old lit up wannabe Christmas tree that they manufactured, and then you had these trails and you go and you would see Christmas lights through the trails and everything, and it was nice. Do you remember anything like that?
No, I
I
don't know
went
anything
there
about
like
that. I don't
2
celebrate
years
Christmas.
ago. Huh?
I don't celebrate Christmas, so I don't know anything about
Oh,
that.
how did you get your family to convey to that? That's awesome. Like that's
Yeah.
the problem I have because my wife she's like it just hurts her to not give joy to her kids, and I understand, but at the same time it's like it's not real. So
Yeah. Yeah, Marshall, Texas. There's a huge black population in Marshall, Texas. I don't know what the exact numbers are, but I remember it was like 80% when I went to school there.
dang, that's a good bit.
I remember it being like 80% black, 15% white.
So I'll say I don't know what made you bring that up, but okay, racist. Good job.
No, it's just what I remember from going to high school there.
Nah, I understand completely. Like just being logical
The
about it.
lunchroom.
No
Yeah.
worries.
Yeah, I just remember the lunchroom, like it was really, really clicked up.
What about magnets?
They're not black people, if you were asking.
You ever guys ever sat down with a magnet and asked like 20 questions about it?
Why does it sound like why does he sound like he starts with a D? Oh, it annoys me. You're not real. You're not really here. What the heck? Say it again?
I said,
You
have you ever
can't.
thought about a magnet and asked yourself and sat there and looked at it and like played with one and asked yourself like 20 different questions? Just try to think anytime you like try to like think about stuff like variables, manipulate, or just think about how it works or what's going on. Just pick a number of questions you have to ask yourself about it and just make that many
Oh
questions
my
about it.
gosh, why do you sound like so much like Demon?
Because I am DMOC.
Well, why don't I see you? What's your new name?
Because Democ's name is banned unless Geo unbanned it, I could switch back. But I'm logged out of Democ, but I'm not show physics. It's not show physics.
Hold on. What did you say? Hold on. I still don't see you. I'm blind. You're my favorite
Not
person
show
in the world.
physics.
I don't care. You're my favorite person in the world. I know who you are. You're my favorite person in the world. Just know that I'm a fan of you. Okay? Don't
How
care.
much have you had to drink today, Ricky?
Well, Rakia hasn't drank anything I know of. But I have
Oh, it's
a
right.
double
It's
shot.
right. That's
Yeah.
Ricky.
It's
You
a
had me
double shot
confused for a second.
large daiquiri, chocolate Russian. I might add, if y'all haven't tried it, please do. And then I'm on my third or fourth or fifth or I don't know, however it's left, Corona, because I love this virus. Yeah.
Take it
God,
easy, boy.
D-Mock, I love you. Like there's memes that I
Thank you, I
see.
guess.
It's
Thank
like
you.
here comes D-Mock in the house or some crap, some stupid meme. I'm like, dude, I'm saving it just to save it. Yeah, I love it. So what D-Mock, what's your name now? So I know?
Nacho Physics.
All right, now. All right, good enough. All caps. Okay. I wish that Rakia's like so close to home without him even knowing it, or he kind of knows it, but he don't give a crap. But yeah. So, Demon, where you at in the world that everybody says you are? So that makes sense.
Where am I at? What
Statewide.
now?
State.
My Chicago. My
Chicago.
Chicago
Oof.
in Illinois.
Too cold. Okay. I'm
Not
Louisiana.
yet. It's about
Ready.
110 right now. Today it's about 110
No,
degrees.
no, it ain't. No, it ain't. Bull crap, dude. Shreveport is like 106. Calling bull
Nah,
crap.
man. Man, it still feels like 120 in my house.
Well, you need me to come over there and check your AC system out, brother. Because that's what I do.
I was just thinking about getting, I need to get a central air. I don't have
You
central
don't,
air. I just got a couple air conditioners and one of them's kind of shitty. You know the deal after that.
dude, I can help you out like so much, even over the phone. Like, don't even worry. Like, you need to add me for that aspect alone. That's what I do. Like, it ain't, no,
Right.
it ain't nothing.
I used to take heating and cooling classes back in school through a vocational, but I just did that for like 1 year or so. But yeah,
I
I hear
love
you.
your
I hear you
arguments, by the
100%.
way. Ah, so cool.
100%. I'm listening to you. I hear
So
you.
funny. It's so funny though. Like your arguments are just like it's better than QE. Like I'll put you in the same bar as QE, but yours are just so much more rationally like just you're retarded. Like not you, but the person. I love it, dude. It's without really ridiculing the element. It's ridiculing the argument without actually having to make them like, yeah, you don't call them stupid, but it's the logic behind it. It's like, come on, make some kind of effort here. So I don't know. I love it, dude. I gotta add you somehow. Let me see. Like I said, I don't normally talk in here. You always see me in here, but normally I'm making noise, changing out ACs and crap. So I
Well,
don't
I gotta say,
bother.
Rick, that what you said earlier about um, Enigma being QE, that was a pretty astute speculation on your part.
Yeah, yeah, just because there's a clown face. Because that's what Kiwi always kind of had. And I
We got
don't
a
know, I feel like I need to
detective, boys.
apologize. I'm sorry. I don't know.
He's a detective. He knew my voice. He knew you were somebody close to somebody, and then he knew Enigma might be QE. He's good.
Oh no, Kiwi is like I know Kiwi. Like, I've talked to Kiwi, but I mean I haven't heard Kiwi talk. But I know he used to be like a clown face type deal or whatever. And I also know he changed his name. But like I said, I'm normally working, dude. When I'm in here, listening to y'all ramble. I'm normally
Do you
driving or
remember?
working or whatever.
Oh, 100%. Do you remember the old Enigma? Hank?
Yeah, he was cool, man.
Yeah. I haven't talked to him in a
Well,
long time.
I wish Enigma would just come on here and say, "Hey, this is who I am." That way, I don't know, some things get kind of recognized.
I mean, I
Because
think there's been like 2 or 3 Enigmas, but there was one on Pancho Pete's, and then I don't know if this is the
I
same
don't
Enigma
remember
in
that
here,
one.
but
I don't remember that one.
you
I
don't remember that
remember.
one?
No.
wait.
I
They
remember
banned your name?
the slow talking psychologist in Science versus Scientism. That's who I think Enigma is. But I haven't heard him talk in like over 6 months on this Discord, so I don't know if that's actually him.
Well, there was another Enigma that used to work like in a motel. He talks like he's a psychiatrist, but he always throws jokes in there and stuff too, kind of like Dicelo, like with jokes. But he's like really calm, really quiet. He sounds like he's a psychiatrist, but he works at a motel. Like, yeah, that's the Enigma. That was one of the Enigmas actually.
Dicelo was a Glober. Hey, check this out. Hold on, I'm gonna live stream text. I'm gonna add. Hopefully this is right. I don't know. I'm retarded. But I just put a mini split in my garage. So let's see. And if y'all don't know what that is, I will explain after the pictures get brought up.
A mini split is a air conditioner unit where the window closes like 90%. And
No,
there's
that's a window unit.
the mini split is a window unit, right?
No.
No. Okay.
Kind of, but no. It's okay. Like no, like a mini split is a split system that is normally smaller, or it has a inside and an outside. Um, Normally it's an inverter, which means that the compressor can dial down to different percentages of capacity, blah blah blah. But yeah. Anyways, like my garage is the coldest room in my home now, which is crazy because the entire outside wall of my mini split is not even insulated, which is pretty cool. And I insulated my garage door just in case, and just because it's a little bit trickier to insulate your walls, especially if you didn't know if they were insulated or not. But installing the mini split, I learned that my external wall that I put my mini split on is not insulated, but it don't matter because it's still cold as crap. But the whole reason why I did it in the first place is because my entire upstairs home is built upon the downstairs, including the garage. So the heat was raising up to my daughter's bedroom, yada yada yada. I can stop talking after that. Sorry.
Oh man, the upstairs rooms are a killer. Oh my god. That's not, man. Talk about the downstairs was the 120. Upstairs probably 200 fucking degrees. At
Can
least
be. Well,
150.
no, it ain't that severe because there's a upstairs central AC and then downstairs central. But
Oh no, my house.
well, dang, dude, I can always hook you up, brother. Like I'm telling you, like flat Earth side, like y'all hit me up. I will make an effort to be reasonable on pricing and everything else, to where it's not just I'm
Oh,
not
what do you mean?
gouging
You
my
come hook
stuff.
it up? You mean I
Like I
pay you
can
and you
hook it
come do
up.
it?
Hell yeah! Like for flat
Oh
earthers,
well, fuck
for
yeah,
DMI, for DMI,
yeah, man.
yes, yes. Hold on, okay. I'm gonna have to find this meme. It's not even that hard to find, I'm sure. Like it's something like D-Mock has entered the room, and it's like something like that, dude. I went ahead and saved that because like I felt that to be true.
You feel me enter the room like this mother?
No, dude, like it's somewhere. I got too many bullcrap
Oh,
pictures
you
from
mean
recent.
the memes that what's his name puts up
Yeah,
with the
like
cars?
whoever
Yeah,
puts up,
yeah,
dude. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense.
100%. Those are funny as hell.
I love it, dude. I'm like everybody hates it, or like for the majority, I'm like, whatever, dude. I love it. Common sense is coming in. Yeah, I don't know. I know I saved it somewhere.
Well, I've been trying to dial back my meanness a little bit. The other day I got agitated because like the thing was breaking my eardrums for like 30 minutes straight.
Yeah,
And then I was like,
I say do
man,
you,
this is
dude.
wild.
Like if you have confidence like that, I don't care. Wait. I got it. Hold on, I'm sending this right now. Yep. This is one. This is one right here. Got the Limp Biscuit one. I'm like, yeah. Dude, you feel it. I'm sorry, but that's my prerogative. Cause I'm telling you, dude, I'm working, and like I'm just doing my thing, listening to bull crap, and then all of a sudden, Demont enters VC. I'm like, yeah, dude, hour and a half, or at least a half hour. Yeah, it's interesting. It's fun.
Well, I just try to ask questions maybe I think people haven't asked, or maybe
It's
think about it the way
logical.
maybe they haven't. I mean,
Yeah. Like I said, I can't hate on it
trying to use
because every
simple.
time I'm thinking while you're asking him, like, yeah, that makes sense. It's like, wait, you're talking about something retarded. Okay. That's not proven, more importantly. And then, yeah. But anyways. Yeah, dude, like, dude,
Yeah, I just try
anytime,
to keep it.
especially in wintertime, dude, you can holler at me. I can give you a price and make it where it's like I can make a little bit of money where it's like something worth making the travel. But other than that, I'm not tripping on trying to make something killer. I could probably save you money compared to something locally. Just hit me
Definitely.
up on the AC side.
Yeah, we'll talk.
Bro. But yeah, so like what I have to do is still setting up. Like, dude, like my garage. Okay, so in Louisiana, when your garage is cold, it means it's cold outside normally. So it scares me. I'm like, oh my god, am I done working? And no, it'll be hot as crap outside. Uh, so when it comes to my upstairs, for my daughter's room, it's still warmer than what it should be, but that's just because of the windows. And so all I got to do now is try and tint the windows and see if that really accommodates. But I mean, long story short, I'm going to be upgrading my systems because we just bought this house in October. But yeah, dude, like no, like when it comes down to it, when it comes to AC, I have buku companies that call me for questioning when they run into a certain little issue or whatever it may have you. Just because I used to subcontract for other AC companies, so they were my customers. I learned buku information from them. And so like I don't know, like almost every scenario I kind of got down to where they
Man,
call me
today
in to
there's a
get
lot.
confirmation.
Hold on, real quick.
Yeah,
Yo,
today's a
Larry,
lot
your
of stuff.
streams. Hold on, Demont. Sorry. Real quick, Larry, your streams froze on YouTube. Go ahead, Demont.
Oh, thanks.
What were you saying, Demont?
I mean, it wasn't. I was just telling the dude something about air conditioning or
I
whatever.
don't care. I love the meme that just posted.
I had a couple questions about magnets though, Jeremy, for you too. Anybody, really, just a
Yeah,
thinker, a
I
thinking
love
human.
magnets.
Okay. Do magnets ground out when you put them on the ground?
I don't even know what that means.
Just think about the question. It
Are
doesn't.
they grounded?
It's just a. Okay, just think about it, regardless whether you know or not. And if you can't figure it, just don't think about them. Okay.
Only guess.
Another
Can I
question.
guess? Can I
Another
guess,
You're saying
Chris?
question.
when you hold on,
Can
when
I
you
guess?
put
Yeah,
them
yeah.
on the ground, are they grounded?
Magnets. Do they remind you of the way a thought process works or a brain pattern?
Oh, you suck. too far.
Now,
I don't know
magnets.
what that means.
No,
Do they
it's
have
too
any?
far.
What?
It's too far. Hold on. Let me go back to. I want to say yeah, they ground.
To what?
Yes, to the ground.
Then how would they hold a load?
They don't have to still hold a load if you know they ground. They can still hold a load. They can still hold a load.
So you think that? So you think something? Well, hold on. That's a good question, actually. How
Yeah.
far does
No.
something ground out? Does
Yeah,
does
like
something
it don't
ground out to the
matter.
point of no currency in
All
it,
the
or
way.
does it
All
ground
the
out to where
way.
it's
All the
supposed
way.
to
All the way
roll?
from north. All the way. All the way. They can
Well,
still
hold on,
ground,
hold
I
on.
would think.
That was my next question. Is if north is up or out, right? Well, the
Just
compass,
where it
right?
is.
Does it face up?
Where it is.
Does it face
Yeah.
up, or actually to north or to up? I heard it faces up. If that's
No.
true,
I mean,
then no.
only up if it's above us, but it don't matter. It only faces towards wherever it is, so it don't matter. If we're below it, then it faces up. But it grounds, yeah, I would assume so, because magnetic, electric always goes to ground. So yeah,
Well, I
with
was just
ground.
wondering, like, if the magnet wasn't its own ground source. And my next question is it N and S, or is it NN or SS, or NNSS, or just two S's for a magnet?
Now you lost me. All right, I'm gonna go back to drinking.
There's just questions, man. I don't know. But the pattern of like a magnet in a
Great
computer, right? You have a magnet and you have that little disc that spins. Supposedly, this information somehow has something to do with the magnetic property of a magnet, right? And then a magnetism can also, I think, erase some of the memory off your computer. Also, you put a magnet there. So, like, is it erasing or is it pulling away? Like, or is it just like
With
distorting
a
it
credit
beyond?
card.
Yeah.
Not
So can
restored
it
on a credit card.
record? Yeah, can it record the credit card as well as just destroy the information,
I mean,
or can it
potential's
record?
always
Yeah,
there.
they have a magnetic strip on the credit card, correct?
Yep, but not to. Yeah, I mean, it can take away, but not actually have the input to restore necessarily.
So what's that magnetic strip for? If it's all plastic and then you have a slight magnetic strip, what's the
It's only
whole
for
sole purpose?
signature,
For what?
right? Signature is my only idea.
No.
I don't know.
Information.
Yeah, which is signature.
No, well, it stores information. So if a magnet can store information, it's like a little brain.
You done retarded my brain.
I'm sorry. When I look at the pattern of a
Yeah.
magnet, it reminds me of a face, which also reminds me of a left and right side of a brain, or a walnut shell or seed, or like a seed.
Oh, you have
It
gray
reminds me
hairs.
of the
You're
same.
still thinking. I love that about you.
Well, I mean, the idea of a seed, the magnetic effect or property of it, right? And then the idea of what a magnet is, or a magnetic field does with the like the seed itself.
So,
Yeah,
is the seed magnetic? Like,
that's what I'm thinking.
I don't
To an extent, yeah.
know.
Well, see, whatever
Man,
you want to
like
call
philosophy
magnetism.
kills just spring out. Like, dude, that's where the memes should really start pouring in for the demon. Is philosophy memes like, oh,
Well, I mean, there's a
I
direction
mean,
to
like,
it.
what does a seed intend in biblical aspects? To grow. And magnetic fields, what do they do normally? They grow because oh, there's a correlation. Okay.
Well, they say a lodestone, right, to hold a load or to retain, right? And that's why I asked if a magnet can be its own ground source. That could be in a way what the magnetism, like its
Well, I
intelligence.
mean, okay, so all electrical has, I mean, HVAC at least, which I would assume all has a two-way circuit because so like the mini split, for example, you have 240 volts from the disconnect to the condenser, and then from the condenser to the mini split, which is the head on the inside. It has 4 wires that are going to from the outside to the inside, which is 240 volts to energize. Great, we have power. Then it has 1 wire for signal. Okay, well, 1 wire for signal does not necessarily mean that it's gonna receive and transmit signal. No, it needs also a ground wire, a common wire. So there's always a circuit. So when you ask if it needs a ground or does it ground itself, it's like, well, automatically I would think or assume yes, because it always has a polarity. It always has 2. It's not just 1 wire. It's always a circuit. So, interesting.
Well, like
Yes,
a bump,
I would say.
like a bumblebee, if it created a static field, where does it ground at? Like, this is the only reason I'm asking this about the magnet. You know what I mean? Like, and if we're saying it grounds, like, then and like everything sticks to it, and that's
Well, if
like
the
from the
magnet's
electrical.
electrical, then it's the same thing. It don't matter. Yes,
Right.
is
No,
the
I'm
answer.
saying. Well, the weird thing, right? They're electricity, and they'll both right. But that's why I'm wondering about the magnet itself. Like, because
But
everybody's like,
still,
what does a
yeah,
magnet
like,
do?
yeah, yeah.
So I'm trying to break it down like
I
an
mean,
easy way and try to
I'm
ask everybody's
assuming,
opinion. I know what we've been
yeah,
taught. Yeah, I'm just
right. But I
saying.
mean, like, what I'm seeing is what works in reality. And yes, like, you can't have any, like, dude, um, so like just simply a heat pump system. Um, okay. Or even on a straight AC system, I can have it where I can create a circuit as long as I ground a side of the circuit to ground. I
Right,
can
that's
still
what I'm
pull
getting
like
at. Like,
24 volts, but it
right, in
all
airplane.
matters about a circuit. So no matter what, even if it's magnetic or electrical, I would assume that no matter what, there's going to have to be a circuit. So yeah, like no matter what, something has to be grounded to create a circuit. Then you can have just 1 wire going wherever, no matter if it's magnetic, electric, or whatever may have you. It really like
Right.
in my field, it seems like yes, you have to have technically 2 wires, even if you grounded one to Earth. Well, which I mean, I cheat some of the times because you're supposed to have 2 wires from a system inside to the outside, but I can cheat it by grounding it to ground and make it where I'm only using 1 wire to make the connection. So, I mean, like on my professional opinion, I would say yes, giving electricity, whatever it may have you. And if you're talking about magnetics or a magnetic field, does it not work the same way? Like I would assume yes, it always has to have a 2 wire or a circuit, even if it's just going to ground, because that's where we are. It just works,
Well, I
even in
mean,
my
that's what we've
field
been
of work.
taught.
But
That's
it, but it,
100%.
it
No,
truly
no.
works. So
Right. Working the way they told us is different. Now, when you think of the
working.
magnet sticking, when you think of the magnet sticking, it's the magnet sticking to like
So
the nail or the iron,
okay. Well,
Is
I can
that
tell
an
you this:
actual?
the
Yes,
contactor in a sensor is all electromagnetics. Like that's what it is. So, like it creates
right.
an
So I'm trying to say,
electromagnetic field, but I can run that through one side through the ground, like through the earth, and only use one wire coming from the unit and make it work. Even though it's not kosher, like it's not what you're supposed to do. I can make that work and dust my hands off and
okay.
sign the invoice. So yeah, I'm telling you pretty confidently, like yeah, like that's true. So I don't know. This is
Right,
as
but
far as
a direct source to your air conditioner would have an abundance or a bigger capacity to do more, to have more output of an extra amount, right? Whatever entropy, whatever, an extra amount of power.
not
So
necessary.
well,
All it needs
the
is
way they
enough
put
voltage
it,
to pull in the contactor, and it will pull in the same voltage as long as it's going to ground, even though it's going to the earth.
we'll
Like
have you
what I'm telling you is like you're right. Basically, is that
No, I
it
know, but
will
I was
work.
going to say there's two prong plugs, there's three prong plugs.
Uh-huh.
Some of
Yeah.
them, yeah, some of them don't
Ground don't
have a
matter.
ground, some of them do.
Ground don't matter.
So
Ground only matters whenever there's a shortage.
right,
So
that's what I'm
like
saying. Right.
yeah, as long as it's going to
So
ground, like
airplanes,
it will. Go ahead.
a
I'm
shortage.
sorry.
Don't you mean an excess?
Not necessarily. All you need is a circuit. That's all you
No,
ever
right. But
really
I'm
truly
saying,
need.
well, in order to put an offset spark or an arc to be called or considered ground or to need an offset, when you need an excess amount,
It'll
or am I
always go
thinking
to ground
stupid?
for the most part. But like as far as you want to make things work, like as long as you go on the ground, like it will always work, which is pretty profound in the sense of where we are in the first place. But yeah, no, like all you need is like okay, so the reason why I'm saying this is because the trippy thing is like normally whenever you run a heat pump, you need multiple set of wires. And I'm able to do it with only 3 wires, which you normally need at least 5 or 6. And a
No,
lot.
it makes sense what you're saying. 100%. I'm positive,
Yeah.
negative
But I mean, a
ground.
lot of do it is because of the fact of grounding. Period. Like it's amazing to me in my field that all we need is ground. Like,
Right.
dude,
That's why I'm trying to bring to your attention. Now think about this. What if the magnet's ground isn't going to ground as we think, but it actually
like,
grounds through the magnetic property of sticking to shit? That is its ground. It holds
it
a
wouldn't
load
matter.
until
Yeah, as long
anything
as it
comes
makes
in
a as
contact.
long as it makes
Its
a
ground
circuit
is what.
in my field, it don't matter. As long as it makes a circuit, it don't matter. That's as limited as I am. Sad enough as
Well,
far
I
as
just
making
don't.
things work.
Well, I think it's its own
Hmm.
circuit. That's not. It's its own fuse. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it needs to ground. I think the energy or capacity that it can hold, it stores. It holds a load. And then once anything comes in contact that can pull a piece of that load, actually becomes in contact, and then it becomes a part of that magnetic field, and that's when it exchanges its magnetic field or its grounding to the other metal. It's not
Potentially
gonna.
for
It's
sure.
like a dio. It's like a dio ground. If that makes sense. Not really negative ground to the actual ground.
Yeah, but
That's just
like
my
in the
opinion.
same sense, like yeah, that's fine, and I'm not against it. But like at the same time, like everything that I ever do, it always goes to that dang ground. Like that ground is a savior for me a lot of times. Like
Right, but I'm trying to ask you about an airplane. An airplane's nowhere near the ground. How do they ground it out? You see
The
what I'm
metal
saying?
frame. The metal frame.
yeah,
It's it's as far as
Right.
it being grounded, like grounded to the earth. It's not grounded to the
yeah,
earth.
but
But as far as
it's still in a negative aspect,
right,
and that's all it is.
so
That's all it is.
in the
It's just
air,
negative
Hold on a
positive.
second, please. there's two of you. Can I, Hank? I just want to know the simplest way. I want to hear what you're saying. Way to ground something without being to ground. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're basically using the metal in the aircraft as the ground because it's the only ground around. So you brought the ground with you. I know it sounds weird, and I didn't mean to make it rhyme.
No, you're 100% on track with what I'm thinking. I believe the magnet does that regardless to itself. That's all I'm saying. I'm done.
Always a mind fucked.
I believe the magnet 100% holds a load or intelligence or information, right? The ability to do work,
Yeah.
right? Memory, yes, all the above. Potential, memory, intelligence, the ability to do work. It's all the same thing. No, even you could call it ether. You could say it's loaded with ether if you want. It doesn't matter to me how you want to call it. You could say it's loaded with God. Doesn't
You
matter.
heard
It's
what
the
I said
same.
about ether and 24/7 flat Earth Discord, huh?
Do what? No, I didn't catch it.
I don't know. They're acting like Earth Awakening's in contention or some stupid crap like that. But I don't think it's more of like everybody. I think it's more of just the QE people. I don't know. Something weird about it.
Oh, the contention with the ether and with it. Yeah, well, that's between. You know what I mean? Listen, it's
Yeah.
not.
No, I know. It's
Here's
retarded.
how
It's
I
an
look at it.
idea. It's a great idea, and they're wanting to shut it down so quickly. I got you, but go ahead.
You
If I
can't. It's
didn't
just like
say it right enough.
it's just like yeah, it's just like the magnet thing I'm talking about. To shoot it down, I mean, then I have no point in even talking when I even first tried to bring up the idea for everyone to think about the same thing, not
Yeah,
just to
like
say
it's like,
yeah.
wow, y'all are gonna denounce something so quickly. It's like, huh? Well, it sounds like Glover's talking down flat Earth like so fast. Like at the same time, like they want to act like heliocentric was an idea. Blah 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 blah. It's like, well, okay, but I can spin that on you. I don't know.
Well,
I think it's
that's
retarded.
why it never hurts to add the ether in there, and I did as well. You see how I did that?
Like,
So
I mean,
everybody can have their cake and eat it too. So whatever your contention is, it's fine. It's fine by me, whatever you want to call it, right? It's
at the
not going to
same
hurt me.
time,
It's
the
not going to hurt
feeling
you.
it feels like it's
Right.
right. Like in this field, it feels like it's right. I don't know.
Well, that's why I
I'm
wanted
not
to ask
saying that
Jeremy
it's,
because he's
I
the
don't
one who
know who
usually
it's
would be the
right.
first one to tell me something's weird. Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear anybody.
Yeah. You're being extra sweet tonight, aren't you?
The mock is in rare form.
Heck yeah, he is. God, I gotta do 2 systems tomorrow. It's gonna suck. It's like they ran his name though. Like that's weird. Can y'all hear me still?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I just switched earbuds. Like
Yeah,
I
we
said,
can
I
hear
don't
you.
normally talk unless I'm drinking. Well, I've been drinking.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah, but that's when you're away from the wifey about 4.5 hours away. That'll do it. Have y'all ever see Brittany in here? No. Y'all never heard of Rick talking.
So, what do you guys think about the magnet things? Like any one of the topic parts of it, either part, whatever. Am I stupid? Is it? I mean, what do you think?
I think it's profound. Like extraordinary profound. Like that's the top notch of our misunderstanding of everything. If that makes sense. Like that's kind of how I feel about it. It's amazing. It correlates with light. It correlates with everything that we consume. Reason why we somehow can't take this energy that's just literally in the air and use it to power up everything. Like, I think it's something that's
A
taken away
transmitter and
from
a
us.
receiver. Yeah, it is a transmitter and a
Oh,
receiver. A magnet is. Yep.
yeah. Like,
It's also a
and
processor.
it's always, that's the thing, it's always there, no matter what. Like, it's the reason why we stayed to the ground. It's everything, and yet we take energy elsewhere to make for them to make a profit, of course. But it's always there in the first place. You were there whenever I talked about the HVAC flame and the reason why the board and the furnace detects the flame is because of the electricity that's in the flame. But electricity is not what creating the flame. It's just because of natural gas and fire. But the board detects the flame because of the millivolts that's actually already in the flame. Like, no, like this stuff is already here versus
Oh, 100%. It builds up. Yeah, yeah.
we're harnessing
Resistance
it here
is
and
power.
there, but
You work with air conditioning. You know, of all people, hot and cold are the conductors of fucking a lot of shit too, and that's caused by electrical
yeah,
differential. Hot and cold are superpower.
right
That
at
is
the same
potential.
time.
Yeah.
But like the thing is that the simplicity of the fact that engineering is able to make the boards the way they are to where we don't have a pull light anymore is simply because there's electricity in the flame itself. And that speaks 1,000 words. Like alone. Like no, like there's electricity in the fire. So when you make a bonfire, there's electricity in the
Yes.
bonfire. Like there's
Voltage.
electricity everywhere. It's so annoying. Yeah, it's DC millivolts, but
It's
still
helium also. You also release helium
helium.
with any natural gas product, an offset or a byproduct of it. In my mind, I could be wrong, but
Text
in
me
my
all the
mind,
time.
it's
Please.
helium. You offset.
Like if anything you have to do at my kind of field, text me about certain little crap like that because I didn't know that.
No, it's one of my ideas that any kind of thing you offset from burning any kind of burning gas or burning fuel or anything that you burn, an amount of that's going to be helium, no matter what. Even radiant heat, a certain amount of that can be helium. Once you heat or burn that gas, the natural gas, they say an offset of that, right? I mean, unless I'm mistaken, last time I checked, natural gas, an offset of that is helium, a
Huh.
byproduct. So if you burn or light up
We have helium
gas,
going out of our all of
yeah,
our houses, basically.
everywhere, every fucking where, all the time. Now
Which
it's a
creates
lot of other things too. Yeah,
in
everything's always
theory,
being
it creates the
converted.
firmament or
Well,
extends the firmament if the firmament is that super liquid
probably
or
a jelly,
whatever, which is interesting. Yeah,
probably a static jelly field.
interesting.
Well, I mean, what else is a force field? I mean, if you, it's like a solid jello, you know what I mean? Like a solidified jello of gases or a medium, right? And then once you try to enter it, you know what I mean? It absorbs every fucking amount of energy you have, sucks it right out of you.
All I can think of is that dude that went in that ball that you see on videos breaking through the firmament.
Instead of a vacuum, think about it sucking the energy, the electricity, the current, the voltage from the
Which
objects
is
instead of a
way
vacuum.
more
Think
feasible.
about that.
Yeah. Hmm.
Instead of sucking the pressure, you know, think about that exchange rate of electricity up there. Maybe I don't know. It's just a thought because I haven't been up there. I don't know. I don't know if everybody
Yeah.
knows or not. You know?
But still intriguing, annoying.
Yeah, it is annoying when we can't. Yeah, we can't get it. No, literally, it really is when you can't
Yeah, no,
you know.
exactly. Like you can't get up there. You don't know for sure.
Well, not even that. Can you trust who can? So if you can
True.
get up there,
No, you
I'd
can't
hope I
trust
could trust
anybody.
you to say, hey, Democ, here's
No.
what it
Nope.
is. Yeah.
Mm-mm. No go.
Just to the extent that we can send things and read things and do things ourselves, or have someone or a group or something we can trust. You know what I mean? What do we know? That's the true question. Not meaning can we know anything. I'm not saying that at all. I'm pretty sure we
No,
can
but
know
it's
things.
also proof.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just an
And
establishment of what really is
that's
going on.
rough. And I mean, graciously, we already have enough that we can prove to not be true. So there is that to be reluctant in. But yeah. Ugh.
Well, even if
Gross
it's
to think
scary,
about. Yeah.
even
Ugh.
if it's scary, I want to know. I don't care if
Yeah.
there's a jelly monster up there waiting, a spaghetti fish waiting to eat us all, a super alien with a badminton glove. I don't care. I would like
About
to
all
know.
the above. Carlos, wait. You're I mean, okay. In that thought alone, you're not thinking about the things that we can prove or can see and correlate with intelligent design, period. So I don't know.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I'd like to know, like the truth. Like, okay, at 10,000 feet, what's that medium? At 100,000 feet, what's that? At 30,000, all the way up, step by step, actual visuals, actual live footage, not cut shit, not just show us white clouds so we can't see anything, not show us fake shit all of our life. Something real,
Right.
man. Yeah.
No deceptions. But at the same time, there's some weird stuff that we can already correlate. Like the moon cycle is what, 28 days? The woman's cycle is also 28 days. The fact that whenever my third born child was born, as soon as she latched to the teat, my wife, she started having cramps to where her oh my gosh, I forgot the word, but that thing inside of her started contracting. God, that's pathetic of me. Yeah, like there's so many things that we can correlate to intelligent
The
design
mammary
that
gland?
can. What? Wait, whoa.
I don't know. You said something contracted.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
Something
but
about the mammary.
dang, dude, that don't sound right at all. Jeez. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. It's my bad. All right. Uterus. Oh God, that was hard to come out. Okay. Yeah. So like, as soon as a woman has their baby go to their teat, the uterus starts contracting and gives them a hell of a lot of pains. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I thought you meant
But you can
afterward.
tell it's by
After it was born.
design. I don't know what you said, but wow. But no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, and you go into the health region and start picking in, the deceptions out of that, like seeing how, I don't know, like the fact that bacteria can survive in 140-degree Fahrenheit temperatures,
Oh
yet you
man.
have a fever and it's only 4 degrees above your normal temperature. Oh, that's killing the virus. No, it's not. It's so you can sweat, so you can, detox. Like intelligent design
There's
is
also
all over.
yeah. There's
Oh, give
also
me
an
something.
intelligent design to us. We also have certain chemicals in there that make it hotter than that, even though we get to 103, 104, maybe 106 is the world record. Maybe I don't know. Inside of us, we have a chemical electrolysis that goes on also. Now, I'm not
Well,
saying that
yeah,
does
like
certain
even when
things,
it
but
comes to like, how the myth of brain damage. Like that was only with certain disease, and it was within certain special parameters that you would actually have brain damage from, a certain disease, yada yada yada, not necessarily being the actual fever. Uh, yeah, dude, like that was a big topic for me after coming to this truth and everything, and then hanging out with y'all and all that. I wasn't I wasn't finding my
When you
health thing that I wanted. I went elsewhere. But yeah, like there's a lot of interesting stuff with that, with the alkaline regimen that you should have or diet that you should have instead. Yeah, a lot of interesting things when it comes to that, but it all points back to intelligent design. Period.
100%. I was going to ask you something. When you were a kid, right? Like
Hmm.
kindergarten, maybe first or second grade, did you have like a bad fever at any time?
Gosh, I don't think so. Like nothing I can recall really. Nothing crazy.
Well, I
But
did. And you want to know
I was
something weird
tough
about it?
ish. Yeah.
I had a real bad fever, so bad I think I blacked out or fell asleep. And I mean, this is what
It's
they tell
rough.
me.
I mean, I
And
think that I could have the same thing though.
well, see, they woke me up at like because my dad couldn't come get me at like a certain time, so I guess they woke me up, and
Where
I
were
was like,
you?
"Hey, what?" In school. I went to
Ugh.
school, at the regular time,
You blacked
and
out
then I
in
got a
school. That's
headache. Or
new. Yeah.
well, it was like 6 o'clock at night, and
Wait, why were you at
I
school
was
that
in the
late?
because I blacked out, and they couldn't get a hold of my dad because at that time back in the day there was no phones like there are now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I didn't
No,
have a
I'm
phone,
38. How are you?
so
You're older. I know.
a little bit, but we were just poor.
Yeah.
We didn't have a phone, so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
couldn't really get a hold of him. And then when they finally got a hold of him, for somebody to give him a ride, we didn't have a car either, so it was just rough. So he got there and everything, and I woke up or whatever. But the weird thing about it is, it's like stuff that happened when I wasn't even paying attention. Kind of like I kind of recorded a little bit of it weirdly, and like when I woke up, it felt like it got rid of some of my old memories or fried some of the useless old memory garbage I had. And when I woke up for the next couple days, I was like absorbing everything. I could remember all the commercials, word for word, second for like
What
everything
if this
weird. It
is
was
how the
weird.
real D-Mod got born?
But I
Like,
found that weird. I was like,
you're a whole nother creature. You know that, right?
a lot of people tell me that.
Are you saying he's
Yeah.
cognitive divergent?
I don't know what that means, but I feel like he just came to logical understanding, like, just right out of that moment.
Well, I didn't know
Ugh.
what was going on at first. I was a kid. I wasn't that old at all.
Yeah.
It was freaking me out. So I woke up like, why am I still in school? I was asking myself the same question. And they were like, oh, well, you had a bad fever. We put a rag on your head, ice pack or whatever. You cooled down a little bit. We got your temperature down. Finally got a hold of your dad or whatever. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, see, on the way, they told me. But then I just remember the weirdness about it is it's like I couldn't remember certain, like my short term from like a month till there for like school stuff or whatever was just like gone. I was like, damn, like dumbfounded. But then like everything for the next week or two, I like remembered everything. It was weird.
What's that movie called? Like the Borgian, where that dude was like superhuman. That's D-Mod.
No, I wouldn't say that. But well, that's why I asked you guys if it had happened to you, because even when I had a son, my son had a bad fever around 4, 5, 6 years old, and the same thing happened to him after like 3 days of him being, sick or having a bad fever thing.
This might be the only hereditary. I
He,
wouldn't call it disease, but this might be something.
Well, I remember that he would do the same thing because right after the stuff, all the commercials that happened during his sickness, he repeated everything about what was on the TV on the couch next to him, and it was on while he was all laid out, like he was out of it. But when he came back after the third day, he recited. He was like, "Oh man, I got to get a rockin' chop, Dad, some, Chef Tony," and I was like, "What? What are you talking about?" What I mean? He knew all kinds of shit. I was like, "Well, how did you know that?" He's like,
He
"I don't
must be
know," and
somewhat cognitive. Like, I mean, logically, like there could be that. I don't know. That's intriguing. Because
I
I mean,
feel like a couple
honestly,
memory
like,
cells
look,
got burnt up.
you're what? You're old school, right? Okay, I have to know now.
40
What's
something.
your age? Whatever. Give me a
40
number.
something. 40
Shut
something.
up. Okay, it's 47. I'm 38. How old are you?
I said 40 something. What do you
Yeah, quit
mean
being a
shut up? That's
pussy.
not close.
Yeah, it's pussy.
What the fuck?
Be
45.
truth.
How about that?
45. That
45.
ain't bad. That ain't bad at all. Shut up about it.
But
45. And your
just
son's doing
saying,
the same thing. Your son's doing the
yeah,
same
felt
thing.
like my son had the same thing happen. I just thought it was weird,
Yeah,
so I just
something
gonna
that
ask like
was
you and everybody.
really, really like. So I mean, like whenever you go into those type of realms, like I mean, can you not say it's like that? You're going into something that's deeper than what you normally are in. It's deeper than reality, that's for sure. That's why you feel like things are slowing down for you. Like that's what I've experienced whenever I was sick. Like, and it would mess with my head. It would kind of hurt almost thinking about things that are just, I don't know, you would compute things way slower than what they were actually are. But
Right.
there's something profound about that.
What about an accident? If you're about ready
Okay,
to get into an accident,
but at the same time, like, what is your body doing in that time? Is it digesting? Is it not digesting? Because you're not eating because you don't feel good. So, like,
oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
uh, it's annoying. I mean, just in thought process. Because there's
Oh
more
man,
to
there's
us
all kinds
than
of
just, yeah. Um, I would lean that way. I would lean towards you're not processing food. You're doing what you actually need to do at the time. And but what that gives you is profound things also, potentially. And then so what happens to you? Is it ongoing or is it only in that one moment? Or
what
is that one
it only
moment
happened
basically
once.
where everything else kind of changes and correlates to that one moment and it just compounds? I don't know. Like I said though, like intelligent design still is the probably the under key factor, and you're just playing a part of it better than most. Because I mean, how long were you there? Till 6 o'clock at night?
It was probably I was probably about I don't know, probably second grade, first grade, second grade, so probably about 6 years old, 7 years old, 6 years old.
No, I asked for the timeline of the day. Because
Oh, 6 o'clock at night. Sorry.
yeah, so I mean, like that does have something on your body. Because digesting food, of course, just really just dilates. It just numbs everything. But if you're not immune to the numbness because you're not having nutrients and you're not doing that cycle of crap, especially with nowadays food, I don't know. Like, could it? And could your son be more prone to it because you're already kind of that way? I don't know. That's interesting
What
because I mean,
like
look, we're explaining the DMOC mean right here.
yeah, 100%. What I mean,
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like,
that's what really if you're not sure about certain things. But I mean, even if you are, there's still questions.
all right, can y'all still hear me?
Yep.
I just switched earpieces, just making sure. I just bought an ass load of Taco Bell, and I'm not gonna eat probably none of it.
Doorknob.
Dude, one good thing about going to Baton Rouge compared to Shreveport is the food. The food there, bro, it's just so good.
Yeah, my wife is from Houma, Louisiana. She told me about the food there. Crawfish etouffee.
My wife can make a mean crawfish etouffee. Yeah, like that's one good thing is I married a Cajun cooker. What's a good thing that you can ask her? Gosh, what's it called? It's not Mama's. It's basically stuffed bell peppers, but I think it's called Mama's gravy. Really good stuff, dude. Really good. Where you at, Larry? What state? Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, she's saying it was like homemade stuffed peppers.
Yeah, but it's a little bit more saucy. I don't know, saucy than the stuffed bell peppers. It's really good stuff, dude. Mama gravy, I think it's called.
Well, she says basically what we call like vegetables, they call spices. So we're talking about like vegetables here in Texas, and that's, they don't call them vegetables, that's spices to them.
Well, I mean, yeah, no, like no, it's all it's relative for sure. Um, just as long as you can cook a mama gravy good, a chicken sausage gumbo, crawfish etouffee,
Jambalaya.
jambalaya,
I like
dude,
that. I like jambalaya. Oh,
pastalaya. If you haven't tried that, oh my gosh, so
you
much.
talking about
It pulls in
pastalaya?
the juice.
You're talking about
Yeah.
pastalaya. That's what some people call that leche. What country is that? Lithuania? They call it
I
leche.
don't know.
It's very much like jambalaya, but it's like pastalaya
It's just
instead of
pasta instead
rice.
of
Yeah.
rice. Yeah, it's pastalaya. What's nice about Baton Rouge though is they got these fast food Cajun restaurants like Jambalaya Shop. They got Pot and Paddle, Off the Hook. Dude, they got like, dude, I'm so surprised because I came from like originally I'm from Baton Rouge, Zachary area, and then I moved to because of my wife to Shreveport Bossier, and I'm up here right now as we speak. But uh, we went back down there. We moved there last October to Prairieville, which is actually really close to Rakia Life. He lives really close to us. He's actually in our town like all the time. He says, um, but yeah, dude, the restaurants are just so good there. Like, it's annoying, so good because it's so expensive still. Period. It don't matter if you're doing regular or Cajun. It don't matter. It's just expensive. But yeah, dude, so good. Can't believe Nacho has to change his name though. That's crazy. I'll tell you this, I'm very happy to be able to actually be a part of the conversation instead of always listening. Because that's all I ever do for years, or at least a year. But I
Yeah, you
try.
got to speak
All
up
the time.
more often, man. Don't wait till you get drunk, or maybe get drunk and loosen your
No,
inhibitions, get used to
it don't
talking
have
to
to be all
people. And,
that. I appreciate it, but I think it's more of like wintertime because like I don't mind putting a camera on either. Like like I said, I used to stream on Twitch and all that, and so I got a nice little camera set up. I also have a P1000, which I went for our anniversary this past October the 16th. We went to Grand Isle, which is just a beach in Louisiana. And but dude, I could see these old rigs like just as far as away as the Black Swan. So I'm gonna be doing some of that stuff too. Which I don't know if Rakia has already done that or whatnot, but yeah, dude, like it's there. I'm gonna try. Yeah, it's no worries. It's just like unless I find a reason, I'm gonna listen more than talk. And yeah, like there's so many reasons to just listen while I'm working. So there's no worries on that regard. Whenever I'm not working so much, then I can definitely like chime in. But yeah, no, it's awesome to have y'all get to know me since I've known y'all so well through y'all's conversations. Yeah, like I appreciate it, especially more in this channel than others, because I don't know, sad enough, this channel is where it's kind of for sure. I really enjoy it. But that's my heart to heart, I guess. I don't know.
yeah, man, you ought to speak up more often. I've seen your name for a while. I think this is the
Yeah,
first time we
brother.
ever like really
But don't worry, dude. Like when you say stuff, I'm listening. You know. So, like I said, dude, ain't no worries. Like I know your name from 24/7. Like I remember whenever you changed it in a way. Like there's another name, and I think you changed it to Larry in 24/7. And
That's
then
right.
I can see you here. Yeah, so like yeah, I've been here a while. Like I would say at least 2.5 to 3 years. I've been just chiming in, listening, and just talking. Like I know Elbow, which is the book effing or whatever. Like I know that he streamed on. Yeah, like don't worry. Like I dig in on y'all. Like kind of. And then D-Mock, dude, like he stands alone, of course. Which same as you said enough with your voice. I just can't believe there's still like beef between the stupid crap like that's going on still recently, like this week with all QE, Jaren, Nathan, and all that crap. Like that's retarded. Like, so what? Let it be speculations. I don't know. Oh, by the way, you know Helio, right?
Of course.
I was talking to him earlier, dude. He's working in Little Rock and making like double the money. Uh, but I don't know. Like I got to shoot the crap at him, which was pretty cool. 'Cause that was the first person I talked to when I came into like a flat Earth Discord circle. Period. And yeah, he was on earlier, just I guess checking in people or whatever. Got to shoot the crap at him, which was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know, but like it seems to me, like honestly, like flat Earth 24/7 is for just like newbie Glovers or newbie flat earthers that are just learning about this realm. And then Earth Awakenings is more of a vibe of intermediate slash advanced people that have already been around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier. I hear you.
Oh, my bad, then. I have been drinking. But yeah, like it's just interesting to me, like the different aspects of just the different Discord channels, and that's how I correlate them. So yeah, my bad. D-Mock, please, somebody else talk. I need something else to go off of.
Tell us what you think about the whole ether thing instead of worrying about arguing and bickering over it. Tell us, what you think about it, because it is kind of a postulation to, talk
Wait,
about
wait,
the
are you talking
ether,
about the
right?
ether?
Yeah, we're not saying this is like settled science or anything like that. What do you
Mm.
know?
I don't think it's settled at all. I think it's such a great idea. And that's the thing that I was very like, because I mean, I first started tonight actually talking in the Flat Earth channel, and there's a chick in there, and I'm on my cell phone, so I mean, I couldn't really tell who it was. It sounded like maybe Jackie, I don't know, but it was so like against it. I was like, wow, like, are you serious? Like, it's just an idea. It's like, wait, you're against this idea. Okay. And I mean, I know QE and all that is against the idea, but it's just an idea. And it's a great idea. Like, there's logic behind the idea. Um, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, it was just profound to me that it was such a shun against it in that field, or that Discord, I should say, that yeah, I'm happy where I kind of stay, which is Earth Awakenings, because like it's not necessarily shun, it's more of like, just take that, like let's test it. Um, but there, like even I think her, oh, like it was definitely her that said like, oh, Flat Earth Awakenings is one that's in, I forget the word, but like is being put to the test basically. I'm like, wait, what? Why? Like, oh, can you explain the ether? Like, no, I'm retarded. But like, it is an idea that has good understanding to it, and yeah, like the simple fact that it was just taken away off the table so fast, it reminded me of another thing that, of course, we've been dealing with this whole time. It's like y'all are trying to take it away, but it's like, wait, isn't the heliocentric model an idea? I'm like, yeah, it's an idea too, but it's been disproven, right? It's like, well, has ether been disproven? No. Okay, well, then where are we right now? Like, I don't know, but it was annoying to hear that from that channel. Period. Just because I guess QE and all that crap. So, what do you think about it?
Well, I think that the crowd isn't really important to me, like who's who and who thinks what. To me, it's the ideas. Like, I don't.
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, people shouldn't just be, willy nilly calling each other scammers. I mean, that they should attack the arguments
Agreed.
instead of
Exactly.
the people. Because to me,
More
like,
importantly,
if let's say I were to disappear off the face of the earth, right? Some other guy's just going to replace me who believes very similar to what I believe, and he's going to get vocal on the mic, and he's going to perpetuate. So ideas are what is really being exchanged here, being evaluated here. Like, people aren't really that important to me.
but I mean, that's all it is, though. At this point, like it's an idea, but it's like at the same time they want to take away the idea so fast. It's like, wait, what are you replacing it with? Oh, mainstream? Like, is that really where you want to go? It's like I don't get it. I don't get why that's such a fad almost in that realm. Like, why? Because that's what they're doing. Definitely, it's like whatever QE says. Oh, that goes. I'm like, wow. Oh, that's where this room still is.
Well, he's not
I
really here to defend himself, so we probably shouldn't talk about
Oh,
people
he
that
was
aren't here.
here. No. Like he was there today. Like in 24/7. And yeah, he was talking smack to some guy personally, but at the same time, like I was right there, and I'm like, wait, are you? I was kind of like, wait, you're talking about me because I'm only our name in here, but it was a name that was like changed or whatever it may have you. You know how that kind of goes. But at the same time, it's like after the fact, yeah, it became all about either ether or no ether. I'm like, wait, ether is just an idea. It's just something that's being tested or, like thought about or whatever. It's like, that ain't a negative thing. Like, let it be. But that's what they were saying. It's like, no, there's no way, basically, in that realm. And that's where I'm like, kind of having an issue. It's like, well, where does this stuff come from? Where does energy come from? Like, okay, we don't know, but ether's an idea of it, but you want to dismiss it so quickly. So that's where that part came from. Like I say, you don't normally hear that in here, but in 24/7, that's kind of was, I guess, is what's been spewing out lately.
What I think the problem is that words mean things, and that's really important. But different words, or sorry, the same words mean different things to different people. So when
Right.
someone says, ether, they might be thinking about some sort of luminiferous ether or something like that, right? While another person is thinking 0 point energy, and another person is thinking like, some sort of mythological, like,
I feel like it's just an
pulled it from the
area that's
ether, like some sort of
everywhere.
Akashic record, right? Like I
Well, I mean, I
pulled it.
feel like it's like the background, like of everything, like everything that does exist, there's still a background behind it. So, like that, I mean, in a way that makes sense to me, but I don't know. Yeah, but I hear what you're saying. Like at the same time, it's like, wait, why are y'all denouncing this so quickly, though? It's like, what is the reason for the announcement?
I'm about to go to the road. I'll probably be out of range for about 30 seconds.
Oh, good, brother. Dude, I'm just happy y'all get to hear me for a second of my stupidity. Wait, stupidity. All right, good enough. About time for me to eat and go to bed. But no, I appreciate the talk. Yeah, it's interesting, man. No matter what, like, I'm not gonna say globe or flat, but more like the realm that we are in is so profound. It's just, it's hard to put words behind what we really are in. It's amazing. Every single thing that you can possibly think of, every aspect, it's just amazing in its own little way. Every little, I don't know, trail or I don't know. I can't put words to it, but there's something behind every little thing, and it all correlates to the same thing. It's just so profound.
What I think it boils down to is the mechanistic view of the universe. What I mean by that is like the human body is the meat suit. It has acid in the stomach, and everything is like electrical, and we're like little robots, and the planets aren't gods and goddesses.
Like
They're actually
what is
hold
it?
on, let me finish. The planets are
Mm.
actually, these spheres and balls of gas, and it's like a clock, and the cosmos is like a clock. But this whole mechanistic view of the universe is pretty modern, right? And the old way of looking at things is, a little different than the way that we kind of look at
Definitely
everything
morning,
now.
man.
Because
Yeah.
we kind of, say that it's like a computer.
We broke a barrier.
Right, but the old way, so the mechanistic and atomistic, like atomist point of view, is like one way to look at the world, right? And then the old way is like the ether, the background, the everything has like a spiritual aspect to it,
It all
kind of like
correlates.
the natives said the spirit of the water is sacred, the spirit of the trees is sacred, the land is sacred. And now it's like, the water is just a bunch of hydrogen and oxygen atoms, and I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
it
I'm
has
gonna,
more memory
I'm gonna
than
lose you for
a
about 45
supercomputer.
seconds.
Yeah, like it's contradictory almost.
Yeah, for sure.
So profound. It's so profound. Like, dude, don't get me on that. Full of. Oh my gosh. It's just amazing where we are. Period. And sad enough, Globers can't ever conceive this. They always think it's just, this astrological accident or whatever may have you. But no, like, everything is so profound when it comes to what you perceive in actual reality. I'll keep drunk talking somewhere else, but no, thank you for the conversations. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem, bro.
Remember my name. I'll be here in winter.
Yeah, I remember Rex. I've seen you around for a while.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm always listening. I'm always thinking like I'm always with it, you know? It's awesome. It really is. It doesn't denounce where we are in any kind of way. It always just brings more intelligence to the design that I see. So, yeah, dude. And you always bring some amazing things to the table. I'm like, what? Is this a truck driver and he's spitting these things? Like, where am I at? Like, yeah, dude. Now, Larry? Yep. Larry's a word in my vocabulary, and that's you. So don't worry. But all right, man, I'm gonna go and just kind of listen in on other things, finish my food, and get to bed. But you have a good night, brother.
All right, I appreciate your kind words, bro. Have a good night.
You too. Later. D-Mock, you suck. I was hoping to get one more from him. All right, later, dude.
Later.
I tried to make it.
So back to the mechanistic point of view of, looking at the world and everything within creation. I can't deny that the world does seem like it's mechanistic, right? But it's not, right? Like is not the same as. So when I said earlier about the human body and the stomach acid being like the battery and we hold a charge, it was, it's an analogy, but we are far superior than any kind of man-made, synthetic, anything, right? We're way more, or we're more unlike than like anything that's mechanistic. And the cosmos is like a clock, but it's more unlike a clock than it is like a clock.
100%.
And I think it's kind of one of those things where art imitates life. So the painting is like life, but it's not the same as life. So it's kind of like looking at a Picasso and going, that's the real thing. Like, no, that's not the real thing. Like, that's like the real thing. It resembles the real thing, but it's not.
At face value, it resembles the real thing, but it lacks depth. Same as a damn globe. 100%. Face value. Yes. And you could be like, but that picture looks exactly like the real thing. Yeah, 100%. But the picture's 2D. The real thing's right there, and it's like, it has depth. You can go inside it. Like, there's a lot more to it. You know what I mean? But the picture does resemble the image you see. 100%.
So, you've heard people say before that, the universe is like a simulation or something like that, right? And it's like, yeah, it's kind of like that, but that doesn't mean that creation is a simulation. I mean, in a lot of ways, it is like it. It's very similar. But you hear people like really start to stretch it when they ask questions like, if a tree falls in the middle of the woods, does it make a sound? Like, of course it does. Even if nobody's there, it still makes a sound. And that's when they start going too far, in my opinion. And I think that every concept and every different kind of cosmology or philosophy, they're making little connections that are true, right? Like the electric universe people. It's like the universe is electric. It's like, yeah, I agree with that. But, then they start talking about like everything based on like a heliocentric model. And it's like, no, I don't think it's like that though. So everybody probably has like a piece of it right, but not the whole thing right. And I obviously don't got everything figured out. And I'd be wary of anybody who does, especially if they say that they're dogmatic about it. Because we all should be open-minded. Because in my opinion, there's two types of stupid, right? If you have such a low IQ, you can't learn anything new, or you have some sort of cognitive deficiency, you're stupid. You can't learn. Or if you're so highly educated and indoctrinated in your worldview, and you think you've got it all figured out, that you can't learn anything new because you've been taught and sold a bill of goods, and you're dogmatic about your belief system, then you can't learn anything new. That's like the second type of stupid.
Yeah. A lot of the stuff that we learn from a certain source. We don't get to pick that source most of the time. Most of the time it's there and fed to us. So then when we think like learning something or getting smart in certain things, really not, because you never know the source of, by someone else's or source or self. Not to say it's wrong every time, but when it is, like, what are you doing? Like, hey, you guys read this and this thing or do this. This is supposed to be fact. What do you do with it? You know what I mean? And then
You're a little low, Demok. I turned everything up. having trouble hearing you. So if you could get closer to the mic or something.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, much better.
Okay.
Much.
No, I'm saying you're saying the right 100% thing. A lot of us learn everything from a certain standpoint or like from a certain source. Most of us school or whatever, right? And then when we try to like look and think about things in another way or to think about it a different way, it seems like it's stupid to us or another person we explain it to because they learned it like a source way too. And most time people are like, well, the source way's got to be right, right? I mean, I was told it was right, right? You know, and sometimes it's not. So like, what do you do when that main source that's always pushed as right is wrong? You know, then you got to go outside of that. You got to think, hey, even though you thought this about just like you said about the electric, it's not, it doesn't, yeah, it's not set in stone. Because how does this correlate to that? Without a demonstration, all the explanations are great.
Yeah. Oh. I don't have all the truth, but it's not because I don't want it, you know. And I think that if you have an open mind, it's much better to be more childlike than to, you know, be old and set in your ways. I'd rather say how, why, why, you know, and instead of acting like I know, like I got it figured out. Because isn't
Right.
that what a
That's why.
pretender clown is, Democ? Someone who pretends like they've got everything figured out.
100%. That's why I like to ask everyone like their opinion and say, hey, what do you guys think about this too? Because I don't think anybody's got anything all figured out. Certainly not me. I mean, that's why I have a lot of questions. You know, a lot of things intrigue me, like super, like, so from what I was taught compared to what I can sit here and act like, you know, scrub everything off the list that I was taught and just, what do I think about this? What do I think about it? Like, why is that not as valuable as what do they think or what did he think or, you know, another guy in a book, right? And Larry, his thought is, your thought's just as valuable as Einstein's to me. I don't know why, you know, all these other gentlemen are placed upon a shelf or given idolism or a plaque when every human that can think, you know, I mean, come on now. Come on now. Let's be true.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we look to the best of our ability, use discernment to process that information, and then use rhetoric to persuade other people of the truth. And anything other than that's pretty dishonest.
That's why sometimes I used to come in and be like, I'm not talking to the people that know it. I'm talking to the people that aren't sure. Sometimes I say that because, you know, why not? You know, because if the person already knows what I'm going to bring up, I don't want to argue with them about what they already know. You know what I mean? I would like to talk to a fresh, yeah, 100%. Anybody else in here? We're not like taking up any, like, I don't know. Oh, there's only about 6 of us in here right now.
I'm just listening. It's good stuff. I agree. Like, imagine if the whole of the world was just revealed straight away. Like everything that there was to know was just revealed. Like you'd be so over it so quickly. Like, it's the mystification that's important.
Well, imagine the overload of info. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you would. You'd be like, yeah, where would the fun in that be? It was funny what Larry was saying, though. It reminds me of the beautiful thing of like no such thing as chaos through chaos, like chaotic design, right? So like, can there be chaos in nature if nature is a system? Like a system usually is no chaos, if you think about it, right? It's like some would say it's chaos, like everything happening, working the way it does, no thought. And then others would say it's beautiful, intelligent design that just acts like chaos. Yeah, is chaos acting like intelligence? Or is like, nature, intelligence, like, or is it acting like chaos or AI for that matter? Like, think about like which one is, which one do you take? Which one do you think?
I think there's too much design and not enough chaos. And I know that you and I have different, ideas about how we all got here and all that, but that doesn't really matter because I can see the chaos that you're talking about. There is quite a bit of chaos, and like the desertification, where the desert is spreading across the plain, and the volcanoes and stuff like that. There is hurricanes, but I kind of wonder, like, how much of that is man-made these days? If you look at what's going on in the world right now, there's a lot of self-destruction going on and depopulation, I think there's a huge agenda behind it. So where does this chaos come from? Is it because we chopped down all the trees to make the pyramids and that's why the desert is spreading? Do we have Tesla tech that's, hypothetically causing like all these earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, or are we using some sort of technology to start fires? Are they buying up all the land so that they can starve people who can't drill wells and grow food? Is the chaos just from nature or is it synthetic? Is scarcity natural, or is it synthetic? I think that, nature is abundant and this place is amazing, but we're screwing it all up. And, I've heard people so many times, especially agnostic and atheist type, say, well, why do little babies get cancer? It's like, according to like the mainstream, didn't they set off like 5,000 nukes on Earth? And a lot of those was allegedly when we had like capability of like space travel. So they couldn't have like set off some like nukes like outside of the solar system or tested it like. And I get this is a normie argument, but you kind of see what I'm saying, right?
Underground, where they're supposed to test them underground at the end of it when they wouldn't let them test them above ground anymore or like near anybody's stuff because of the scare tactic they put out with it, in a way, right? So everybody's like, no, I don't want no nukes around us. And supposedly something about underground. I don't know how safe that would be to set off a nuke underground. I don't even know if that's what that meant. They said they went underground with it. I don't know if that just meant hide the location or to me, that's weird. But like, yeah, nature, I don't think can have chaos in a way. But man adding its hand in nature would be a little chaotic dabble into nature. But think about this though. When you're talking about intelligent design or intelligence of nature, chaos squared would be beauty. It would be a beautiful pattern or design. So like no matter what these squirrely dudes or what these people do to try to hurt, the natural flow of things, I think it's always going to try to reset itself back. Yeah.
reset
But I
itself
do
back
believe,
like it's cyclical in nature, right? Like
yes, yes,
we've done this to ourselves before.
well, maybe so, maybe so. But just in case, it's like, a backdraft, Hank, you know what I mean? You push enough, you're going to get a push back. So nature, you know what I mean? No, it'll let us do what we can do, right? But then there's an extent where it fights back and there's not, it's going to set itself to what it's supposed to do. You can't stop a river, you could try eventually, but then eventually, what else?
Yeah.
But yeah, it probably could have happened before because look what man does. It seems like a cycle of man to try to be smart, help you out, make it easier on you, but the whole time destroying everything, right?
Right. I'm with the government. I'm here to help. That old saying.
What was it?
The old saying, the scariest words in the English language are, "Hi, I'm here with the government. I'm here to help."
Oh, 100%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We can be friends. Come here, over here, I'll help you.
Yeah, I recently heard Dana White from the UFC, and he was talking about young people got it all wrong. You don't want anything from the government. The only thing you want from the government is to be left alone. And I was like, yeah, pretty much. I gotta go to the store.
Yeah, to kind of not have freedom to do certain things is kind of ridiculous. I mean, think about a renaissance now, or a new outlook on anything, or like a science reset, like or something like. How could you even possibly take step one? It's like almost been set out of the scene for everybody. It's like not even a choice anymore. Kind of, it's kind of weird. It seems to me. I mean, it's weird when you can put like a 10,000-year ordinate for some weird stuff like a CERN or some space program or anything else, but then you don't have any like something else that's better than that has the same backing. This thing will happen. We guarantee for as long as we can. Guarantee that everybody put their whatever in effort, contracts, whatever. This will be for 10,000 years if we can help it. You know what I mean? But like 100% good thing for people. Like not like a government appointed or a government focused type thing for the government, for the actual good of people.
I don't really trust the government to do good because if you think about it, like, who wants to be a cop? Like, would you want to do it, bro?
No, not under circumstances that we have in reality right now. Hell no.
Right.
But to be like, yeah,
But would
to
a
be like a real
psychopath?
security. Yeah,
Would
no.
a psychopath want to be a cop? Someone who craves power?
A lot of the time, yeah. Most time.
Right. So, who's in these positions of power? People that crave power.
For some reason, either like, yeah, they got I'd say 80%, exactly what you just said. That's why. Some kind of weird psychological, process.
So if you think about it, like the most corrupt people in the world are politicians. And I've heard someone else say this. I'm just repeating. Here's the deal. And the cops are like the ones who are, basically doing the work of the corrupt politicians. they're enforcing the government with the force of the state, using the force on the back of your neck. And yeah, I'm talking about like physical force. You know, it's really interesting that so many people lick the boot, right, when it comes to the cops. Because they're the ones that are working directly for the corrupt politicians. And what do the cops always say? Well, I'm just doing my job. I don't write the laws, right? Well, who writes the laws? The corrupt politicians. And who enforces them? You. So I think that's why we have, well, I know that's why we have the Constitution, where it's supposed to limit, the Bill of Rights limits the authority of the state and what they can do to us. So if it wasn't for that, you know, Constitution, the Bill of Rights, they would just do more and more and more. And, you know, who would stop them? How could you stop them? Because they got the blessing of the state, all powerful state. Well, they're only all powerful if you're ignorant. Remember, you're old enough to remember, the mind grows flowers, knowledge is power. Remember that? As you grow bigger, the mind grows flowers. How does
I
it
might
go?
have heard it somewhere. Yeah,
Full
might
House
have.
Rock. Full House Rock. Knowledge is power, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if you don't know your rights, you don't have any, but you have to like on the spot. You have to like on the spot exert your rights. Like you have the right to privacy, right? But if you don't put up blinds, then people can just peek in your house all day long. So you got to create the privacy you want. Same thing with any of your other rights. If you're like out and about in public, the cop comes up to you and starts asking you questions. If you don't specifically say, I invoke my Fifth Amendment constitutionally protected right, my God given right to be quiet, and I also want my lawyer. You know, once you invoke those, like things change. Like you can actually use that as a defense in court. But if you don't invoke it and you're just like blah blah blah, I was over here, I just came from the bar, you know, it's like you just snitched on yourself. So if you don't know to shut up, and of course none of this is legal advice. But like yeah, the government is always trying to catch you doing something every time you're around them. And it's a game to them. Like, what can I catch you with? What can I charge you with? But how come the people never plays the game back? Like, oh, copper, what are you doing? What can I charge you with? Like, what are you doing that's illegal? They never do that. They never play the game that the government's playing. And I think it's weird. Like, they're always trying to catch you doing something illegal, but you're just going to let them do whatever they want to illegal because you believe they have some sort of perceived authority over you? Weird. It's weird.
Well, and then the people who call them too. Isn't it weird how, like, if the little old lady down the block, or a Karen, I guess you could say, or like the little local store or a store calls it, right? Now the store and the police officer all together have like superpowers against you, and like you're the super bad guy or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's kind of weird too, right?
Yeah, but knowledge is power. It's true no matter what century you're in, where you live. It's always going to be true.
Right. And then the funny thing, like the people who use their cops, even though whatever, they'll use them to their advantage to be not cool with you, to be arrogant, ass, whatever. You know what I mean? They'll be like, oh well, this guy looks weird outside the store, right? And the guy could be minding his own business, just walking past, never been there before, nothing, right? And the store will call, you know, and then the store, like sometimes the store people will go out there and be rude or whatever, or act like they're the cop too, you know, because they call or whatever. You know what I mean? I think it's weird how they take people get weird when the cops get there for them. And then sometimes it backfires on the person who called them and they go to jail. That's when it really gets weird. But most of the time, the person that calls them usually acts like, you know,
they have like some major malfunction with reality of you. You know what I mean? And it's like it's any of their business at all. Like it'll be the weirdest thing. No point to call them. It's just weird.
I think it's remarkable, like how domesticated we've become, and it's kind of scary how extremely domesticated we are because we're supposed to be like living off the land and like tough as nails, but we're not for some reason. It's
Supposed
like
to
we
be out of
become,
a cage.
yeah, we become so dependent on society, you know. Like there's so much land, it's ridiculous, and we're all clumped together.
It's like a big dog kennel. It's weird. We're supposed to be able to pick our spots, do our thing, be free to roam, you know, do our thing a little bit, you know? I mean, come on now. A little bit of freedom of life, of choice, of doing stuff. Like, you just like, I don't know, walking this way on a sidewalk or walking across the street at the wrong second or doing weird stuff like, and not even that. And then you have your other rights, right? That the government just like snatch. No matter who you are, they find a way to take that little by little by little. Yeah, a dog catcher to the dog is like a cop to us. Dog catcher ain't got to do it. Oh, it's just his job.
I mean, it'd be one thing if all they did was pick up people who created victims, or the person who's driving 106 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. They would be freaking heroes, right? They would be the guys chasing, someone who's robbing people, shooting up the town in the middle of the night. I mean, what else would you call them other than absolute heroes? But the fact that they're like, policing for profit, roadside piracy, like it's racketeering.
Right, right. When you got 500 people in line down at the local building, and every one of them are paying $100 to $500, and that's every day, 3 times a day. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. But I mean, they have like the ability to be great, like firefighters, like putting out fires, rescuing people who have accidents, running into a building that you don't know if it's a meth house or what, but you're running in to save people and property. The cops have like the ability to like be great like that, but they're not doing that. Like they're doing the wrong thing. And I recently saw on Here's the Deal channel, this cop gets arrested, or she gets they didn't charge her, but she stole a shirt 15 years ago, so they kicked her off the force. So it's like she can't be a cop because she stole a shirt 15 years ago. But all these different cops are like deleting people, unarmed people, and they can still get their pension and all this stuff. And it's like, how is that okay? Like shooting an unarmed person, it's just wrong. Like old Western, like even they knew, like cavemen knew that it was wrong. Like some of the oldest stories that we have, like they knew that it was wrong. Everybody knows it's wrong to kill unarmed people. That's why criminals try to do it in private. Nobody sees it. I'll be back.
I think some of the stuff's a weird twist also. From like the cops, how they could be just like you said, super, super great. But like, look how they portray people to portray them. Like the bad guys supposedly are like gang members or like whoever else, right? Or like, you know, a cop shouldn't have to worry about ever getting hurt unless they're going to like a certain call, you know. And in that aspect, you could have a certain kind of cop, and then every other cop just be like an actual officer, an officer in a car doing an office job, you know, to help everything, you know, any situation. You're drunk as hell, you're falling over, your car's broke on the side of the road, whatever. Maybe you need your siding put up. Police should be helping people do that type of shit. I mean, and then you have a group, the red group, you know what I mean? The ones that don't mess with nothing, you know, they're not gonna pull you over or nothing like that. They're just gonna pass you up to go to the actual shooting. Crazy drug dealer or something they already have word of, or like a violent person they're looking for. You know what I mean? They can have that set up, yeah.
Welcome back, T-Mop.
Thanks.
Well, I mean, I left because you weren't talking.
Oh, I was just trying to listen because I figured they were going to get into everything. What do you mean?
It's okay.
I mean, this ain't my channel. They just let me back on it. I can't. Yeah.
Dude, it's so crappy. Like I said, there were so many memes. I only saved one. Like, look, I know they'll hate on this. Just hold on. There should be a DMOC channel. Everybody would go to it, and every other flat Earth channel would be irrelevant. Just saying.
Sounds good on paper. the Glovers or I won't even say that. I just say a lot of people avoid me like the plague. Not even Glovers, even flat
Man,
earthers,
dude,
even
it's
not
just
even
yeah, but you put logic into it. It ain't that bad.
Just
Tomorrow's
gotta
gonna
remember to keep it nice.
freaking suck.
That's what I
Just
was
know if
saying.
y'all see me in here tomorrow, which y'all probably will because I like listening. But man, dude, tomorrow's gonna suck, dude. Tomorrow's gonna suck. I ate crap food, drank a daiquiri plus a 6-pack of Corona. Tomorrow is gonna suck as far as workload goes.
You got to
I
quit
don't really
eating
drink
Taco
much.
Bell.
I normally don't
I don't
drink,
really drink much, but I smoke. I mean, I'm just saying. It doesn't mean anything. I don't mind anybody who drinks.
no, I
No
ingest
problem.
instead. No, drinking's way worse for you than smoking. If you're going for the typical THC compared to THC is so much better for you.
Right, but I don't think you should like do too much of anything because that, yeah.
Right. Yeah. If you drink 4 bottles of water in 20 minutes, you can die. So there's that. Yeah, I agree. But just my one night away from the wife, so I drank and I ate Taco Bell afterwards. I mean, I'm eating Taco Bell afterwards. Ugh.
Dude, don't eat Taco Bell. Like, if you just get some of the refried beans in a can and, like, get you some butter and tortillas and just get you some Cholula, like, that's not exactly a nutritional meal, but you can cook it yourself in like, I don't know, 10,
Way
15
better.
minutes.
I know.
Yeah. You got to stop eating Taco Bell. That's
Dude,
not food, bro. That's a food-like substance.
I know. I know. But I bought some Samsung Galaxy Pro 2 or Galaxy 2 Pro, whatever the hell they're called, earbuds, which cost $250. So it's like, I'm gonna go cheap on the meal tonight. You know how life is, dude. I'm sorry.
Dude, I got Earfun Pro 2, I think, headphones for like 50 or $60. Like, I couldn't ask for better headphones. I mean, yeah, you sound great right now.
Oh,
So
I love you too, brother.
if you're talking on those, you sound great. But
That's pretty cool.
yeah,
They'll be alright, dude. Because normally I'm about my health. I'm about alkaline, and I have Celtic sea salt in the truck.
nice.
I drink matcha tea instead of coffee. Like I said, I mean, I think I can deal with drinking and eating retarded for one night. But
Yeah.
no, I agree. I'm with you. I'm with you. Plus, I only ate like half of what I bought, which is still only like $20 worth. I don't know. I'm sorry for intruding. My little input definitely doesn't matter at all right now. Ooh.
Not true, bro. Not true.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
being over analytical. Got that
I always
sucker.
am.
Yeah,
At least
don't
I do have
overthink.
that ability, which is nice to have compared to most.
Yeah, the thing about being over analytical is you're worried about what other people think and what other people say, but most
No,
people.
gosh, no.
Oh
No, I
yeah.
really don't care. Yeah, no,
That,
no, no.
look,
I'm the last one to care. My wife, opposite. So that's why I can say
Well,
that.
if you can, I was gonna say if you can run really fast, you know what I mean. You might go through time.
Nah, I ain't doing that either. But funny still.
What Einstein said, right? It's relative.
I was gonna say the
If I'm
concept
running,
is funny.
yeah,
Run through all
yeah.
that.
If,
So it's going through my diaphragm. Nah, that's some baloney. That's why I love
yeah,
listening to Earth Awakenings compared to any other. Like I said, dude. I gotta say this once again. Flat Earth 24/7 is great for intermediate, like newbie Glover / Flat Earth people. Great. Soak it up. Ingest. Good stuff for you. After that, you got to go to Earth Awakenings for some real stuff to, get some better concepts, get some new understanding, some new interpretations that actually, like can kind of make sense of things that are already kind of questioning your mind. Other than that, then you got the demon means. Spout them out wherever you can.
I also think there's a good secret in the way the light has its color and the orientation that the color sets itself in, like a rainbow.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm not there yet. Trying.
just
Trying.
just thoughts, just for thought.
Add me if you can. Or you probably can't.
Just
Never
food
mind.
for thought.
Yeah, like people can't. Like I'm learning that people can't add me because the way I set my Discord up because I used to stream like gaming. All right, Demont. Color
Yeah.
orientation
color orientation, you know, the purple, the green, the red, the blue, the yellow, the orange, how it's orientated from the ground up, from left to right, how thick the orientation is of each medium. Like, you know, even though they're different colors, are they the same width or depth of each other? Yeah, yeah.
You have a YouTube channel? Why not?
Well, I'm just saying, you know, what's the DNA
No.
of a
I
rainbow?
asked a question and you didn't give an answer.
No, what'd you say?
I said, why not?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I just
What?
had trouble hearing.
What? I said, do you
My
have a YouTube
microphone on
channel?
my
And then I assumed you didn't. And then I asked again, why not? And you said
right, yeah, I heard
100%.
you say that. Yep. But my mic on my phone, I'm not trying to be rude, but the mic on my phone, I think I got it in water or something. It's a brand new phone,
You
but I
should
get dipped
totally
in
have a
water while I
YouTube
work,
channel.
and now it comes
Like I
out
said,
kind of weird, like
why
really loud,
not?
like it's a broke speaker.
No, you're good. It's just, why don't you express these things on the YouTube channel? Like, where I can, like,
Well, I
wait, what did
would.
you say?
Don't you have to have?
Let me rewind that and
I'm sorry.
then play it again. You know what I mean? Like, you got some crap under your mind that you should have on a YouTube channel. You should have it where you're explaining this and it's coming out accurate to where,
That's what I
yeah, we
wanted
have
to
to
do.
rewind it like 8 times. Fine. But we get it. Like, you got some stuff in you, bruh. You should have a YouTube channel. That's all I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. Interesting. The concepts, like the simplicity of what you say, even though it's so complex. Oh, you should have a
I
YouTube
got one
channel.
more for you. You're gonna like this one.
Oh
What if
shit.
you have the ability to be a seed?
I don't cuss unless
Yourself,
I'm
you.
around y'all, by the way. All right, go ahead. Wait.
I
I'm a
said, so
seed.
what if? Yeah, what? No, well, not you're a seed. I'm just saying, like, what if when we pass, the natural process of things is something in us, either a seed that we eat or a seed that like we might retain that we don't even have the awareness of, or something in us becomes a seed and grows a certain type of plant. Not
Yeah,
that we
almost
are
sad.
the plant
Almost
100%, but
sad in that way.
I'm just saying, bro, think
Well,
about that, man.
no. It's fine. It's fine. It is what it is, right? But at the same
Yeah.
time, like, man, that's so sad. That goes back to agnostic, which is all my life. Thinking, when I die, like, there's nothing afterwards. And except for I was a seed to plant.
Well, it's not
So
to
sad.
say, right, and it doesn't
In a
have to be
way, it
your
is.
soul either, like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It can just be some more life brought from you, and your soul still can transpire to do whatever you think, or whatever you hope, or whatever you know,
But
whatever.
you know what I hope? I hope you add me and you start bugging me about this kind of crap.
You did what?
All right, hold on. Let me add you. That way it's easier. I hope you're able to like add me to where you can just like call me up out of the blue and oh no, you're pending. You suck. You didn't add me yet.
I'll add you.
It's okay.
I'm on it.
No, it's okay. But I'm just saying, like, to where, like, I get these kind of questions direct and contemplate it for a lifetime until finally I give you an answer.
Right. That's what they're for.
So annoying.
I mean, they're to come to an understanding if you can, and if like
Yeah,
people
right.
discovered
If
some
you
stuff,
can't, then you
something
just
new.
keep on going.
Right, I'm looking for the new thing that might be new that isn't too far fetched. That possibly has it's part in reality, maybe. Who knows? Or not.
Oh, it's so hard.
But I do think there is something to the magnetism thing,
No way,
and
it
it
is what
also
it
goes
is. There
along
is
the
a seed.
aspect with the rainbow, the colors in that rainbow and the correlation. Yeah.
Simplicity. It always goes back to simplicity. If you can hear me, I don't know. I got new earbuds, but
Yeah, I
yeah,
hear you perfect.
yeah. It's annoying now. Reality, dude. Dude, I used to drink like a fifth. Like, I drank tonight because the wife wasn't around. But yeah, I drink to escape it. Now I drink just to kind of indulge in it almost. Like, I wouldn't think about this kind of stuff normally.
And you now?
I'm going to smoke a cigarette. So I'm going to go do now. If I can. I think all I need is my hotel cards and my keys to my car. Which, I mean, smoking, I normally don't do. But shit on it. Oh, wait. I need shoes or something.
When I put my earphone in, I hear you so perfect, but you can't hear me at all. It's so stupid.
What? I'm not saying I can hear you great. What kind of ear thing do you have? I got the earbuds. I just bought the earbuds 2 Pro shit. The Samsung earbuds 2 Pro whatever the hell. I don't know.
Oh no, I meant
But it's
mine.
great.
My earbud.
No, I know,
My
I know,
earbud
I know.
is
I'm
a
just saying.
$5 piece of crap.
Mine's brand new, so that's why I said it. I don't know. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Yeah, dude, Mike, you're one of my favorites, dude. I can't understand you. You probably got your earbuds in.
Yeah, I was just testing to see if you could hear it or not. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, I can hear you with them, but you can't hear me. But then with my phone, I can hear you. It's just staticky, but I can hear you fine. I mean, it's enough. It's okay.
It
But I
could be
appreciate
noise
that, man. I really
cancellation.
do.
I don't know. No, dude, it's all good. It's your boldness, your courageousness, really, that makes you you. So I can't hate. What's great is like my truck. Like I got a lot of tools in my truck, and I put a lot of it inside to where they're locked up. Well, what's great is my room is like right above my truck, so I can watch it. Ugh. So anyway,
You always got to watch your stuff, 100%.
heck yeah, you know how it is. Like Dimmock, I assume you're black, right? Or no?
What is it?
Are you black or white or any
Which
other
which
kind
one?
of?
Which one do you actually think I am? Really?
I think you're black.
No, I'm white.
You're white?
Yes, sir.
What?
I'm probably so white you might blink if you seen the sun shine off me.
I would not expect that, dude. Like, I mean, that's because I'm around, like, dude, like in Louisiana, it's a mix, dude, like hardcore.
Yeah, yeah. It's where I grew up in the area, 100%. I mean, that's just how.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I would not expect that, though. Hold on, let me get you back in my
You're not the
ear.
first. You're definitely not the first who
Nah, I
ever
mean,
said that to me.
I'm not mad or
No, I'm
embarrassed
saying
or
you're
anything
not.
like that.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying you're not the first person who said that. I've had 100,000 people ask me that all the time.
Wow. That's great. I need a picture. Like, look, you got my friend request. You need to send me a picture. That way, we're like, I can put kind of
What the
context to
hell?
it.
Why? That makes me feel
I
weird.
don't know. God, dude, I will do
I
the
don't
same
fucking
thing.
know,
Like, I don't
man.
care. Quit being so gay.
no. No, it's not about that. It's just I don't know. Just to think about it like that, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want you or someone else to
Yeah.
send me a picture of them for them to be like,
Right. All right.
I
That's
don't
what
want them
you
to feel
are.
that way.
Okay.
To feel like
I got you now.
yeah.
Nah, I got you.
No, other
That's
than
so
that, my
funny.
picture's fine. You know, I don't have no problem with my pic. You know, I'm just saying.
I think it's because you got a lot of bass in your voice.
Like if we lived together in the
Honestly,
same
like,
type of area or something, you know what I mean? I'm sure we would know to each
oh,
other and
you
get to know
know,
each
yeah,
other.
it'd be all in the mix. I wouldn't know one hand or the other. But I think it's more of the confidence and the bass that kind of construes it to be.
Well, a lot
Interesting,
of
though.
things.
Very interesting.
Well, a
I
lot of
wouldn't
things
expect
get
it.
broken down to you guys as really complex, right? Like the telescope, it's said to do all these crazy things, this certain thing or whatever. I just break it down. I know it sounds weird. I know it sounds unintellectual, but I call them cat toys, and I really do it for 100% reason of my own, and it is to point out how the structure of these things are really no more complex than a cat toy. They really aren't. To explain to every layman, hey, you know, you
Great
wouldn't
point.
understand the telescope, or you wouldn't understand this pendulum, or you wouldn't understand this gyro compass. Like these are too complex for you. So the reason I do it is to bring it down to layman's terms for them, to give them more confidence to be able to question this mainstream narrative of, you know, what is this little make believe bong doing with two lenses on it? You know what I mean? In a mirror, you know, like so, you know, break it down for the people.
Yeah.
I mean, Galileo, what did he use? A mirror and two lenses, right? Like in a little bong or tube, right? Clearly.
Yeah. When you put it that way, heck yeah. Where are you from?
By Chicago.
Hmm.
But
Because, I
yeah,
mean,
man,
of course, accent
that's
matters
what
too.
plus when I used to be on ponchos, like how everybody's in here is like be specific, you know, look up all the things, know what you're talking to, man, be able to
Poncho.
steel man the argument. I used to do that all the time. I mean, I got tired of it, you know what I mean? I got tired of bringing up these other people's laws and principles and concepts and vernaculars of this other guy.
Context.
Like
Yeah.
we used to go through the whole
Yeah,
gambit.
their way of
Yeah.
being. Their way of being. Yeah.
But then you get here. You're like, okay, I got all this information on what all these other guys say is a law. Now, if I look out the window and see anything against or the opposite of what each one of these people told me, what am I supposed to do with what they told me? Kind of throw it out the window, right?
Right.
So
Especially
here
if
we
it's
are
false.
today.
Hmm. Am I sounding okay? Because you're coming out my truck right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, NASA. Were you saying something? I saw your message.
That's it. It's wrecked. You're coming out my truck right now. I just want to make sure everything's all right. So I want some
No.
AC.
I know it's Ray. I'm
Okay.
talking. I know who I'm talking to. But NASA sent a little message across the top screen.
Okay. Oh.
Oh yeah, I know
I
who I'm
didn't
talking
expect
to.
that.
Don't you worry. I know who I'm talking to.
No,
Don't you
no.
worry.
At the same time, like I didn't expect you to be a little white dude or something. So that's cool. I'm not like I said. I mean, I'm not. It's not like I'm not used to it, but at the same time, it's when you go from different aspects of the world, yeah, it can not be shocking, but it'd be like, huh, okay, didn't expect that. Like I said, I don't know. I don't care. Still, I'm a fan.
That's funny. Paid
Not
NASA put
believe.
no, not for you. I'm saying paid NASA in the back chat. He put a flatter telescope as a kaleidoscope. That is so funny. I love that. That is awesome. See, he's got his good points.
Yeah, and that's what I like about this channel is that it has both points like so honed in to where you can really dissect or you can just listen and hear where each side's coming from. Which always I kind of go towards Wisset or Dmox or Jeremy's or whatever may have you because I can see the reasoning. But I'm very just what's the word? I like the interception. Huh?
I said verklempt.
But I like the interception of the two. Like it's really nice.
Oh yeah, it is. I like the I totally like the part where it's mainstream, but then I like the group that's like, nuh-uh, can't go with mainstream at all. And then I like the middle section that's like, hey, let's take this information that we all see and know, mix it with what the mainstream is, steelman it, and then add a little bit of this too, of reality and what we know could like be different. So you add all three of the situations, and you have all three sources. The mainstream sources of like all those mainstreams, right? The principles, all the stuff, right? And then you have the in between, and then you have
Holy shit.
Yeah, I guess you can hear me, but I hope I have my room key. Oh shit.
You're doing too many things. You're gonna lose track of something.
I got room key.
Okay, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, dude. Just wanted one cigarette before I go to bed. Right, it sucks. I gotta do two systems tomorrow. So that's installing or replacing two systems. I'm glad I got a helper though. Small helper whenever I used to work here. So he knows what he's doing to where shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I do find it weird the comparable distances too from like an actual telescope from the ground and all the information they give us on it, like what it can do. I mean, literally, and then verse what actually can these things do? How far can you actually see with the world's biggest lens, biggest millimeter, biggest telescope, like looking horizontal? How
I
far
want
can
to
you
see
see?
the like Baton
Yeah,
Rouge has a observatory that I want to check out. And then I got a
right.
P1000 that already kind of like did a little bit of I don't know half-ass testing, but like wintertime I feel like I can do more because less humidity. Because let's be real, that's all we have here. And yeah, I think it's gonna be really cool to go like Grand Isle, and they got buku oil rigs that you can see from land. And of course, whenever I go and do the 1 foot from sea level and test it, I mean I'm sure it's just another black swan, which is pretty cool that I can actually do myself.
Yeah, just remember the definite the distance markers to be exact from wherever you're going to, point A and B, and that's the
Which is
main
pretty
thing, really.
sweet because they have those little markers, like each beach point that you want to like kind of drift out to the beach. They
Yeah,
have
like a
mile
buoy or
markers.
something, or like
Well, they have mile markers on land, like from the road to where you go out to the beach. So, I mean, I'm sure I can use that as a pinpoint to show where I'm at compared to where they are, compared to where the horizon, yada, yada, yada. I don't know, but
what about? I never see the left to right miles.
yeah,
Like when they show the city, when they show that city of Chicago skyline or whatever, it doesn't show like a left to right. What is 1,000 miles to say? Well, this city is 1,000 miles from left to right, or 2,000. Let's compare this little line from this distance. It should be this big, 2,000 miles. From this distance, 2,000 miles should appear to be this big from left to right. Like an actual, how we know what an inch is, or a millimeter, or anything else. I mean, we should have these key legends
square
for a left to
in a
right
way.
distance. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
weird to me that we don't. We don't even have it for the moon or the sun or anything. But in
Yeah, but I
Eratosthenes
mean, like,
class,
really, like, when you're
yeah,
gonna go squared, like, it kind of goes to where you have to do those extra effort, I guess I would say. I don't know.
that that falls into my whole plan of point of contingency of questioning this. It's like, how do they get a distance to anything in the first place if here on Earth they can't even tell where our horizon is 6 miles away with a telescope, and they can't even tell left to right a distance of anything circumstantially, like with 100%
Well, I
backing, like
mean, I
for a
guess if they
fact.
do with purpose,
Well,
but
hold on.
yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, to say they know for a fact that to hold a quarter up to Mach or nacho physics, that this quarter would be an actual 1,000 miles from left to right if you're this far away from this city or this area, right?
Right. Hmm.
Because if you're looking at a city, it's a huge a city is huge from left to right. It's not a mile. It's not like nothing. It's a lot. So when you say 1 degree for 69 miles of tilt and you don't see it left to right, I mean, you see the most perfect horizontal line you can even fucking imagine. Sorry about that, but it just is what it
It
is.
is what it is. Yeah.
Right. Where's the tilt? Thousands of miles left to right. Thousands. Where's the tilt?
They exclude that with reasoning, I would assume. They're not even thinking about trying to factor that in because they're already assuming.
Well, because it would be an actual stamp on reality, which they can't do, which they can only point forward and have you imagine the 360-degree 2D circle or circumference of a flat hula hoop. I mean, that's literally all they got. Everything about the globe math is literally a flat hula hoop. And it doesn't matter what other people's opinion to me is really about the matter of that, because that's all they're doing. When you say 360 to me all day long, that's just a flat base of a clock, 360 degrees on it. I mean, that's it. It literally is.
100%. Yeah. It's so weird. A lot of this has got to get, I mean, I would say debunked, but just thought over, you know? Like, no one thinks about it.
Not about the distance and the elevation either. Are you really that elevation just because the pressure says this much versus pressure says that much? I mean, who's actually
Ooh.
guaranteed this? And then if the air is moving around your plane, or if you're moving in the air, which one are you getting the speed of?
I'm too close to home to even contemplate that, really.
Just saying, when the
No,
wind,
yeah.
like, well, if I got a wind tunnel in my room, right, a wind machine, and I blow it at the airplane that's sitting still, the airplane that's sitting still is going to read like it's moving now because I blew the air at it. Isn't, I mean,
But
you see what I'm
more
saying?
importantly, it'll receive. Yeah, like,
So how
and they
fast is
have
that
that
airplane
all
going?
over. Yeah.
So when they tell me, hey, DeMock, you're stupid, you should just stop asking these dumb questions. You should just be quiet and sit down and learn everything, and you should just keep learning and get schooled. I don't really think so. I think we should be the
I
one.
don't think so
I think
either,
we should
dude.
be. I think we should be the ones schooling the ones who tried to school us on some
I
stupidity
think the biggest
of
thing about
sissies.
DMOC is the questioning. So, nah. Yeah, but that's not even a conundrum. So that's easy. That's the easiest part is the questioning. Questioning is the best part. I think that's where the memes come from.
Oh, I'm listening.
You're listening. I know. I'm just saying, like, the questionings that you give is the reason why DMOC is DMOC. So there ain't no anything else about it. Like anytime I hear DMOC come on, boy, dude, like I'm like, ah, cool. I got about an hour of just easy work going on because I'm entertained the whole time because the questioning is contemplated, like it's thoughtful, even
You
in the
remind me.
simplistic form.
You remind me of Democrates.
That's what you should change your name to. Not no nacho crap. Democrates. That's what it is, dude. Dude, like no, like it's so funny though. Like there's so many. I mean, for what I see, and I mean, I'm just you know me. Like most part, I'm just a bystander, just listener, and I see so many memes of T-Mock entered the VC. You know, head rush. Like it's going down now. Like D-Mock is here. So nah. You keep questioning while you're taking care of the grandbabies. Like, nah. That's where it's at, dude. Like, I ain't no worries there. At least whenever it comes to Rex interpretation. Because
No, I'm a
yeah,
patient
dude.
person. I'm a
Whatever.
patient
Don't
person.
care.
I can be patient.
Don't
Yeah,
care. Still don't
but I can
care.
also be stern. You know, I mean,
Yep. Good. And that's what I'm saying. Like, no, you stick with your guns. You're good. You're good. I ain't tripping. And like I said though, like whenever you come on, yeah, some people can't deal with it, whatever. I don't care. But it's still it all falls down the logic and no, I don't see anything against it. So whatever. Like, dude, no, you're doing great. Like I said, as a fan ish, because it's not like you got a YouTube channel or anything else. The only thing I hear is whenever you pop off in Discord. So
like I
yeah,
said,
no, it's gravy.
I did have a YouTube channel a while
You
back,
should
but like
still.
I just
You
didn't.
should. You know, you
Yeah,
should contemplate your questions and really articulate if you're one to pursue. But no, like, you're good. Your foundation. Like that's like if you have a YouTube channel, if you're asking questions in Discord, it don't matter. Your foundation is solid. So
I mean, well, that's another thing too. I've heard of all these YouTube channels, right? And they're like, question this, and we question everything, and the what this, and who that, and like, and really, like, they do question a lot of things. Don't get me wrong, but there's so much that they like. None of them. It's like I don't know. It's like they're all allergic to cover certain topics to question, And it's weird to me. And I'm not talking about the ones that like can't say certain terminologies or words on here or type it in the chat. Not even those. Ones that you can discuss 100%, but like they're not discussing them. And to me, that's the biggest thing. It's like you're supposed to be like, what is true? Or you're supposed to be questioning what, this. But you only cover half of the information and you come to a conclusion already. Like that was your
Yeah.
show. How?
Well, with the assumption, yeah.
And then the 50% of the things they don't even cover. Like none of them cover these topics. Like there's like a list I come up with, like, what the hell? Like, nope, these mugs didn't cover it. Nope, these ones didn't cover it. Nope, these ones didn't cover it. I'm like, dang, this is weird to me.
Well, that's why you're here, I guess. Like, I hate that it's just in the Discord though, because it feels like it's maybe falling on deaf ears almost. Because there's a few out there that like me. I don't know. I can't say for anybody, but for me personally, like anytime I hear DMOG, it's like, okay, let's hear it. And a lot of time it has great reasoning. So I don't know. I don't know if you can hear me still because my earbuds done died, but anyways, yeah, no, like, yeah, I wish you did have a YouTube channel, and just go live and talk smack and whatever. I think you would do good. I think you do great, actually. You're one of the
Yeah, I just
few.
got to remember. Yeah, I just got to remember to let them, finish their thing, and then like destroy their thing if I can't, or agree with them. I mean, there's only two
Well, I'll
ways
tell you
about it.
this.
I can either, yeah,
Well, no, like, this winter, I'm like wintertime, I'm not working. So like wintertime I have a lot more to help with, but like I know about managing a stream. I know how to set up like graphics and everything else. Like I've done it all myself. I did it for my wife, I did it for myself. I made it where it looks good, looks clean, looks original, blah 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 blah. Um and I'm not saying you need all that, but at the same time, like, dude, there's a place where you can talk freely and start getting some attention. Like my channel can advertise your channel easily because once you start producing a little bit of content, yeah, it'll be there. But yeah, if you have points that you want to make across, just the same, because you're one of the few, just like how Wissett is, and I'm sorry, but that's like the only one I can really correlate with besides like this one chick from Australia. But no, like there's few minds that really like, what's the word? Like really just stress the mainstream, like really just test it. And there's not enough of that. So I don't know. I think you would do well, very well, if you got time, you can just do it. It ain't nothing but talking, and you're good at that
right.
already. So I don't know.
Yeah, I like the way Witsit does his thing. I
His is
certainly
pretty.
do.
His pretty chill. His
Yeah,
is a
there's a
lot
lot
of
of
work.
people I like. And I like Rakia, Larry. I like a lot of people. Geo. Everybody's got their strength. Like sometimes the funniest thing too, because I do
Dude,
this myself. So this is why I think it's funny.
Rakia is like probably like maybe 30 minutes away from me.
Yeah, yeah. He sounds like a really cool person too. Yeah, Rakia does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm curious to what restaurants he likes because I want to be able to like just eat good food. but that's because I'm
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people on here, man. There are a lot of good ass people on here. But like Geo, it's
Oh,
funny sometimes, like, because I sometimes I don't know what it
I like
is
how
about me.
neutral
But
he is.
listen to this. Like if there's something really funny said or done in the thing, like if Witsit or one of you guys or you or somebody's having a debate with somebody else, and you ask a question and they give the funniest double-sided, triple-sided, three-faced coin answer, it just I giggle. I had to open my mic and giggle. I don't know why. It's just the funniest thing.
Good,
And then sometimes I hear
good,
Gio do it, and that's what I
good.
think is funny too.
Yes, like that's please do, because I'm I'm in an attic normally, so I'm not making I'm making too much noise to even unmute my mic. So yeah, please do.
But I don't like to interrupt anybody, so I'll just giggle real quick, and that's it. I won't come back in and mess anything up or anything.
Yeah, I normally don't like to talk at all because there's just too many people talking normally. Like this is the most you'll ever hear me talk, and it ain't much going on, but still, yeah. No, I understand. And you, whoo, like I said, there's memes about you, which is great. Like I said, you should have your own channel. You can actually have a little bit of somewhat of income coming in. Cause let me post this just to have it on. It ain't a big deal, but let me see. Live stream text. Is it text two? Am I retarded? Hold on. Right here. Okay. Let's see. Twitch. Flat Earth channel. Let's see that ping. No. Okay, hold on. Twitch. TV / Flat Earth channel. Okay, I'm retarded. I don't know how my own channel works.
That's all right.
It's okay. But I have
I
a
think you got it.
24/7 Flat Earth channel that streams content for people to kind of wake up to it or whatever may have you on Twitch.tv. Gosh, I can't
Okay.
believe
What
I have
kind
to.
of like watching thing does this do? Do a lot of people watch it, or does it like get clicks or like?
It's like I said, it's 24/7 live stream, and it's let's see, I can copy it.
Well, I mean, 4 people are people, so I mean, it doesn't matter really. I just wondered. I didn't know. You know, what I mean, just ask a question.
Yeah, no, ain't no worries. It's just like I said, it's 24/7 content, so it's like ODD TV. It's Witsit gets it. It's just multiple different content of flat Earth to where people can kind of wake up to the truth. That's all that I'm
Okay,
doing.
okay, yeah, I got you. You ever heard of Chemo? He's pretty cool too. I like Chemo.
Chemo?
You never heard of Chemo? Spurs Chemo?
Uh-uh.
Spurs Chemo?
Not that I can tell.
Oh man, he is cool as fuck. He is funny as shit too. Yeah, Spurs is a good one too. I haven't heard him in a while, you know what I mean? But he's a good one, you know what I mean? He is. A lot of people will tell you that too.
Huh.
I mean, I'm
I
saying
don't even know.
if you like my style, Spurs Chemo is like, I don't know, he's got a little bit of probably about 3% of my style, and then he's himself 100%. You know what I mean?
If you could, please, like just direct message me on Discord that channel because I will totally check it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Well, I
just a
mean,
little
he's usually over on. Well, he usually gets on like Facebook, Twitter, whatever, like all that shit, and like he does flat
Yeah.
earth debates on like TikTok. And that, like you'll hear him on TikTok a couple times too. Flat Earth debates with Spurs Kimmel on TikTok. There's one on there. I don't really know like exactly what he goes to because, like I said, it's been a long time. I just know I like him. He was one of my favorites, like to begin with.
Nice, dude. No. That sounds good. Really. Because, yeah, there's a certain few that, you know, like what really sucked is, what was his name? Rob Skiba? It really sucked because, like, I
Yeah.
learned about him after he died. It's like,
Well, he was a
what?
doer. You know what I mean? He was a doer. I liked him.
And that really hurt my heart. The fact that he went out with the whole COVID crap or whatever. Like, I'm like, dang, he got suckered in. Well, I mean, like, not intentionally or whatever it may have you, but still, it's like, man, if he would have just probably not do the whole protocol, he probably would have been all right. Just really, it irks me that, you know,
Oh,
what,
that all these people got to go out and measure the water in 2023 and do all this shit and waste their life and time to do the most. Uh, I mean, just I don't know. It's just weird. The most ominous, weird things. Like I don't know, man.
well,
Weird.
yeah, like, yeah, he measured the water, but what I'm saying is, like, he got the whole COVID crap, and then he went and did the hospital protocol, which could have what took him in. You know what I mean? I don't know if
Yeah,
that's true or
but that's
not.
but
Like,
you
it's
know this whole
possible.
community though. Think about that though. All the time that we, laser tests and all this shit, we shouldn't have to do that shit. We should never have had to have done any of this shit. This shit should have been way
Yeah, like
simpler,
Rover should have done
one
it in
and
the first
done.
place. Like, yeah, like they should have been
Right.
right there side by side.
I mean, if we have true information, true whatever, go by the model, steel man the model, this and that. But every time we get to point B, they're like, okay, point B is 5 miles away. We're like, all right, we're 5 miles away now. We're at point B. No, but we meant. Well, it acted
Right.
like point B, but it meant point C. Well, where's point C?
Right.
Well, it's around point B. What? Hold on a minute.
Hypothetical.
I mean, like, what the fuck?
All hypothetical. Yeah. Shoulda, coulda,
I mean,
woulda. Yeah. No.
yeah, you
I
got
know,
the
I know
proof.
that aspect of it. But no, like he was going on deeper than that. Like he was going on deeper on the biblical. He was going on Enoch. He was going on so many other things that was just biblical. That was just interesting. I'm not saying it's necessarily like the truth, but it was just he was uncovering things that was not definitely not mainstream, especially on the Western side. And yeah, like it was just so just profound that he was doing, and then all of a sudden he got taken out over something stupid, like that was potentially stupid, like a toxin release that you put chemicals in them that killed his kidneys or whatever may have you, yada yada yada. Who knows? But yeah, like, oh, it's just such a waste.
Well, I mean, we can look at it like that, but in a way it wasn't because whatever he did, like the information and the stuff, like you can go back and see, you know what I mean? So it's not even like, okay, look at Einstein, right? Can we even go back and look at a video of him like that? Like
Yeah,
you know what I mean? For like up to date of what Rob like represented and what he'd tell you personally and shit, like actually, not even you know what I'm saying, right? It's not an actor
right,
type
right,
thing.
right.
It's not just not just 20 minutes on screen to show you a blackboard and then you never meet Einstein again in your life or never know anything about him anymore. It's
No, he
like
was there. Yeah, he
yeah.
was all there. Yeah, I gotta put more of him on my channel too. But yeah, I mean, it's just summer's so busy. So busy where like I just been letting it fly for the time being. But yeah, like I don't know. I like to believe that at least I woke a couple of people up, and like the way I see it, if you could save one soul, hey, you did your worth. You know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's what
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying. Like somebody remembers something he did and it helped somebody. So it can't be that bad.
Like I said, man, that's why you need to you need to think about starting back up your YouTube channel, and you can hit me up anytime on technical stuff because on a computer side, so my setup is I have a dual stream PC, whereas two PCs, one's for streaming, one was normally set up for gaming to stream to the other PC, blah blah blah. But now I have it where one PC is just doing my flat Earth stream. But anyways, like when it comes to technical stuff, like dude, I can totally help if you have questions or whatever may have you. Yeah,
I
I
just
mean
have
that's
to
just
get the cheap computer, and
yeah, dude. Like, dude, I can help out in any kind of way because there's a lot of little tiny nitbit picking things that can really boost
Well,
if you have like a
what do
one.
you recommend? Do you think a cheap laptop would work for me just to get on YouTube? I mean, is that
Okay,
enough,
look,
or do I need something a little better?
here's one thing. Here's the one thing that I can say that can really help. Whenever you do your OBS, if that's what you're doing, set your
Yeah, I think
OBS, set it up as
What
an
now?
administrator.
An administrator?
Yeah, because then it's going to grab all the resources that it possibly can, and it's going to prioritize. And that'll make it where your stream runs it just that much better. Period. Period. Like a lot of people don't know
Okay.
that, but
So do
yeah,
what now again? What'd you say to do what
like
with the administrator?
so basically, you right click on the application and you go into properties, and then you set it up as just an administrator. And so every time you click on it, it's going to ask if you want to run this as an administrator. You say yes, and that's going to make it where your OBS has more resources at hand compared to if not. And it's going to
Okay.
make it where,
Okay.
yeah, it's so simple yet.
So now now a regular laptop should be able to do 2023. What would be the cheapest, like, bottom of the line laptop I could go get, like 150, 200
It
bucks?
depends
Like
on
what?
look. It depends on what you want to do with the laptop, of course. But
I just
at the
want to.
same time, well, no, I mean, just at the same time, like what you want to do is you want to prioritize the bit rate, like what OBS is doing on that laptop. So, like, as long as you're administrating it, it's gonna really just push everything forward on the streaming side than anything else because of OBS.
Okay. So probably the $200 one would probably work.
Dude, whatever you got, it don't even matter. But doing that will benefit dramatically compared to not doing that. That's all I can say about that. Because, like, honestly, like, as far as PC goes, I had the i7 ID or the i7700K where you can kind of like, I don't know, boost it or whatever when it comes to your it's not your graphics card, it's your actual processor, but i900 does, gosh, dramatically better than the 7700. But regardless, like whatever you have, like when you prioritize things, it's gonna, of course, run dramatically better because it has priority over anything else you're doing on the PC. So
Right.
yeah, like dude, it's very minimal or technical or whatever it may have you, but with these little key factors, like these little tiny things that you do, makes a dramatic difference on the performance, regardless. So, like, no matter what you get, it just depends on how you're operating it in the first place. Like, I can say that 100%. So, I mean,
I mean, and it
I don't
makes
know.
sense. I mean, it makes sense to
Yeah,
me.
yeah. Um, but dude, no matter what, like if you're just talking, like it ain't taking that much bandwidth, but still prioritize the OBS to where it's getting everything it needs to push out. Then that way you have quality in whatever you're doing, in a sense. And but yeah, dude, it ain't nothing what we're trying to do compared to like what I used to try and do in gaming. Like gaming you need a PC for gaming, and then you need a PC for streaming. That way you can receive the gaming, and then blah 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 blah. But if you're just trying to dish out information and just a little bit of videos or whatever may have you with it, like I'm sure Wizard probably doesn't even know this because I never talked to him about this personally, but prioritizing OBS is a key factor, period. Because it's going to make everything run so much smoother on streams, period. And yeah, like no matter what, like as long as you prioritize that and you're actually putting out some stuff, you're gonna be fine. Like 100% fine. Because you already have the content. You just need to be able to actually dish it out to where it's not, crap whenever
Yep, I
it.
got you.
Yeah, exactly. Because whenever you prioritize it, like, yeah, dude, it definitely runs smoother. Like, I know anecdotally that it'll run smoother. So, I don't know. Like, I already been through I've been through the works when it comes to streaming and everything else that was necessary. And like I said, I mean, what we're talking about is minimal. It's not like you're trying to game and talk. Like, no, if you're
Right.
pushing videos and talking, that's easy. Gaming and talking is a little bit different and it has a little bit more hardware power that you really kind of need to have. But anything else, no, you're good, dude. But I hope you start pumping out some content because, yeah, dude, every time you're on, dude, like everybody's interested, or at least for me, like it's interesting to hear. So I would like to see what you question. Yeah, that's all I got,
Yeah, I
brother.
especially like it when the room's like full and then like you ask a question and then you just sit back and then everybody goes in, and on that topic. It's fun to listen to that too. I like it.
All right, well, I got to go to bed because crap, dude.
Do your thing. It's nice talking to you. Nice talking to you.
Hey, you too, brother. Like I said, man, dude. Anytime. Just remember my name. Don't worry, I already know yours, Nacho. You weirdo. What's the other one? We said it earlier, dude. It
Democ.
was
Democ.
no, Demachius or something. Like you need to really
Oh,
found it. Like make it something that Greek
Democrates.
would say. Democrates, dude. That's the next one, dude. If I see that in any of these rooms, dude, I'm smiling. I'll just let you know.
All right.
All right, dude. Later.
Carlos, how you doing? And any name I forgot, put yourself on the list too. Jeremy, you're one of my favorites too. You're on the list too. Don't you worry.
Space can't be real, right? Because if space is nothing, you can have no reaction to it. So it's like there is, like, for every action, there's a reaction. But if space is nothing, and from the beginning of time, if nothing can interact or be counteracted or reacted,